Do you want to do the exchange right now? Or?
Orders of the day. No. Tabling documents. Of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Huh?
Do the letter first, no?
It is an honor to table in both official languages on behalf of 90 departments and agencies the departmental results reports for 2022-2023. Madam Speaker, thank you.
The Honourable Member of President of the Treasury Board.
J'ai besoin de quelqu'un qui va.
I need someone to. Thank you very much.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to submit a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada, signed by her own hand.
The President for the... May I invite the honourable members to rise for the reading of the message from the Governor-General. Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates B of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2024, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence, la Gouverneure Générale.
Her Excellency, the Governor-General, submits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates B 2023-24 and pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867 recommends this budget to the House of Commons.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2024, herewith.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 45 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
45.
Tabling of documents, okay. Introduction of government bills, the Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker,
I have to first introduce the bill. My apologies. Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Ms. Haju, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012. Cette motion est réputée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
Monsieur O'Regan, appuyé par
Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Ms. Haidu, recommends that this bill be now read a second time, printed and...
Quand ce projet de...
When shall the bill be read a second time?
At the next sitting of the House, the Honourable Minister.
I'm
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I have the honour today to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 32nd report entitled Accessible Transportation for Persons with Disability, et aussi le 33e.
And also the third report entitled International Assistance in Support of Gender Equality. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee calls for the government to provide a response to each of these reports.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to Bill C-20, an act establishing the Public Complaints and Review Commission and amending certain acts and statutory instruments. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Banff Edry.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai l'honneur de présenter dans les...
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. And the committee is critical of the government's violation of the rules when it comes to the National Monument to Canada's mission in Afghanistan and the choice of designer and architects. The contest was won by a team of experts set up by the Liberal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Madison, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Office of the Ombud for the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Forces, to make related amendments to the Contraventions Act and to make consequential amendments to certain acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe for a brief introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to introduce my private member's bill to give the Office of the Ombudsman for the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Forces more independence. And I would like to thank the member from North Island Powell River for seconding this bill. She does a tremendous job as the NDP critic for veterans. Over 2 decades, many Canadians have raised serious concerns about Canada's military culture, including cases of sexual misconduct. Despite the Deschamps and Arbor reports, despite hearings in Parliament, despite appeals from survivors, the Liberals have failed to address these systemic problems. My bill establishes that the Office of the Ombudsman that would report directly to Parliament, not the Minister of Defence. This independence is essential to ensuring Canadian Forces personnel and DND employees can trust in the process and receive help. Importantly, Canada's current military ombudsman has asked this government to make his office completely independent. Madam Speaker, the Liberals have refused to take action, but we have done enormous work to address the challenges within the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces. This bill is an essential step. I thank the advocates who have helped to get us to this point, and I encourage the government to support this bill.
Madame Matheson, appuyée par Madame.
Ms. Matheson moves for that this bill be read a first time and printed.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills, Ms. Matheson. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Defence Act, Sexual Offences. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I rise to table my second private member's bill, an act to amend the National Defence Act, Sexual Offences. And again, I would like to thank the member from North Island Powell River for seconding this bill. This bill amends the National Defence Act in order to remove certain sexual offences committed in Canada from the jurisdiction of the military justice system. It would implement one of the recommendations from former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour to transfer all cases of sexual offenses by military members to civilian authorities. It has been 18 months since the Arbour report, and the Liberal government has failed to introduce legislation to do just this. But for many survivors of sexual misconduct in the military, this problem is urgent, and they are tired of waiting for Liberals to do the right thing. New Democrats stand with the women in the Canadian Armed Forces who continue to wait for a real culture change in the face of sexual misconduct and assault in the military. Survivors deserve justice. I thank survivors for their bravery, and I urge the Liberal government to support this bill, show real commitment to ending sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Blaney, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Calkins, seconded by Ms. Ferrari, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code Sentencing. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Peterborough Kawartha for seconding this bill. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank all of my colleagues for the Rural Crime Caucus that we have in the Conservative Party. Back in during the first term of this government, we struck the Rural Crime Task Force. We consulted with Albertans and Canadians from coast to coast. We put together a report called Towards a Safer Alberta. That report had numerous recommendations in it, including legislative changes that could be made. And even though we've been through the pandemic, the rural crime statistics still apply today. So the police have done what they can. They've reorganized themselves. Governments that aren't in charge of the criminal code have done everything they can to take this seriously, and there seems to be a newfound interest across the way in the plight of rural Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, just imagine setting up a chop shop or a meth lab in a rural area where you're as far away from the various police stations in various communities, purposely to avoid detection and the hell that they cause in those rural communities, because that crime from those organized crime elements is absorbed by just a small number of residents in a rural area, and it is absolutely hell for these people. That's why this bill is so important, and I encourage my colleagues across the way to give consideration to it. What it would do is it would change the criminal code at the time of sentencing and make it an aggravating factor if somebody is purposely making life or targeting somebody in a rural area where proximity to emergency services, police services is a very difficult thing. So it does a number of other things, Madam Speaker, including strengthening provisions when sentencing when it comes to using a weapon or carrying a weapon to a crime scene. It also changes the definition of a dwelling to a place, because lots of break-in enters happen into barns, Quonset huts, lots of other valuables that are kept in storage in rural areas. So, Madam Speaker, I really do encourage all my colleagues in this House to take a look at the bill, and let's get this bill adopted post-haste. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Calkins, appuyé par Madame Ferrari.
Mr. Calkins, seconded by Ms. Ferrari. Move that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introducing of private members' bills, Mr. Williams, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Implementation of a Consumer-Led Banking System for Canadians. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Conservatives want to give Canadians back control of their financial freedom. Right now, Canada's oligopoly of 6 banks controls 93% of Canadians' business, and those banks also have a monopoly on Canadians' financial data. Canadians don't own and control their own financial data, the banks do. Our common sense plan, called consumer-led banking, would force the banks to give consumers back control of their financial data, and on their consent, share that with competitors who would fight for Canadian financial business. This would create competition and drive prices down and bring financial freedom to Canadian families. If we compare Canadians' banks to the UK. Canadians right now have bank fees an average of $14.50 a month or $15 a month. The UK is $0. Canadians have average transactional fees of $1.40. UK is $0. Canadians have average overdraft fees of $25. The UK, it's $0 where they have this legislation. And Madam Speaker, mortgage rates in the UK today are 5.99% average versus Canada, which is 6.99%, 100 basis point difference. The consumer-led banking legislation forces the government to stop dragging their heels and bring forward the second report on open banking that's been sitting on the finance minister's desk since May, and within 6 months to table common sense consumer-led banking legislation promised now for 4 years so Canadians, not the banks, can control their own financial data and financial future once again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Williams, appuyé par Mr. Perkins.
Seconded by Mr. Perkins. Move that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, and I table today a petition prior to Remembrance Day. In just under a week, 227 residents from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou signed a petition, and the signatories were objecting to recent changes by the Department of National Defense that outlawed any sort of faith observance or prayer at Remembrance Day ceremonies. Obviously, the petitioners are unhappy with the state of affairs that were outlined in a recent memorandum, so I table this petition on their behalf. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question, presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first is with respect to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the repeated warnings of rising temperatures over the next 2 decades that will continue to bring widespread devastation and extreme weather. The petitioners are calling to the attention that in Canada today we are seeing increased flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures, and they are calling on the Government of Canada to move immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. Madam Speaker, I have a petition that's from community members in Kingston and the Islands regarding the food programs in schools, and they have recognized that around the world these programs are essential to health, well-being, and education of students, with over 388 million children in at least 161 countries receiving free or subsidized school meals at school. They indicate that Canada is the only G7 country without a national school food program. The undersigned members from the Holy Cross Secondary community and residents of Kingston, Frontenac, and Lennox-Addington region call upon the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Family, Children, and Social Development, and the Minister of Agriculture and Food, Agri-Food to prioritize funding a national school food program through Budget 2024 for the implementation in schools by the fall of 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well done. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's lovely to be here in the chamber with you. I'm tabling a petition today is an e-petition 4375, and I believe this is the first time this issue has been raised on the floor of the House of Commons in any form, and certainly I think it's the first petition. So I want to thank the person who initiated this petition, Marianne Sjogren, and also Julian Branch, who brought this to our attention, as well as Prevent Cancer Now and other networks of grassroots citizens who are concerned about the presence of asbestos in drinking water. This is an understudied and unregulated problem. Believe it or not, Madam Speaker, many municipalities rely on old cement water pipes delivering water to millions of Canadians, and the pipes contain asbestos fibers. And when they crack or break or deteriorate slowly, asbestos fibers are getting into our drinking water. As far as we're aware, and certainly health studies show, that asbestos is very dangerous to us, whether inhaled or ingested, including in our drinking water. So the petitioners are calling for the Government of Canada to take urgent steps to assess the health risk of asbestos in drinking water, to establish a federal, provincial, territorial committee to establish drinking water guidelines for asbestos, and to do a complete inventory of asbestos-contaminated water pipes, release this data publicly, develop a plan to replace asbestos cement water pipes, as well as there are a number of other elements to this petition, Madam Speaker, but I can see my time is up, just to draw this attention to all members in this place, because our own communities, if you look and you check, you may find that constituents of yours are relying on cement pipes for drinking water that are contaminated with asbestos fibers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin-Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to rise and present a petition on behalf of my constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 24th time on behalf of people Dauphin-Swan River, of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. This NDP Liberal government is failing to get results for the people of Swan River amidst a crime wave that has swept through the rural town of 4,000. A recent report from Manitoba West District RCMP revealed that within 18 months, the region experienced 1,184 service calls and 703 offenses committed by just 15 individuals. 10 prolific offenders were responsible for 133 violent offenses. One individual was responsible for 217 calls for service alone. This is why this community is asking for action. They demand jail, not bail, Madam Speaker, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, I have two petitions today, and I will present them briefly. The first is seeking to support the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. They are aware that sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device that is criminally prohibited in our country, and yet the majority of G7 countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of sound moderators, allowing them for hunting, sport shooting, and reducing noise pollution. And so these petitioners are calling on the government to allow legal firearms owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. The second one, Madam Speaker, indicates that it's well established that the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant. And justice requires that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child be sentenced accordingly, and that the sentence should match the crime. So they call upon the House of Commons to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and or the infliction of harm on a preborn child as aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes in the criminal code. Thank you.
Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'm proud to rise in this House to present a petition on behalf of my constituents in Markham Unionville. This petition calls for additional transparency from clothing and retail companies surrounding the supply chain process, working condition, and environmental regulations. This petition calls on the federal government to require those companies to adhere to standards which ensure that no human rights abuses or forced labor exists anywhere within the supply chains. It also calls for similar standards to be implemented which prevents environmental damage within supply chains, and asks that companies which do not meet these standards face meaningful consequences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Peace River Westbrook.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have two petitions to present today. The first one is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about how easy it is for young people to access sexually explicit material online, including violent and degrading explicit material. They comment how this access is an important public health and safety concern. The petitioners also note that in an era of which we say that we do not want violence against women, the serious harms that come from this sexually explicit material on the development of attitudes that is favorable to the harassment of women and sexual violence. As such, the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons and the government to pass Bill S-210 quickly and forthright. The second petition I have, Madam Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the age and consent verification of those depicted in pornographic material. The petitioners are asking the government to follow recommendation number 2 from the 2021 Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics report on MindGeek, which required all content hosting platforms in Canada verify age and consent prior to the uploading of content. Bill C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, adds 2 offenses to the criminal code. The first requires age verification and the consent be prior to distribution. The second requires the removal of that material if consent is withdrawn. As such, the petitioners are calling on the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to pass Bill C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be short today. I only have 4 petitions at the table. The first petition is from Canadians that are very concerned about this NDP Liberal government's attack on access to natural health products. Petitioners note how through the last omnibus budget bill supported by the NDP and the Liberals, access was threatened through new rules that will mean higher costs and fewer products available on the shelf. New so-called cost recovery provisions would impose massive costs on all consumers of natural health products and undermine access for Canadians who rely on these products. Provisions would also give the government substantial new arbitrary powers around the regulation and withdrawal of products. Petitioners note that the old system was working fine and call on the Government of Canada to reverse the changes made in the last NDP Liberal budget that impose additional costs on users of natural health products, noting that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The next petition expresses support for a private member's bill, Bill C-257, that would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners note how fundamental and important the free exchange of ideas is in a democracy, and that discrimination on the basis of political beliefs, threats to employment, and the like against those who where an employer or others may disagree with their political beliefs, these things undermine the free exchange of ideas, and Bill C-257 seeks to remedy that. Petitioners ask the House to support Bill C-257 and to defend the rights of all Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The third petition responds to the aspects of the government's so-called feminist international assistance policy. Petitioners note that this policy has shown a lack of respect for the cultural values and autonomy of women in the developing world by supporting organizations that violate local laws and push external priorities at the expense of local priorities like clean water, basic nutrition and economic development. They also note that the Auditor General has criticized this government's approach to international development for women and girls because it has completely failed to measure results. And further, the Muskoka Initiative, launched by the previous Conservative government, involved historic investments in the well-being of women and girls and emphasized value for money, results, and ensuring that priorities responded to those priorities identified by local women that were receiving and supposed to benefit from this aid. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to align international development spending with the approach taken in the Muskoka Initiative, focusing international development dollars on meeting the basic needs of vulnerable women around the world, rather than pushing ideological agendas that may conflict with local values in developing countries, and that the government should measure outcomes. The fourth and final petition that I'll be tabling today encourages the government to butt out of decisions that should properly be made by provinces and parents. It notes that in the vast majority of cases, parents care about the well-being of their children and love them more than any state-run institution. The role of the government is to support families and respect parents, not to dictate how they should make decisions for their children. Calls on the government again to butt out and let parents raise their own children.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Regina Leeuwen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's my pleasure to take to my feet and present a petition on behalf of the constituents of Regina, Louvain, and across Saskatchewan on behalf of telling the government to butt out, as my friend said, of natural health products. Madam Speaker, and the petition reads, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, draw the attention of the House to the following. Whereas freedom of choice in healthcare is becoming increasingly curtailed and further threatened by legislation and statutory regulations of the Government of Canada. It is a fundamental right for individuals to be able to choose how to prevent illness or how to address illness or injury in their own bodies. Canadians want the freedom to decide how they will prevent illness or how they will address illness or injury in their own bodies, and Canadians are competent and able to make their own health care decisions without state interference. Therefore, your petitioners call upon Parliament to guarantee the right of every Canadian to health freedom by enacting the Charter of Health Freedom drafted by the National Health Product Protection Association on September 4th, 2008, Speaker, and I do present this on behalf of many constituents across Regina and Saskatchewan. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, orders of the day.
Nope.
Oh, questions on the order paper. My apologies. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 1742 and 1743. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if a revised response to question number 1738, originally tabled on November 6, 2023, and the government's responses to questions number 1744 and 1745 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Est-il à la Chambre que les questions sous-mentionnées?
Shall these be turned into orders for return and that they be tabled immediately?
Agreed. Il est ainsi convenu et ordonné.
Agreed, and so ordered.
Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act.
Monsieur Champagne, appuyé.
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Vandal. Mr. Vandal for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Martinez-Ferrada, moved that Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Esteemed colleagues, this morning it's great to take the floor in this House, most honourable House, to speak on a very important topic, Bill C-34, the Investment Canada Act modernization. And before I get into my formal remarks, it's maybe a coincidence, but I don't think it's a coincidence. This morning, the OECD released their FDI numbers, foreign direct investment numbers, and this Bill C-34 deals with foreign entities investing into Canada and to Canadians, into our communities. And Canada came number 3 on the OECD ranking for the first half of 2023. The United States, Brazil, then ourselves, then Mexico. And I think that speaks to the confidence not only of foreign entities, foreign companies, corporations investing into Canada, creating jobs, creating wealth, creating great futures for Canadians, but also speaks to what I would say is the idea that confident governments invest in their people, invest in their communities, and that is something that we as a government have done since 2015, whether it is the Canada Child Benefit, whether it's Canada Workers Benefit, whether it is the implementation of an early learning and national daycare plan, whether it is the support for students, eliminating interest on student debt, whether it is 2 middle-income tax cuts, the first in 2015 from 22% to 20.5%, roughly $3 to $4 billion a year, depending on tax filings and savings for Canadians, whether it's raising the basic personal expenditure amount to $15,000, which in fiscal 24-25 will deliver an over $6 billion in savings for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Again, confident governments invest in Canadians and in Canadian communities. Madame la Présidente, honorable député, chers collègues.
Madam Speaker, honourable MPs, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act.
To date, the House of Commons has voted unanimously to support its objectives. The bill has been thoroughly studied by members of the Standing Committee on industry and technology. We encourage these same members to send this bill to the Senate for consideration. As you are all well aware, the Investment Canada Act plays an important role in our economy, helping to make Canada a destination of choice for foreign investment. Madam Speaker,
Canada is booming. We've seen it in the auto sector. We've seen it in the mining sector. We're seeing it in so many sectors across this country. The food processing sector, agriculture, we're seeing it in all sectors. Why? Because Canada is a destination of choice for foreign investment. It creates jobs. It creates futures. Elle assure des conditions commerciales.
of course, favorable conditions under a stable regime.
Clear regulatory system in place to attract foreign investment, and C-34 does exactly that.
The Act encourages economic growth and employment. It provides for intervention only if an investment would be detrimental to Canada's national security. But it also gives us the ability to act quickly if circumstances require, and that's precisely what we intend to do with the amendments made to Bill C-34. Indeed, it's clear that the time has come to modernize this act and to adapt it to today's world. Our industry is one of the most buoyant in the world, and as you know, Madam Speaker, Canada is facing unprecedented geostrategic challenges and national security issues.
Foreign investment, and it continues to grow and continues to create good middle-class jobs from coast to coast to coast. This investment helps businesses prosper, grow, creates well-paying jobs, and ensures strong economic growth that benefits all Canadians. Canada has a long-standing reputation for welcoming foreign investments and a strong framework to promote trade while advancing Canadian interest. In fact, Canada has one of the earliest and most robust screening process for foreign direct investments. The Investment Canada Act, ICA, was enacted 38 years ago in 1985. The Act allowed the government to review significant foreign investments to ensure these benefits exist, and was updated in 2009 to include a framework for national security review of foreign direct investments. The world in which Canada now operates is increasingly characterized by the complexity of linkages between economic competition and geostrategic clashes. We see it on a daily basis, Madame la Présidente. Globalization has brought new threats to Canada's national and economic security, but of course many benefits. Canada must have the tools and resources to protect its assets from economic threats to national security when deemed so. The Investment Canada Act must therefore also continually adapt to these considerations. The complexity of these dynamics can be seen in the increased volume of activity under the Act in recent years. Indeed, there have been more national security reviews since 2020 than in the entire previous decade. Yes, Madame la Présidente, than in the entire previous decade. The review process is also increasingly complex as international transactions and ownership structures are increasingly becoming more complicated and in some occasions more opaque. This proposed modernization of the Investment Canada Act is designed to make this review process more efficient and transparent. Bill C-34 sets out a series of amendments to improve the national security review process of foreign investments and modernize the Investment Canada Act. Collectively, these amendments are the most significant legislative update of the Act since 2019. These amendments also represent one of the multiple steps this government has taken to ensure that we can defend our economic interests, contribute to global supply chain resiliency, and protect our national security. This in turn helps us to attract stronger partnerships with our allies to foster economic growth. A stronger foreign investment regime attracts good, beneficial investments into Canada, ones that will create high-quality jobs and opportunities for all Canadians. Madame la Présidente, we've seen that with the $7 billion investment by Volkswagen. We've seen that with the multi-billion-dollar investment by Stellantis. We see that via Honda and Toyota in Alliston and Cambridge, where they continue to invest hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars initially in creating good, quality-paying jobs for Canadians here in the province of Ontario, with a supply chain that stretches from coast to coast. Defending our economic interests and protecting our national security are issues of critical importance, especially in our current climate of rapidly shifting geopolitical threats. This issue is a nonpartisan one, During the 6 sitting days that Bill C-34 was debated, this House has repeatedly stressed the need to modernize the ICA to achieve those objectives. This House ultimately decided in a unanimous vote to refer the bill for study because we all recognize how important it was to get these amendments right so that we can protect national security while ensuring that we're not chilling useful, good investment. Canada's foreign investment regime must adapt to the speed of innovation, which we know these days moves very quickly. In recent years, intangible assets in the knowledge economy, like IP, intellectual property, and data, have grown in importance, defining Canada's economic strength, and at the same time pose new challenges in terms of how these are to be managed to ensure the benefits occur to Canada and Canadians. Our government recognizes the value of the intangible economy, its growth, and the relevant opportunities for all Canadians, particularly artificial intelligence and intellectual property. These new innovations are driving new ways of doing business and with huge opportunities for Canadians. Our government will support this growth as it helps drive Canada's economy and supports highly skilled, well-paying jobs. Madame la Présidente, it's great to see the City of Montreal become a cluster for artificial intelligence with a number of companies investing in that city. It's great to see the Kitchener-Waterloo corridor here in Ontario continue to be the leaders in the tech sector. It's great to see the City of Toronto continue to see the investments from domestic and foreign firms in fintech and so many other types of businesses on this knowledge economy. But to do so, tools...
I have a point of order from the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering about relevance. We're talking about foreign investment into Canada in Bill C-34, and the honourable member is talking about artificial intelligence and their investment in Montreal, which has absolutely nothing to do with this bill.
Started out his speech on the bill, about the bill, and I trust the honourable member that in the next 11 minutes he will come back to the bill. There is some leeway in the way members address the subject. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
We should thank the honourable member who I sit with on the Industry Committee for his intervention. Of course, we'll always talk about the Investment Canada Act and how foreign companies are investing into Canada, creating good, paying middle-class jobs for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and that is what I'm doing so in my speech this morning. But I thank you for his remarks through you, Chair. But to do so, tools such as the Investment Canada Act must also be modernized to offer additional protections in light of changing geopolitical and technological advancements, and to prevent hostile actors from exploiting Canada's expertise and capacity for innovation. Madame la Présidente, we all must be aware of geopolitical risks and instability are now fixtures in our operating environment, especially for businesses. Hostile state and non-state actors pursue deliberate strategies to acquire goods, technologies, and intellectual property. They do so in ways that are fundamentally incompatible with Canada's interests and principles. We also know that foreign investments can be used as a conduit for foreign influence activities which seek to weaken our norms, our values, and institutions. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, you will recall that the Investment Canada Act played an important role in Canada's response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As early as March 2022, we issued a policy statement that any investment controlled or influenced by the Russian state will also support a determination by the minister that there are reasonable grounds to believe that such an investment could be injurious to Canada's national security, regardless of its value. The statement sends a clear message about our commitment to protecting Canada's economic security from unwanted investment. Moreover, Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy is clear that this region will play a critical role in Canada's future over the next half-century. The significant opportunities for economic growth in this region are also accompanied by challenges related to the objectives of certain world powers that do not share our democratic and liberal principles. We must respond to this reality in a number of ways, Madame la Présidente, including in the way foreign investment is assessed and examined. In short, the Investment Canada Act plays a key role in protecting Canada's economic interests from hostile foreign actors. It is broad in scope and allows Canada to respond to changing threats that may arise from foreign investment while protecting Canada's openness to beneficial international investment. And again, I'd like to say, Madame la Présidente, this morning the OECD stated in its numbers foreign direct investment in Canada, which obviously operates through the Investment Canada Act to a large degree. Canada, for the first half of this year, came in third place behind the United States. then Brazil, then ourselves. That is all the OECD rankings of over 30 countries. We are on the right path of continuing to grow this economy, attracting foreign investment from all over the world, along with our domestic companies investing. It is broad in scope and allows Canada to respond to changing threats that may arise from foreign investment while protecting Canada's openness to beneficial international investment, Madame la Présidente. The package of amendments proposed in this bill is designed to ensure businesses and investors that Canada has a clear and predictable and stable regulatory regime. The nexus between technology and national security is clear and here to stay. Rapid technological innovation has provided Canada with new opportunities for economic growth, but it has also given rise to new and difficult policy challenges. De plus en plus,
more and more, Canada is being targeted by hostile actors. This threatens both our national security and our prosperity. That's why our government must adapt our tools to better defend ourselves against current and future threats. Around the world, foreign investment is now subject to much greater scrutiny from a national security perspective. And these include the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the security implications of climate change, disruptions to global supply chains, and shifting geopolitical considerations. And we are equipping ourselves today for tomorrow's threats. Canada will remain a destination of choice, therefore, for foreign investment.
We need to make sure we are doing everything we can to foster an innovative, healthy, and growing economy. The guidance and decisions issued over the past several years make clear that some transactions, particularly those by state-owned or state-influenced investors, may be motivated by non-commercial interests and imperatives that could harm Canada's national security. Allow me to repeat, Madame la Présidente, that these types of investments in sectors deemed sensitive currently face enhanced scrutiny under the Investment Canada Act. Our government believes that an effective review regime must be robust, transparent, and flexible to adapt to a changing world, and now is the time to make these changes. I believe the last changes were in 2009. That is why we stand today to vote in favor of this bill, which represents the most significant of the ICA since 2009, Madame la Présidente. We are making important moves now to review and modernize key aspects of the Act while ensuring that the overreaching framework to support foreign investment to grow our economy remains strong and open, and I would add flexible. Our record as a government makes it abundantly clear that where national security is concerned, we will not shy away from decisive action. And our assessment of risk keeps pace with evolving economic and geopolitical circumstances. The ICA already gives us much of the authority we need to intercede and address national security risk that can arise from foreign investment. These amendments build on the strong foundation and will improve the mechanics around national security review of investment. Now is the time to act decisively so we can make sure that Canada will continue to gain the economic benefits of investments while strengthening our ability to address threats to our country and ensure its future prosperity. Madame la Présidente, we recognize that Bill C-34 has undergone a rigorous, robust study spanning across 11 meetings. I applaud the members of the Industry Committee on this process. During those meetings, we've heard from a variety of legal and subject matter experts testifying about the benefits that foreign direct investment has on Canadian businesses, the importance of protecting Canada's hard-earned intellectual property, and the need to ensure a regime that is capable of tackling the emerging national security challenges that Canada and our security partners are facing, the liberal democracies of the world. We've engaged meaningfully with opposition members to discuss their perspective and concerns and worked collaboratively, Madame la Présidente, to bring new amendments that further strengthen the bill. We work together to ensure that Canada's foreign investment regime continues to be the gold standard. Bill C-34 provides us with better tools to protect our national security. It also helps bring Canada into greater alignment with our international partners and allies. My colleagues heard from witnesses at Indu about how important it is for Canada to have a regime comparable to its allies. Having a comparable regime helps to address common threats and maximize our collective effectiveness. Nous comprenons tout que le monde...
We'll understand that the amendments proposed to Bill C-34 will contribute to this important balance. It's about protecting Canadians and Canadian businesses and ensuring that investors continue to see Canada as a destination of choice.
Canada is the first destination of choice for foreign investment. Madame la Présidente, we know that Canada and our allies share similar national and economic security concerns. Our allies are concerned with threat actors operating in multiple jurisdictions to secure a monopoly in critical assets and technology. We see that in the critical minerals vein. It is becoming increasingly more important to share information with allies to support national security assessments to prevent these threats from happening. This new information sharing authority strengthens cooperation between Canada and other like-minded countries to defend against an investor that may be active in several jurisdictions seeking the same technology, for example, and having motives ill toward. That said, Madame la Présidente, Canada would not be obligated to share such information where there are confidentiality or other concerns. Madame la Présidente, esteemed colleagues, I want to thank you for your attention today. I can assure you that our approach is pragmatic, principled, and collaborative, and provides a solid framework to address evolving geopolitical threats while allowing Canada's review regime to be more aligned with our international allies and in the interests of Canadians. The collaborative efforts during the Indu Committee ensures that we meet these goals, which is why I believe that this bill, as amended, should be adopted and referred to the Senate. Madame la Présidente, we are confident that with Bill C-34, Canada will continue to encourage positive investment that will grow our economy, create the good jobs in all ridings across Canada, because I don't think there is a riding in Canada that does not have some form of foreign direct investment in it and that is not infected by foreign direct investment. It should always be done so in a positive, long-term, and sustainable manner. We encourage positive investment without having to compromise on national security, which we know in today's world there are actors, foreign state actors, non-state actors, that have ill intentions towards the liberal democracies of the world, including our blessed home here in Canada. So we need, Madame la Présidente, the best of both worlds. Madame la Présidente, I hope we can work all together to stand for Bill C-34, to get it to the Senate for further study, and make this bill law to strengthen Canada's economic and national security. I believe I have one more minute left, Madame la Présidente. I will say it's been a pleasure to read on this bill this morning. I will also add again, it was great to see the OECD comment on Canada's reputation for foreign direct investment and coming into third place for the first half of the year. We've seen flows in foreign direct investment via countries across the world, Canada being an increasingly destination of choice. Madame la Présidente, the Volkswagen investment, the Stellantis investment, Honda, Toyota, other entities, investments in Kingston, investments in Northvolt in Quebec, investments in BC that are happening just across the board, where we see foreign companies choosing Canada to invest their dollars for their shareholders to create wealth for here in Canada. It's something great to see. We need to encourage it from all sides of the aisle. And I thank my honourable members this morning for their due attention, and I look forward to hearing their questions and comments.
And comments, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank our honourable colleague for his intervention. Madam Speaker, in general, Conservatives like elements in C-34. However, we believe that the bill doesn't go far enough. In the spirit of collaboration, Conservatives put forth 14 amendments, and only 4 were agreed to by our colleagues across the way. It's funny because they always say, don't worry, we'll work collaboratively across the aisle in committee and we'll get things done. Madam Speaker, one of the things that this bill doesn't do is it took away the requirement that there was cabinet oversight in determining whether an investment is a threat to Canada's national security. It gave that sole responsibility to the ministers of industry and public safety. Madam Speaker, through you, I wonder why, I'd like to ask the colleague through you, why this government always preaches collaboration, but in the spirit of unfairness, did not go through or work with Conservatives and other opposition parties to approve or to agree to the other 14 amendments. Thank you.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the honourable colleague from Caribou Prince George, a beautiful part of British Columbia and our blessed nation. for their question. What I would say was great to see that in total, I believe, if it's not about, I think it was 8 amendments that were adopted during the committee study of the bill, which is great to see. 4 of them being from the official opposition. I think that's something that we can all applaud where there was collaboration. In terms of how far the bill goes and doesn't go, the one thing I do want to note and put on record this morning is that independent of where the investment is coming from, whether it's from Russia or China or any other state actor or non-state actor, all processes will be, all investments are reviewed if they need to be so. And in terms of the minister, there is more added flexibility because the minister will take a look at it rather than being a GIC, government and council decision. And that also provides flexibility. There are a number of improvements in this bill. It is a vast update from the 2009 iteration. It's great to see that this has happened. I would say, in my humble view to the member from Caribou Prince George, that there was a lot of collaboration. I see that now sitting on the industry committee with my colleagues from all parties. And it's great to see that we continue to go forward on other pieces of legislation in the same manner.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his important intervention. I wonder if the member can speak to the importance of the NDP amendment to Clause 8, which would allow for the review of foreign investments or takeover to consider intellectual property and remedies to retain benefits in Canada.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the honourable member from Nunavut for that very pertinent and direct question. I believe that an amendment was adopted, and I believe if it's relevance to what the honourable member was referring to ensure that that we examine any effects of any rights related to intellectual property where their development was funded by the Government of Canada. So I think that is one of the tangents that the honourable member is asking for. Intellectual property in itself is something very, very important in today's world. Intellectual property in terms of even patents being put in place in different jurisdictions has different effects. We know that. Intellectual property is something that we always need to examine. It's changing rapidly, and we need to have a regime in place here in one process and one tangent with the Investment Canada Act, which directly examines that, because it is very important for our national and economic security. Thank you, Madame the President.
For Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague sharing this morning. He spoke to the importance of working together with our security partners and our allies, and certainly over the past 8 years we have watched that relationship crumble to some degree with a lack of interest often in even including us in conversations. And I'm a little confused as to why the government did not respond to our recommendation to provide exemptions to our 5I intelligent state-owned enterprises. These are our allies, people that we have good relationship potential with and trust each other. So the Conservatives proposed an exemption to prevent an overly broad review process, which was rejected by the government. So rather than focusing on real and serious threats to safety, the government would seem to rather utilize its time and resources on scrutinizing our most trusted security partners. So what's the rationale for not moving forward with that recommendation?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame the President. In terms of Canada's relationship with our 5 Hours partners or groups, that is a very robust relationship. It's a very strong relationship. It's a relationship that exists for many years and I would say decades. It's a relationship where day-to-day people working for the Government of Canada and our security and defence apparatus are in contact with the folks from their pertinent peers. It is something that all governments need to value and respect, and we know that. And Canada is at the table on a multilateral basis in many organizations throughout the world. In terms of the question that the honourable member had in terms of a review of investments, personally, when I examine foreign direct investments, we must have the mind where we don't put in place exemptions. You obviously understand who your allies are in the liberal democracy of the world, whether it's the United States or Australia, the UK, and other countries, but putting in place exemptions, I personally feel is not the right way to pursue the legislative process in the Investment Canada Act. It must be broad enough to handle certain unique situations, but must be focused focused in the place where if there are investments coming from state and non-state actors, that the process is robust and has the capacity to review them for the national security and economic considerations. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my colleague's speech, I found it very optimistic. He mentioned that he thought it was a positive thing that there's foreign investment in Canada. And I agree. Everyone wants foreign investment. When people invest here, it means that there's activity that's going to create economic growth. I've got nothing against that. But the little problem is that you have to know what is the investment. So you have to at least be able to examine those investments. For 2020, 2021, not even 2% of the foreign investments were reviewed. So I think there's a bit of a problem there. It seems to me that at times the interests behind those investments are not necessarily the same as our interests. So we need to have a way of reviewing those investments to tell whether or not they're in our interests. Don't you think the government's just a little bit too optimistic when it comes to this? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very important one because foreign investment is very important to our economy. It's very important to our national security. And it's also very important for our future. The future of our constituents and his as well.
Investment in Canada. It is very important that a modernized bill come through, C-34. The last time the ICA was reviewed was 2009. The economic world and the technological world has changed greatly since 2009 to 2023 that we're in. We need this bill to move forward. I do say that the collaboration that was seen on industry committee was something very important. It was great to see, Madame la Présidente, and we continue to move forward on a bill that is in the interests of all Canadians and our economic future. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened intently to the honourable member's speech and his answers to questions, but what I didn't hear from him was an explanation about why he and his colleagues voted against the amendment in committee that would have sent every acquisition by a company headquartered in a hostile state like China or Russia to an automatic national security review, a legitimate national security power that we wanted to give their minister, but yet they refused it. Can this member tell us, please, why his party continues to be soft on China and Russia?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge in 25 seconds.
I thank the honourable member who sits on the industry committee, and I would say with regards to, for example, with regards to Russia, we are not soft in any manner of thing. I think investments with regards to coming from China, from Russia, any other state or non-state actor, they're all reviewed very judiciously, very diligently by the folks that are covered under the Investment Canada Act. They will continue to do so. We need to ensure that folks' intention when they're investing in Canada are in our national security interests, are also obviously help their shareholders in terms of their creation of wealth for themselves and so forth. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased for the opportunity to speak to a bill that Conservatives believe is critical to the safety and security of Canadians. At face value, C-34 amends the Investment Canada Act with the intent to bolster Canada's foreign investment review process and increase penalties for certain instances of malpractice or contravention of the Act. Canadians could consider this bill an attempt by the Liberals to take threats posed by some cases of foreign investment seriously. However, we live in an increasingly volatile world, and as we have seen over these past few months, Canada is not immune to infiltration and manipulation from abroad. In the past, Liberals have failed to thoroughly review transactions involving Chinese state-owned enterprises. This pattern is repeating itself through C-34. Namely, Clause 15 removes the obligation for any foreign investment to be subject to a mandatory consultation with Cabinet. On this side of the floor, we believe that Canada's economic and security interests are paramount, and that this bill doesn't go far enough to protect them. That's why we put forward 14 very reasonable amendments at committee that would have intensified the review process of business acquisitions from foreign state-owned entities. Unfortunately, the Liberals and the NDP rejected all but 4 of them. They are critical to improving the bill nonetheless, and so I'm going to touch on each of them here. First, the government was prepared to pass a bill that would have given carte blanche access to investment from state-owned enterprises, no matter their relationship with Canada. There were no provisions that would require any investment by a state-owned enterprise to be subject to an automatic national security review when the government introduced this bill. Our amendment reduced the threshold to trigger a review from $512 million to $0, meaning all state-owned enterprise investment in Canada must undergo a national security review. Secondly, Conservatives introduced an amendment which would ensure that the acquisition of any assets by a state-owned enterprise would be subject to review under the National Security Review process. It guarantees that not only new business establishments, acquisitions, and share purchases are considered under the review, but all assets are included in this process. Another very good amendment to this bill. Third, when the government introduced this bill, it failed to address concerns regarding companies that have previously been convicted of corruption charges. This one makes no sense to me at all. Our Conservative amendment now, fortunately, requires that an automatic national security review is conducted whenever a company with a past conviction is involved. And finally, the government would have been happy to pass a bill that gives more authority and discretion to their minister, despite multiple blunders over the past 8 years, to take seriously the real threats posed by some foreign investments. The original bill would have left it to the minister to decide whether to trigger a national security review when the threshold was met. Our amendment addresses this oversight and makes a review mandatory rather than optional when the $1.9 billion threshold is met. Madam Speaker, I don't understand why the government would not automatically have included this in the bill. It concerns me that so many pieces of legislation coming through this government are giving more and more authority to individual ministers and not to those beyond them to make sure that within Cabinet and certainly with the oversight of this whole House, that those things truly are transparent and sober thought has been applied. These amendments are crucial elements, the 4 that I've mentioned, to strengthening this bill. But the Liberal NDP government also denied Canadians further protections by rejecting some other key improvements that we really do feel should have been there. Witnesses at the committee stressed that many Chinese enterprises operating internationally are indentured to requests from the CCP, even if they're privately owned. That almost seems like an oxymoron, doesn't it? Instead of taking sensitive transactions seriously, the Liberals and the NDP rejected our amendment to modify the definition of a state-owned enterprise to include companies headquartered in an authoritarian state such as China. In addition, the Coalition chose not to provide exemptions to Five Eye intelligence state-owned enterprises. Conservatives proposed an exemption to prevent an overly broad review process, which they rejected. Rather than focusing on real and serious threats to safety, the government would rather utilize its time and resources on scrutinizing our most trusted security partners. This makes no sense, Madam Speaker. Clearly, this government has struggled to get things done in a timely manner, and this would have been an opportunity for them to be far more efficient and also show an improving relationship with our Five Eye partners and allies. Lastly, rather than supporting our amendment to create a list of sectors considered strategic to national security, the Liberal and the NDP chose to leave the process up to regulation and put it at risk of becoming a political exercise, which Canadians are very concerned about when it comes to this government, where stakeholders may invoke national security concerns to protect their own economic interests. clearly this government has failed over and over again to show that it is truly operating in the best interests of Canadians. I'm glad to say that our amendments that we were able to pass turned a minor process bill into a major shift in our nation's approach to foreign takeovers of Canadian companies, but there's still more that could be done to improve it. As it's currently written, the bill gives the Ministry of Industry and Public Safety near sole authority to bypass Cabinet and approve projects coming into Canada. Given past precedent, Conservatives have been sounding the alarm for years on why this will be a critical mistake. I'm reminded of when the minister neglected to conduct a full national security review of part China-owned Hytera Communications purchase of BC Norstat International in 2017. 21 counts of espionage later, the United States Federal Communications Commission blacklisted Hytera in 2021 due to, I quote, an unacceptable risk to the national security of the United States. But it wasn't until 2022 that the minister was left scrambling when the RCMP suspended its contract with Norstat for radio frequency equipment. Shockingly, Public Service and Procurement Canada confirmed that security concerns were not taken into consideration during the bidding process for the equipment. This, of course, raises alarms. The Liberals also failed to consult Canada's own communications security establishment on the contract. Instead, the contract was merely awarded to the lowest bidder, which also is interesting because quite often it seems we're hearing of funds being shared by this government with organizations that simply don't do anything for Canadians with the money that they're given. Why was this allowed to happen? Why was a piece of technology that was meant to ensure secure communication within Canada's National Police Force contracted out to a company accused of compromising national security around the world, as well as serving as a major supplier to China's public security ministry? Let's go back to 2020 when the government was prepared to award Nuktek with a $6.8 million deal to provide Canada's embassies and consulates with X-ray equipment. Now, Nuktek is again Chinese-based and founded by the son of a former Secretary General of the CCP. Deloitte Canada reviewed the offer and made a staggering recommendation to the government that it should only install security equipment in Canadian embassies if it originates from companies with national security clearance. Deloitte found that their hardware and software had advanced beyond the government's existing security requirements to the point that their X-ray machines are actually capable of gathering information and accessing information networks. Again, huge alarm bells. Global Affairs Canada did not review Nuktek for risks to national security during its procurement process, nor was the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity asked to conduct its own review. You know, this government often says we will do better, we can do better. But these things are happening over and over and over again. All this might have been too little too late, however, as the government has awarded 4 additional CBSA contracts to Nuktek since 2017. This government's laissez-faire attitude to national security is simply beyond comprehension, Speaker. But it doesn't end there. This government also can't be trusted to safeguard the security of Canadians because they cannot even follow their own rules. In March of 2021, the minister updated guidelines for national security reviews for transactions involving state-owned enterprises and Canada's critical minerals. Less than a year later, the same minister violated his own rules by expediting the takeover of the Canadian Neo-Lithium Corporation by Chinese state-owned Xinjiang Mining. Once again, this was done without a national security review. And to make matters worse, the minister defended his decision by refusing to order them to divest from Neo-Lithium while ordering 3 other Chinese companies to divest their ownership of 3 other critical mineral firms. It's just confusing to me, Madam Speaker, that they would be so inconsistent, I guess is the word I would use. Speaker, the hypocrisy is astounding. The government is once again picking winners and losers, and it's disconcerting who they are choosing to be winners. But this time, national security, too, is on the table. This cannot be allowed to continue. We have seen a pattern of missteps by this government on how programs and projects are approved. Over the last 8 years, there's been an unacceptable shift towards putting more power within the hands of ministers and outside advisory councils, with little or no accountability to this place. We certainly see that, and Canadians see it too. There is less and less of a sense of responsibility in this place to Canadians. It's as though the government can simply go ahead and provide its ministers with legislation that gives them carte blanche ability to do things, along with organizations and advisory councils that are outside of this place and do not have the proper oversight that this place, this House of Commons that reflects Canadians, certainly should have. Often, we find that appointed advisory councils are established at the minister's discretion, prior to a bill even being signed into law. That just shows the incredible lack of respect of this government to due process in this place. Other times, we see that the Liberals just can't seem to pick a lane. With C-27, for instance, the Privacy Commissioner's new powers to investigate contraventions of the Consumer Privacy Protection Act were diminished by a Personal Information and Data Tribunal. In this tribunal, only 3 of its 6 members were required to have experience in information and privacy law.
May I, yes, I have to interrupt the honourable member for a point of order, and I believe it's about the noise in the lobby. Yes, can I ask? Okay, the Sergeant of Arms has been out to address the issue. Thank you. The honourable member for Yorkton Millville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for making note of that. I appreciate it from you both. In effect, the tribunal was equipped with power equivalent to a superior court of record, which could overrule any opinion of the Privacy Commissioner. With today's bill, we see the government choosing the path of consolidated power in the hands of 2 ministers. We will continue to push for the deletion of Clause 15 to ensure that cabinet decisions making is central to the investment review process and not a ministerial power grab. Perhaps we are looking for assistance from the Senate on that. Cabinet decision making is at the heart of executive power of our system of government. We want to ensure that no single minister can make the same mistakes that we have seen repeated here time and time again. Canadians are depending on us to push for these things to take place. They are sensing less and less of an influence and a control as the democratic individuals in this country who vote for the people who sit in this place, including ministers. And so it's really important that we can continue to push this government to include the whole process, especially including as well that cabinet intervention. The Liberals missed their chance to broaden the scope of C-34 so that it would be applicable to changing geopolitical realities. It was a chance to ensure that Canadians and Canadian interests have a dominant say in what gets built in our country, gets purchased in our country, and how our resources are managed. And above all, to ensure that they are protected from complex and risky foreign interests. I know even in my own province of Saskatchewan, there's a great deal of concern about the movement into our country, even in regard to purchasing of our land. If there's one thing that Canadians are very concerned about, well, they're concerned about all of it, but that our land belongs to Canadians and that it isn't taken over, our agricultural industry and others, by foreign entities. As I asked of this government earlier in the debate on this bill, why should Canadians allow this minister to strip away any sense of accountability to Cabinet or this House and empower himself in such a way? It isn't in the best interest of Canadians. It's not actually in the best interest of any minister who is actually concerned about ensuring that they are doing what is absolutely best for Canadians by limiting it to their own office and to the bureaucracy, rather than taking into account the voices across this House and within their own cabinet that represent Canadians. Madam Speaker, when we form government, Canadians will breathe a sigh of relief on so many levels. And they can rest assured that we will always take a thorough look at the long-term implications of foreign investment, about how they will affect our constituents, our economy in the long term, and our reputation as a safe and reliable destination for international investment and for the investment of Canadians. I do want to thank the Speaker and this House for the opportunity to share the speech today. As I have a couple of minutes left, serving on the Standing Committee for Veterans Affairs, I just want to take advantage of this opportunity to speak on behalf of my communities and my constituents, and indeed as a member of that standing committee, all Canadians, opportunity to say thank you to our veterans and to our serving members, as well as our reservists who are potentially facing deployment in the near future. Everyone who serves this country and goes and is deployed or working within the system of national defense deserve our greatest respect, our greatest support, and please, I encourage everyone to make sure you go out to that Remembrance Day service. I know many have taken place this week. Unfortunately, being here, I've not been able to participate at home, but we need to make sure that in the large numbers that should be there, we come out and support our veterans. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Teacher.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, it's interesting comments the member has put on the record. What I would like to suggest to her and anyone that might be following the debate, if you were to contrast what the member just finished saying and compare it to Stephen Harper when he went to China and he came back with the Investment Protection Agreement for China and Canada. Contrast everything that the Prime Minister did behind closed doors in a secretive way, comes up with an agreement that is enforceable by law, and the manner in which it was done, Madam Speaker. Then take a look in terms of what C-34 actually does. A modernization from 2009. And what you'll find is through technology and other advancements like AI, it's made a huge difference. And it's one of the reasons why we have C-34 today. My question to the member is, would she not recognize that the Investment Protection Agreement and the manner in which it was done under Stephen Harper contradicts virtually everything that she said in her speech?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. That was a great question because the answer to that is what the previous speaker said. The world has changed incredibly. China is not what China was at that point in time, and the reality is that this C-30... Would the member like to hear my answer?
Answer the question that was asked without heckling. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Madam Speaker, no, truly. The world has changed, and China is on a different path, a significantly different path. And the member who spoke previous to me from his side of the floor made that really clear, that we have a lot of circumstances taking place in the world. And yet, my perspective is, and that of many Canadians, that this government is far from impacting the influence of China in this country. They are lagging, they are not doing what they should be doing, and they are putting our country's national protection at risk.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments.
Mon Dieu. Non. L'honorable député de Rimouski, Néjet et Misquata-les-Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Permettez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to offer my thoughts to the families of Groupe TVA. We found out that 547 people have lost their jobs. That's a significant loss for my region. A lot of jobs depend on TVA. We hope the federal government will be supportive. We also need a $500 million emergency fund to support media, which is vital for democracy. Now, coming back to the subject we're debating today, C-34. My colleague's speech had something in it that I found surprising. The government tabled this bill to get it passed as quickly as possible, but the Conservatives, who are usually in favor of the economy, tabled a motion asking to exclude all foreign crown corporations unless they belong to Five Eyes nations. That would slow down foreign investment. I'll give you an example. 40% of European investment in Canada is in Quebec. We're thinking of Airbus, a French and German company that makes aircraft. If the Conservative Party's motion were passed, it would seriously undermine foreign investment in Quebec. I would like my colleague to say how she thinks it makes sense to block all foreign investment outside of Five Eyes countries. I think it's possible to have alliances with other democratic societies. Thank you.
Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in reference to the first part of the member's intervention here, talking about the loss of jobs, you know, in Canada, our economy is suffering on all levels. And it's due, in a large part, to what was happening before even COVID took place. And that was that investment in Canada was running the other direction because of the lack of confidence in this government and seeing the involvement in extending the time it takes to invest in our country. And we've seen that on every level. Also, we've seen with this government the intervention and the interference in freedoms of speech and ability to communicate in this country. So there are all kinds of things impacting our ability as a nation to prosper that this government has had a hand in. And so I am just very encouraged with the fact that in due course, that will all change.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When Stephen Harper was in power, he thought nothing of selling Canada's natural resources to communist state-owned China. He sold off Nexon to $15 billion. He signed the Secret of China Free Trade Agreement with communist China. Now the Conservatives are saying, well, those were different times. That was a different communist China. It's the Liberals who are to blame. There is no shortage of blame of selling off our country on behalf of the Liberals or Conservatives. But the other thing that Stephen Harper sold off were two world-class mining companies, Inco and Falconbridge, selling Falconbridge to the corporate raider Glencore. Immediately, we lost one of the world-class copper facilities, and we've lost all the investment that used to happen in northern exploration from Falconbridge because Glencore is just a corporate raider, and Stephen Harper knew that. But I'd like to ask the honourable member, if she's talking about how dangerous the world is today and how much things have changed, why her leader refuses to get security clearance so he even knows what he's talking about when we're dealing with the international crises that are facing us. Why is this the only leader in the history of this country who refuses to take his responsibility seriously and get the clearance so he actually knows what he's talking about in dealing with issues, whether it's China, whether it's Hamas, whether it's any of these issues that are facing us today?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always enjoy listening to what the member has to say. Seriously, we all have clearance here. And the reality is that this government is doing a horrific job of caring for Canadians. And I am very proud of the fact that my leader is resonating across this nation, bringing people hope, bringing people a sense of being valued, because he understands that his role when he moves across that floor as Prime Minister is first servant to this country, not someone who is going to take advantage of his elitism and his ability to basically undermine the very basic foundations of this nation that Canadians are desperate to have again.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's always something when the NDP stand up and slander another member of Parliament, whether it's a leader or just a member of official opposition.
To interrupt the Honourable Member, there's a point of order from the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
The question of security clearance is not slander. I would ask the member to withdraw that comment. That was a cheap shot, and it undermines his credibility.
Well, yeah, this is very subjective, but it is debate, and I think we We are going to avoid going there. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George, if he could be judicious in his comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, I want to ask our honourable colleague who gave a great intervention on C-34, why an amendment as common sense as this modified, and I quote, modified the definition of state-owned enterprise to include any company, entity headquartered in an authoritarian state like China, why that failed. Why the amendment that says seeks to list specific sectors necessary to preserve Canada's national security rather than a systematic approach, why that failed. Madam Speaker, or another amendment allows the Government of Canada to maintain ownership of intangible assets that have been developed in whole or in part by taxpayer funding, that failed. Allows the Minister to go back and review past state-owned acquisitions through national security review process to allow for more flexible review process. And that failed. And why, Madam Speaker, why the NDP and Liberal government coalition, why they blocked these amendments. Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask our honourable colleague as to why she feels that that took place.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you to my colleague for that question. You know, I wish I could get into the inner workings of the minds of our Liberal NDP and now Bloc coalition, why they do what they do. We certainly sense and know and have experienced from the examples I gave that this government has failed miserably over and over and again to give good reviews and to do what they should do on behalf of Canadians. There seems to be, and this perhaps is just the views of myself and the folks where I come from, that this government has a different attitude towards some of these countries that should not have the access that they do to foreign investment in our country. And we want to see Canadians.
We'll have to leave it at that. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to highlight something that's going to happen tomorrow. For those who like rap, a local artist, there was an event for emerging music, and one of our artists received an award during this event. This artist had a very successful first album. Tomorrow, November 10, a recording label will be celebrating its 20th anniversary. It's a label that focuses on rap, which is unique. Decorias, Samian, and other French language artists. So it's important for me to mention that Steve Jolin is going to be recognized as part of this 20th anniversary celebration for this recording label. However, I'm rising today to speak to Bill C-35, or rather 34, and its importance for us. It amends the Investment Act. The Bloc Québécois supports the bill. It strengthens the federal government's power to monitor foreign investments that could compromise Canada's national security. Bill C-34 strengthens ministerial authority by allowing, among other things, the imposition of conditions during the national security review period, as well as the acceptance of undertakings to mitigate national security risks. These amendments, clearly necessary, reflect the logical evolution of an increasingly interconnected world, where foreign investment plays a vital role in Quebec and Canada's economic development. Think of the minerals needed for producing technological goods or electrifying transportation. These minerals become essential. They have strategic value. They can even affect national security. Think of our companies in the fields of life sciences or quantum technologies, or all companies currently emerging in the field of artificial intelligence.
In all these fields any investment from a state government or foreign company will automatically be subject to an initial assessment for in-depth study. For example, in China, it would be subject to a national security review and systematically rejected unless the investor can convincingly demonstrate real benefits, real net benefits. Very important. And in doing so, C-34 and the new Critical Minerals Directive should put the brakes on foreign monopolization of the resource, which makes our industry entirely dependent, and I defended this vigorously at committee. These are good mechanisms for Quebec. They protect our supply chains, companies, and sovereignty from ill-intentioned foreign investment. The new review process is essentially a copy of what's being done in the U.S., a harmonization that our companies also want. Its adoption will increase the chances that Americans will continue to regard us as a reliable partner, a prerequisite for being a preferred supplier well integrated into their supply chains. The Americans have agreed to include Canada in their supply chain for critical minerals. And this is important. They have lifted the most protectionist measures of the Inflation Reduction Act. Since Bill C-34 did achieve its objectives, the main one being to align our security policies with those of the U.S., an essential prerequisite for including Canada in their industrial modernization strategy, particularly with the development of the electrical sector. Madam Speaker, I did participate in a discussion on this topic in Washington and 2 years ago and last year with the Minister of Innovation and Industry and Science, who was accompanied by the Minister of Defense at the time. We mentioned these strategic issues, and they are quite relevant in terms of maintaining our competitive edge. I appreciated the government's openness, agreeing to consider clarifying the purchase of a company's assets is equivalent to the purchase of the company itself. And I repeat, the purchase of a company's assets is equivalent to the purchase of the company itself. If a company has mines and resources and we buy the company, we also buy those assets. It's something very important because it is a necessary clarification, particularly in the case of intangible assets such as IP patents, where there was a gap in previous legislation. It's crucial that our laws protect national interests, including intellectual property. And perhaps there may be a crack in the government's action. How do we protect IP? Are we going far enough? And several witnesses mentioned this during our committee studies. How could we do even more? They asked. And on some amendments, our position was more nuanced. I support the idea of taking IP into account when reviewing transactions, as it strengthens our national security and protects our strategic assets. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to inform you of our other ideas that emerged during our work at the Industry and Technology Committee. First, fundamentally, transparency. One of the most significant changes that the Bloc vigorously advocated concerns transparency provisions. We heard from witnesses that this was an important issue and one that was also reflected in the technical documents presented to us. I insisted on the need for greater transparency in national security decision-making mechanisms, and this includes more information from the agencies responsible for national security decisions. This is a legitimate demand that comes largely from the professionals who accompany the parties involved in this type of transaction, and also from anyone who wishes to understand how decisions are made and what criteria are taken into account. The minister's obligation to publicly present decisions is a substantial step forward in promoting public understanding and allows citizens, businesses, and all stakeholders to better understand the process and the motivations behind decisions related to national security. We thus obtained a commitment from the minister to disclose some information specifically a requirement for the parties involved in the transaction to disclose the names of the beneficiaries of the new company resulting from the acquisition or merger with Quebec or Canadian company. We remain firmly committed to acting in the best interests of Quebec, ensuring that the preservation of our national interests is in harmony with our democratic values and our quest for open and transparent governance. I'll give you an example. Rona, the acquisition was something we're proud of in Quebec. It's one of our best companies. It was bought out by Lowe's, and we realized that almost a decade later, the impact of this in terms of local supply obligations and the number of employees that were kept at the headquarters and at the various branches in Quebec, we realized that we never made the conditions public. And if they had been made public, perhaps we would have been better informed and we would have better means to have held the company accountable. We don't know if this was in the best interest of Quebec when they lost the headquarters. So we don't want to see this happen. Another issue, thresholds. The Bloc calls on the government to go much further and also improve foreign investment control in general, always with a view to preserving our head offices, our economic levers, and control of our resources, which Bill C-34 fails to do. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to think about another bill. We tried to do this at committee, but the reality is that we couldn't present it because there were people didn't think about it. Bills, if we could have enhanced something in this bill or added a new provision, well, it would have been nice. Unfortunately, this didn't happen, and now the government has restricted and limited the amendments to Bill C-34 to the issue of national security with regard to foreign investment. And I think there was a certain consensus around the table that the government missed an opportunity to review the thresholds to which company mergers and acquisitions must be subject, especially in terms of ensuring that foreign investments are to Canada's net advantage. So it's important for anyone who's interested in foreign investment. So we would like to continue to press the government to table a new bill to review other sections of the Investment Canada Act. The government's blind spot lies in the neglect of the preservation of our economic levers, a critical aspect often relegated to the shadow of immediate concerns. The reality is becoming alarming and more pronounced with each passing year. Of the 1,255 FDI projects totaling $87 billion submitted last year, only 24 would have been considered as having an impact on national security if the present law had been in place at the time. So all of this would have an impact on approximately 2% of our projects, and that's far from enough. The remainder, the 1,221 investment projects, remain subject to the old tax rules, with less than 1% of them undergoing in-depth scrutiny to assess their true net economic benefit. So more than 97% of investment projects thus escape scrutiny every year, and this raises questions about our ability to monitor transactions. And the gap in the protection of our economic levers is the result of the growing fragility of the ICA, with an increasingly high review threshold, leaving the vast majority of foreign investments without any substantial assessment of their impact on our economy. It's imperative that this government fill this blind spot by strengthening control mechanisms and reaffirming its commitment to preserving our long-term economic sovereignty. Because over the years, the Investment Act has been weakened. The threshold below which the government doesn't even review an investment continues to rise, with virtually all investments passing through like clockwork, without the Investment Canada Act giving the government the power to assess whether it's advantageous. The current legislation established in the mid-'80s, assumes that complete liberalization of investment is favorable, considering almost any foreign investment to be beneficial, whether it leads to a loss of decision-making levers and head offices, or resulting in the weakening of Montreal's financial position, or the total dependence of our companies on foreign suppliers, or possible land grabbing, or loss of control over our natural resources. It's really surprising we haven't taken action. And focusing solely on national security, C-34 does not address the gradual loss of control that Quebecers and Canadians have over their economy, an economy that is in full transition. We can no longer allow this to take place. COVID also allowed us to think about many things in terms of the impact of the devaluing of some assets and our reliance on supply chains. In terms of vaccine production, we had to rely on foreign production. So if we had had national companies, we could have protected them and still have assets in Canada. It would have cost much less. And also in terms of protecting our security and safety, would have done more. So that's why we call on the government to introduce another bill to modernize the entire Investment Canada Act, not just the national security section. National security is all well and good, but so is economic security. In particular, the government must significantly lower the threshold below which it authorizes foreign investment without review. With a focus on national security, C-34 raises legitimate concerns among Quebecers and Canadians. While the protection of national security is a crucial element of the legislation, it must not mask the gradual loss of control over our economy. As citizens concerned about our economic future, we call on the government to go beyond simply revising the national security section of the Investment Canada Act and take a more holistic approach to modernizing the legislation. National security is undeniably a major concern for any government. However, it's equally important to consider economic security. The economic well-being of every province is closely linked to our ability to protect and promote our local industries. The federal government must pave the way for greater recognition of innovation zones and the efforts made by players in these vital areas. For example, Abitibi-Témiscamingue is rich in new economy minerals. We have expertise in this field and the ability to make Quebec shine. Once again, I encourage and invite the minister and those who advise him to recognize our unique nature and the leaders in my community by working with us to increase economic activity near the mines and protect the efforts made in the development of these enterprises so coveted by foreigners. The government must act decisively to lower this threshold considerably to effectively protect our economic interests. The Bloc has raised this concern on several occasions, and we have conveyed it to the minister and his officials every time the Investment Act has come up for discussion. The current threshold is too high, which means that potentially sensitive transactions escape the scrutiny of competent authorities. Lowering the threshold for foreign investment will enable the government to better control transactions that could have a negative impact on our economy. This doesn't necessarily mean that all foreign investment must be blocked, but we must be able to carefully assess each case and impose conditions if necessary to ensure that these investments truly benefit Quebec or other places in Canada. By modernizing the entire Investment Canada Act, the government can also put in place mechanisms to encourage investment in key sectors of our economy. Tax incentives, targeted subsidies, and other incentives can be used to attract domestic and foreign investment in areas such as technology, R&D, manufacturing, and many other essential sectors such as aeronautics, for example. In addition, modernizing the law can help ensure that foreign investment does not compromise our economic sovereignty by allowing foreign players to take control of our strategic companies. Appropriate control mechanisms must be put in place to ensure that Canadian companies remain under Canadian control and of course Quebec companies as well, and in Quebec control when necessary to protect our interests. And it's important to note that modernizing the Investment Canada Act should not be seen as isolationist measures. We recognize the value of international trade and foreign investment in our economy. However, it is our duty to protect our long-term economic interests. Owning our resources is thus a fundamental issue, and the government has a responsibility to strike a balance between national and economic security. By modernizing the Investment Canada Act to take both into account, we can ensure that our economy remains strong, competitive, and sovereign. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker? 1 minute. Sorry. I'd like to go a bit further in terms of the example of the pandemic. Something was interesting. Companies like air transit were losing value. They were kind of the same situation. We did a study on the Investment Canada Act and the potential impact, and C-34 stems from the work we did at committee and the recommendations that were produced during COVID. And one of the concerns that I had at the time was that because of economic situations such as COVID, which lead to inflation, we're never sheltered from a recession, and issues like that crop up with CEBA and that threaten our small companies, and many companies still haven't paid back their CEBA loans, and there are many companies that are still at risk. And we could have, if we had lowered the thresholds and provided better protection, then perhaps we could have saved these strategic assets. So the whole current situation, leads us to believe that it's a good idea to lower these thresholds to protect growth. So in conclusion, Bill C-34, by focusing primarily on national security, does not adequately address the gradual loss of control that Quebecers and Canadians are experiencing over their own economy. It's imperative that the government introduce another bill to modernize the entire Investment Canada Act, significantly lowering the threshold for foreign investment, putting in place incentives to stimulate domestic and foreign investment in strategic sectors, and protecting our economic sovereignty. I'll say it once again, national security is important, but so is economic security. Our future depends on it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillers-Kamouraska. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is an important issue for my colleague, and we proposed an amendment, one that could have added, well, in the new formulation of the legislation, the Minister of Public Safety and Minister of Innovation were the only ones that could consider whether an investment is good or not for a country. And if both ministers, well, if they're from different areas and neither of them are from Quebec, these ministers would have the absolute power to decide whether an investment is right for Canada or not, without considering Quebec's interests. If we did have projects, as my colleague mentioned in his speech, for Quebec, so how come they did not support this recommendation? The Bloc did not support it at committee. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, a colleague that I really appreciate at the Industry Committee, notably for his strong defense of Quebec's interests. He's also an entrepreneur himself, and we know some of the shortcomings. He knows some of the shortcomings that can happen when foreign companies buy up our assets. We know with globalization, we don't know what will happen. Perhaps there will be things in Rivière-du-Loup. But in the current legislation, there were limits that were considerable. And if the Conservatives do come to power, I hope they will rapidly table a bill, if they form the government, to ensure that our concerns are allayed and we can lower thresholds. It's absolutely essential to protect our strategic sectors. There's the whole issue of transparency. If a minister is not from Quebec, well, they have the same ability to defend Quebec's interests. That's a legitimate concern. Quebec's economy is very different. It is focused on strategic sectors that are often different from other sectors that are important in Canada. Canada, for example, in aeronautics does not have a national policy, something that's shameful. Sometimes we have bills that are that include no calls for tenders in aviation, and the Canadian government doesn't seem to be doing its work to protect the Canadian economy. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I like to think that we have a lot in common. And when I think of province of Manitoba compared with Quebec and industries, whether it's the aerospace industry, pork industry, there's so much that is in common. But the other thing that we share in common is the fact that we have incredible capabilities and potential. And Bill C-34, Madam Speaker, what it does is it ensures that there's a better safeguard so that companies, whether they're large or small, whether it's Quebec Hydro, Manitoba Hydro, or the small company startups that are there, that given the changes in technology and AI, that our industries need to be protected from foreign investment. And this bill modernizes it and brings us that much closer to providing a higher sense of comfort. And I would ask if the member would not agree.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I recognize that Manitoba and Quebec have certain things in common. For example, I still dream about seeing a Nordiques match in Winnipeg, so I think there's something to be done there. And I also recognize that the economy evolves. It's constantly changing. So the points the member for Winnipeg North raises are always very helpful, and I would encourage him to sometimes leave the House, get out of the House, and raise those points in other fora. But I think there are limits imposed on us by this act, and we needed to modernize it to reflect the new economy. And so we've been evaluating C-27, and there's the need to protect data on behalf of all Quebecers and Canadians. But when AI comes in and it comes to protecting our cultural sovereignty, and of course I'm thinking of Quebec's, of our language and our accent that the CBC is so concerned about, and then there's patents and people who develop AI and sell it. We need to modernize the legislation. We need to go further. We have a lot of work still to do. But I'd like to thank the government for their cooperation. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Abitibi-Temiskaming for his excellent speech. Well documented, with a lot of information. I really appreciated it, including the reference to the Transparency Initiative. That's quite striking for Quebecers, that example. And I think we need transparency around conditions. So I'd like to hear a bit more about net benefit, because there are conditions at times about retaining jobs and headquarters in Quebec and so on. But could we think about net benefit in terms of the duration too, not just 3 or 6 months, but in the mid to long run? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for that question. It's always cordial, but he pushes us to think a bit deeper about these things. So when it comes to strategic critical minerals, that's essential. For example, there was a mine in my riding, a North American, it was a Chinese-owned company, mining company, that went bankrupt, and because there had been investments made by Quebec and so on, and it was put back on the market, and finally an Australian company took it over, and partnerships were established with Tesla and other companies. So when you think about long-term benefit, I think that's fundamental. When major investments are made by the federal government in GM and so on, and Northvolt, there's currently no guarantee that that these companies will use Quebec suppliers or Canadian suppliers. So whether it's GM vehicles or battery factories, there's no guarantee about who the suppliers will be. And that's something we need to look at in terms of long-term benefit, net benefit. When the government invests heavily in these things, well, then the supply chain should be included in the negotiations. That should be part of the conditions of the deal. And so at each step of processing, in building a battery, for example, then there should be local suppliers involved. There are economic and environmental benefits to local supply chains. Thank you very much.
A commentaire?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my enthusiastic colleague. He always delivers very well-documented, well-researched speeches whenever it comes to innovation and so on, and especially as it affects his constituents in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to come back to the question asked earlier by the member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I was a bit startled by his thought process. He's been here for a long time, and suddenly he's concerned that having ministers from outside Quebec, that could be a disadvantage to Quebec because there could be a concentration of economic interests outside Quebec. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc has been answering that question for a long time. If we just want to defend Quebec's interests, then we need independence. So I'd ask my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue whether he thinks that defending headquarters in Quebec and defending our economy, that often goes against other economic interests like the oil patch elsewhere in Canada. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Rimouski for his excellent question. And I wish there was a reporter here who could have heard how strong he is in defending the interests of my riding and his own. Quebec sovereignty is three things, basically, Mr. Speaker. The ability to levy our own taxes and reinvest them in Quebec's priorities, for example, in battery manufacturing. And also in terms of treaties, when it comes to environmental agreements and so on, the Conservatives have obviously done away with that. And it would be about passing legislation that was purely in Quebec's interest.
Elgin, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to rise here today once again to speak to Bill C-34, which updates the Investment Canada Act. And I spoke to this bill on Monday. It's now Thursday, so not much has happened in the interim. We did consider a report stage amendment and voted on that, an amendment that would take some of the powers invested in the minister in this new act and move that to cabinet. That amendment was defeated, so we're basically back to where we were when it came out of committee at report stage. This act, as I said on Monday, and I'll be repeating some of my comments naturally, is designed to do two main things. It's designed to ensure that foreign investments in Canada have a net benefit to Canadians, and ensure that foreign investments are not detrimental to our national security. And as I said previously, many Canadians will know this act as when in its first iteration back in the 70s as the Foreign Investment Review Act that was brought in at that time because there was a rash of American takeovers predominantly, foreign takeovers of Canadian companies, but predominantly American companies that were moving in as the economy was booming in the 50s and 60s. There was money for these companies to expand, and they moved north and started to buy up Canadian companies. And I remember at that time, I go way back, that there was real concern in Canada about this trend of foreign companies taking over Canadian companies, sometimes moving their operations entirely out of the country, sometimes just keeping them as branch plants of larger multinationals. And so the Foreign Investment Review Act was brought in then to deal with this situation, and it reviewed these transactions as they took place. And, Canadians have always Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I just ran over from committee, so I've got a bit of stuff in my throat. And so these reviews were taking place, and the Foreign Investment Review Agency approved about 90% of them. Canadians are open to investment. We know that we need that investment to grow our economy. But there were 10% of those applications turned down by the Foreign Investment Review Agency in the 70s and early 80s. And this brought upon criticism on that agency by both Liberals and Conservatives who thought, we should be open for investment and we shouldn't be, turning down some of these applications. So in 1984, Brian Mulroney brought in this act, the Investment Canada Act, that replaced the Foreign Investment Review Agency with Investment Canada, and of course saying that he wanted to welcome foreign investment. And true to his word, under the Mulroney government, the new Investment Canada entity didn't turn down any applications for foreign takeovers. And the Liberal governments that followed Mulroney, Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin, had the same record, not one application blocked. So the Harper government was a different story. Harper blocked the sale of British Columbia-based McDonald Detweiler to the American company Alliance, based on both financial benefits to Canadians and the critical technology arguments. And on the other hand, in 2012, the Harper government allowed the $15 billion sale of Canadian oil company Nexen to the Chinese National Offshore Oil Corporation, owned by the Chinese government, and the $6 billion sale of Progress Energy to Malaysia-based Petronas. And then on the same day, Harper changed the Investment Canada Act to block state-owned foreign investment in Canadian oil and gas companies. So a good thing, but essentially closing the barn door after the horses had left. So legislation regulating these foreign takeovers in Canada and Canadian companies has changed from time to time over the past few decades. And foreign investment trends have changed as well. The United States, the share of United States investments in Canada has declined over the past few decades, but it still leads the pack. It's still the main company. Not surprising that deals with foreign takeovers of Canadian companies because of its close proximity and the history of cooperation between the countries. And it's followed by countries like the Netherlands, United Kingdom, Luxembourg, of all things, Switzerland, Japan, China, Germany, Brazil, France, and of course Bermuda. Although I assume, as I said on Monday, I assume Bermuda and Luxembourg are there because that's where Canadian companies are sheltering their profits, not actually bringing out investments from those countries. So it's clear that we need to keep up with the times in regulating foreign investment, and this bill, C-34, is another example of that. Now, information and data are the new oil, and earlier versions of the Investment Canada Act were essentially blind to that. I've talked to numerous companies over the years, especially tech companies, when I was on the Natural Resources Committee and now on the International Trade Committee, Science and Research Committee. And one story I hear repeatedly from those companies is that small Canadian companies, especially tech companies, work hard to develop a new technology, say in hydrogen energy or AI advances. But when it comes to expanding the company to really get their products to market, they need investments. These companies develop the technology, do all the testing, and then they find they have a product that people want. They have to invest to expand the operations to really get it to market. We often call this stage the valley of death because so many companies fail at that stage. And too often in the Canadian tech ecosystem, we don't have big Canadian tech companies that can help invest in these smaller companies. So too often that investment that they attract is to be taken over by foreign companies, companies from the United States, Europe, or China. And with those sales goes the intellectual property, the ideas behind that new technology, the real core of the company's value disappears from Canada immediately. So the present version of the Investment Act allows companies to report takeovers after the fact. So a foreign takeover can happen, and then they report it to Investment Canada. But when that happens, for instance, with a tech company takeover, we need some way of doing the review of this takeover before that transfer of intellectual property happens. So this bill, C-34, implements a pre-implementation filing requirement for certain investments to give that early visibility to situations where there is a risk that the foreign investor would gain access to sensitive assets or information immediately on closing. Because, if critical intellectual property is involved, it's usually too late to stop the transfer of that information if you were doing it after the fact. It's not like the old days when the main value of a company was in the factories it's owned or the rights to natural resources, that sort of thing. So this new pre-implementation filing could help put a stop to that where necessary. We also need, just as an aside, on top of this, in Canada, we really need to develop domestic measures to help develop and protect intellectual property here in Canada so that companies are better prepared when they get to that stage, that they can keep the intellectual property here in Canada where it can be used to help grow our economy. As Canada is the leader in many of these areas that are now very important in the world of technology. AI, I mentioned hydrogen development, hydrogen energy, fusion. There's various technologies that we are the leaders in, and we risk losing that leadership position if gradually all this intellectual property leaks away. So what are some other things that would make this bill even better? Well, first, the Act should mandate the review of an acquisition by a state-owned enterprise of a company previously reviewed by the ICA. So this refers to situations where a foreign company takes over a Canadian company, the Investment Canada reviews it, finds that company is okay, and it looks like Canadian interests would be protected, so they okay it. And then after that happens, the foreign company is then taken over by, say, a foreign state. And this has happened several times with Chinese companies, and I'm going to talk about a couple of those here. And this is a real concern. And I mentioned on Monday the story of a company called Retirement Concepts that owns and operates seniors residence in British Columbia and Alberta and Quebec. These are long-term care homes taking care of our seniors. And I told before the tragic story of a family's loss of both parents to inadequate care in the Summerland Seniors Village, which is one of the Retirement Concepts care homes in BC, very close to where I live. And suffice to say that Retirement Concepts has had a checkered history of investigations for its operations. But even after that, in 2016, Chinese insurance giant Anbang, then a privately held company, bought Retirement Concepts, a transaction that was reviewed and okayed by Investment Canada. But less than a year after that purchase was okayed, the Chinese government seized the Anbang company and jailed its chairman for fraud. And perhaps they knew something that the Canadian government had missed when that review was carried out. So suddenly we have the Chinese government owning a company that is one of the largest providers of long-term care in Canada, and certainly the largest in British Columbia. And not only is it one of the largest providers of long-term care for our seniors, taking care of our mothers and fathers and grandfathers and grandmothers, it's known to provide very poor care for seniors in many situations. In fact, in 2020, the British Columbia government had to seize management control of 4 care homes run by Retirement Concepts because of continuing problems of poor care. Now, it returned that control just over a year later, but it's an indication of the lack of priority Retirement Concepts has had placed on seniors' care. Now, at present, I don't see any direct provisions in the ICA that would allow Investment Canada or the Minister to be able to review the subsequent acquisition by a state-owned enterprise of under the Investment Canada Act approved takeover or merger by a foreign private company. And we have to change this. So the NDP put forward an amendment that would allow for the review of a takeover by a state-owned enterprise of a previously approved acquisition of a Canadian firm. This can be done by establishing the power to require a mandatory divestment of all Canadian assets by entities in these specific circumstances. So here's an example of where we could and should take a big step in that direction. Now, I've been told that the NDP amendment to fix this was ruled out of order because the government claims it now has the power to enforce divestment of any state-owned purchase. And if that's the case, then they should act on Retirement Concepts without delay. This would not only take the Chinese government out of the business of taking care of our seniors, it would be a step towards taking all for-profit enterprises out of seniors' care. There's no place for profit in our healthcare system, and that includes seniors' care. Anbang also features in another cautionary tale about foreign takeovers in Canada, one that highlights the risk of exposing Canadians' privacy and digital rights. And again, in 2016, Anbang was a very busy company in 2016, buying up Canadian companies. The Chinese company Blue Sky took over Invest, that's I-N-N-Vest, because they invested in hotels, a Canadian real estate company that owns, in fact, over 100 hotels in a deal worth $2.1 billion. They were the biggest owners of Canadian hotels. And it's alleged that Blue Sky is just a front for Anbang because that company initially wanted to acquire Invest, and the executive in charge of Blue Sky is a former employee of Anbang. But Investment Canada reviewed the takeover and approved it. And as I mentioned above, a few months later, Anbang seized by the Chinese government. And this development has raised significant concerns regarding privacy issues, among other things. China's Ministry of State Security was reportedly behind the massive cyber attack against the Marriott hotel chain, compromising the personal information of 500 million guests, which has heightened the concerns of the employees and guests of Invest hotels. So we need to amend the Investment Canada Act to allow for a privacy protection review. And another factor to consider in investment review is to prevent the loss of publicly funded research and development from leaving the country, resulting in the loss of jobs and basically the theft of taxpayer dollars. A company called NEMAC received $3 million from the government's Automotive Supplier Innovation Program. But in 2020, NEMAC closed its plant in Windsor where those funds had been used to create new products for General Motors and transferred that technology and those jobs to its operations in Mexico. An NDP amendment passed in committee allows for the review of a foreign takeover to consider the intellectual property whose development was funded by the federal government and to issue remedies to retain the benefits in Canada. So a situation like that of NEMAC won't happen again. The foreign investment review would now also include the effect of the investment on the use and protection of personal information of Canadians, and this would help prevent situations such as we saw in Blue Sky and Anbang. Federal and provincial, industrial, cultural, and economic policies affected by the foreign investment would now be included in the review as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just finish by running through some of the amendments that were passed at committee that strengthened this bill, or at least changed it, and were passed by that committee. One was to allow the investment to be made by a foreign entity, especially state-owned enterprise, to be fully reviewable regardless of the size of the investment. Before, there was a limit, a lower limit to the size of the investment that triggered the review. In Clause 8, there was the NDP amendment that I mentioned that triggered reviews that would see a takeover of a company, that would see a loss of intellectual property and technology that had been funded by the federal government to a foreign company. There's an amendment that would expand the investment review to include partial investments by foreign entities. And another one that would include the fact of a non-Canadian that has been convicted of an offense involving corruption as part of the foreign investment review process. So hopefully, if they found out the head of a company like Anbang was charged with fraud, that would trigger a review right away and probably result in the cancellation of that transaction. There's another amendment to impose interim conditions on both the foreign entity and the target Canadian business during the review process, as long as national security risks are not increased. Another amendment that involves national security instructs the minister to provide copies of any order concerning a foreign investment review to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I'll finish there and just saying, in this new world where ideas and data are more valuable than the natural resources we've so long relied on, we need a new regulatory framework to protect our industries, our workers, and our companies. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the speech by the honourable member, and it started with a false premise. A false premise, yes, it did. It started with a false premise. The honourable member seems to think he's an expert, going back to the Investment Canada Act's introduction, on how many investments have been approved or not approved through the process. And of course he said none, which was completely false. Because even in the Harper government, just briefly, there were two examples. Potash Corp was rejected by the Harper government, as was the sale of the Canadarm to U.S. interest, and was the sale of RadarSat. So the member should do his homework a little more before he speaks about those issues. But on the bill itself, I'd like the member to explain why he thinks that the government believes that Cabinet should not be involved in the decision-making process in any acquisition of a corporation by a foreign entity.
Yes.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from South Shore St. Margaret's for those questions. And I believe he wasn't listening carefully enough, because I never said any of those things. What I said was the Mulroney government didn't. Well, all the examples you gave were from the Harper government, which I praised Harper in this speech, and I don't do that very often. And so I just wanted to point. I just wanted to point that out, because I was saying Harper changed all that, and actually I could have mentioned Potash Corp and all those things, because that was in my notes as well. I just didn't want to go there. But I just want to put that on the record. As to his question about Cabinet versus the minister, the NDP voted with the Conservatives on that amendment, so I think that settles that.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll let the other two figure out the Mulroney versus the Harper era. But what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is that in acknowledging, the member made reference to AI. And Canada, in very real and tangible ways, is in fact leading the world in certain aspects. And AI is so encouraging, and it's so important that by modernizing the legislation, that we are going to be able to have more protection. So that we don't have foreign investment that comes into Canada and then we lose control of some of that critically important AI development. Would he not agree?
The honourable member for South Okanagan. West Kootenay.
Yes, I would totally agree, and I mentioned, I think, briefly in my speech of the need outside this act that controls the investment, the takeovers of Canadian companies. We need to really develop and bolster our intellectual property programs and culture in Canada. We're studying this in the Science and Research Committee right now about how exposed a lot of Canadian research and development is to foreign takeover and foreign theft and just taking because they have the legal right to it, our intellectual property. And that's the value in these companies today is that the intellectual property. And AI is one example, and it's lost so quickly and so easily. So we have to do everything, not just control it in these acquisition regulations, but also in the period of science and research and that which leads up to some of these investments.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What was raised here was about the Stephen Harper years, and Stephen Harper sold off massive amount of natural resources to state-owned Chinese companies in the Nexon takeover, $15 billion, then signed the secretive free trade agreement with China and handed the Chinese Communist Party baskets of blueberries to show our good faith. And now they're saying, well, the world has changed. It was a different communist government then, as they rail about communist governments now because of the Liberal government, but they gave up $15 billion of Canada's natural resources to a foreign state-owned company. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague how it is that he thinks that the Conservatives can now pretend that they're defending the national interest when they sold us down the river every chance they get. That is the history of the Conservative Party. That is the history of Stephen Harper. It's the history of Brian Mulroney, and it's certainly going to be the history, if ever that dark history is written, by the member who represents the party now.
I would just like to know whether there were blueberries from Nova Scotia or New Brunswick or wherever they're from. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I'm sure there were blueberries from British Columbia. They are bigger and better. I would like to thank the member from Timmins, James Bay, for that comment. And I did mention in my speech the fact of, two very significant takeovers that happened during the Harper era. One to basically the Chinese government in our oil patch. The other to Petronas, the Malaysian oil and gas company. And, Canada has, since its inception, relied on its natural resources to be the basis of our wealth. And this is basically our birthright. It's what we have to really develop the Canadian economy. And so I think we have to be very, very careful about any takeovers of companies that give foreign companies, and especially foreign governments, control over our natural resources, especially one so important as oil and gas. So, I think it's ironic, as I mentioned in my speech, that the Harper government then banned the sale of oil and gas companies to foreign entities as soon as they approved those two acquisitions. But I think it's certainly something that we have to really be careful of in the future, and hopefully these incremental changes in C-34 will help let us do that.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires? L'honorable député de Jonquière.
Je suis obligé de me lever, Monsieur le Président.
I must rise, Mr. Speaker, because what was just said was unacceptable. I'm from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, and we're known for our blueberries. So to say that his region has the best blueberries in the world is something that really affects me, is certainly going to anger the entire region I come from. So I invite him to maybe visit the blueberry fields in our area. However, I would like to hear him continue to talk about the importance of developing natural resources in the context of this bill. The honourable member.
Well, thank you. And perhaps I should back down now and apologize for the one part of when I said they were bigger and better. They're certainly bigger in British Columbia. The taste, may be up for debate. But I'd like to thank the member for his question, the last part of his question. I know he's a real advocate for natural resources in Canada and Quebec, and especially forestry. I'm from British Columbia, where forestry has been the driver of our economy for ever since I was born and before that. And it's becoming less and less important now, but it's still a huge part of our economy. And the history of British Columbia forestry is a history of foreign acquisitions that gradually took over a lot of the companies that really control our forest ecosystems in British Columbia. 95% of our forests are basically leased out in very long-term leases and tree farm licenses in British Columbia to private companies, and some of them are held by Canadian companies and some are foreign companies. And this whole process has to be really monitored and regulated very carefully if we are to protect the value of those forests for the future, whether it's value in terms of timber and fiber, or whether it's the value in terms of the watershed, providing clean water, the biodiversity, all the benefits that wild forests can have. And so this is, again, something that we should really be looking at when we think about foreign investments in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last minute or so, I've been sitting in my chair kind of contemplating maybe a private member's resolution at some point in time in the future to talk about blueberries. As the members from BC was talking about the blueberries from BC, my colleague from Fredericton was telling about those lovely blueberries in Fredericton and in the communities around her province, Nova Scotia. And I can attest that there are some blueberries even grown in the province of Manitoba. So from coast to coast to, I believe, the coast in Yukon, you can actually get blueberries. Don't quote me on that, Mr. Speaker. But, what we can all agree to is that blueberries are very healthy. We know that for fact. It's one of those power, what do they call it, power nutritional parts of one's diet, so we should all be eating blueberries no matter where it is that they come from. And I'll wait for the private member's motion at some point in time in the future to add to those thoughts, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, I'm grateful. Today it's C-34 debate, and the Conservative Party did not move a motion of concurrence. That means we actually get to debate the legislation that was intended to be debated, Mr. Speaker. Now, that's how I would start off in terms of good news in recognizing what the Conservatives have provided us the opportunity to have the debate. But you'll recall we did have to bring in time allocation in order to get it into the committee, in order to ultimately get it to third reading. I'm going to continue to be a little optimistic in hopes that everyone, and I listened to the speeches on all sides of the House. And there's a couple of thoughts that come to my mind. Number one, members seem to recognize that it is important that we modernize and update the legislation. And justifiably so, Mr. Speaker. Over the last decade plus, because that's the last time we actually saw any form of substantial changes to the legislation, a lot has changed. In the question that I had posed to the previous speaker, I talked about AI. And it is incredible in terms of just to the degree in which AI has grown in the last number of years. It wasn't that long ago in which, someone was sitting beside me inside the chamber and said to me that, look, pick a topic, Kevin, or I think I see my first name. Pick a topic, Mr. Speaker. And I picked a topic, I used the example of Philippines, and moments later, a speech apparently that I would be comfortable in saying was right there, like 1 minute, a detailed speech about me talking about the Philippines. AI.
I believe you have the point of order from the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Could we have the chat box version instead of the real one? If it might be more to the point, I would certainly be willing to include it, and if we need unanimous consent, I'd support that.
I believe this is just getting into debate, but there you go. And the honourable member can use his first name anytime he wants to. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not that up on technology to be able to talk about the chat box, that particular social media, Mr. Speaker. But the point is that as other members have made reference, that things have changed considerably. And one of those things is, in fact, dealing with things such as technology and amplifying the issue of AI. Now, it's interesting when I listen to the Conservative critic in particular, and one of the reasons why they have so much reservations in seeing this legislation ultimately pass. And we saw that in the statements today and in questions that they're posing. Earlier today, one of the Conservative members stood in her place and talked about how bad the government of Canada is because we kind of sneak around to do things, and why do we just want a minister to be responsible? I stood and I asked that particular member to reflect on an incident that had occurred a number of years ago. When Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada, he actually ventured over to China. And most people will recall, I believe what it was is he brought back a commitment to bring the panda bears over from China. But what wasn't that well advertised was that the Prime Minister actually brought into place an investment protection agreement. The other day I made reference to it as a free trade type of agreement, and the member from Abbotsford stood in his place and demanded it wasn't a free trade agreement, but rather it was an investment protection agreement, Mr. Speaker. One could play with the words all you want, but the bottom line is that particular agreement was done in complete secrecy. So when the Conservatives actually stand up and they talk about, oh, you're going to give all this power to the minister, I think they should reflect on Prime Minister Stephen Harper and the manner in which he put into place a substantive agreement known as the Investment Protection Agreement between Canada and China. And I think that if you contrast that to many of the things that the Conservative Party is saying during the debate on Bill C-34, that you'd be a little bit surprised in terms of what would have happened had they had the same principles of today back when that particular agreement was signed off on, Mr. Speaker. And that was in regards to China. And we know their attitudes towards China today, Mr. Speaker. So I say that because when I think of the legislation, I believe that having the authority with the minister, and the minister does have an obligation in terms of consultation with the public safety minister, but that often forgets to be mentioned, Mr. Speaker. I believe that adds a great deal of strength to the legislation. And Ultimately, there's accountability of that minister that takes place in different forms, whether it's through question periods, whether it's through orders for return, or when the minister is before a committee, or even any form of letters written to the minister. There's many types of not only mainstream media outlets that members can ultimately go to, but also social media today. So there's many different ways in which the opposition is able to track and oppose and ultimately raise the level of debate, public debate, on issues. So I do not share the concerns that members have across the way in regards to how it is that this legislation is now giving more authority to the minister. Because now a minister can request further national security review. We need to recognize that the primary purpose of this legislation is to protect Canada's best interest on the issue of foreign investment. It's interesting, we've heard a great deal about foreign interference inside the chamber. We've had committees studied it. We've had now public taking a look at it, an inquiry of sorts that's looking into it, issue of foreign interference. Investment is another way in which countries can, in fact, cause issues related to foreign interference concerns, Mr. Speaker, which I would have thought would have even elevated the need to see this type of legislation not only being talked about, but also passed. The member, the New Democratic critic was talking about amendments, as the Conservative critic was talking about amendments, and they're talking about the amendments that were not passed. What they didn't reference, Mr. Speaker, is two things that I would highlight. One is that in approaching the committee, the government was very open to improving the legislation through amendments if the amendments could, in fact, improve the strength of the legislation. And what you saw, as we often see, at least in this government, a willingness and an openness to be able to not only listen to potential amendments, but where it makes sense and it adds true value in terms of the strength and is within the scope of the legislation, to see amendments ultimately passed. And we saw that at the committee stage. We saw significant amendments proposed and passed. Not all amendments. The member made reference to one of the amendments that he was concerned about, but then he was assured that the minister already had the authority to be able to do it, and the amendment was not approved. The point is that today the legislation is even stronger than it was prior to going into committee. And that's why we had pushed very heavily, myself included, that we needed to get C-34 out of second reading so that we could get it to that committee stage, so we could look in terms of potential amendments. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but at the end of the day, I believe that the legislation is going to be receiving all-party support. I'm not too sure about the Green members, but I do believe it's going to be receiving substantial support. I know there's other pieces of legislation that the opposition has concerns about. The Ukraine trade agreement is one of those, Mr. Speaker. Much to my surprise and the surprise of many, it would appear as if the Conservative Party might not be supporting that particular agreement. And I think it is important. It's an important part of foreign investment. And let me tell you why, Mr. Speaker. At the very beginning, back in 2015, when we had taken office, Mr. Speaker, we made it very clear that as a government We wanted to be there to support Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. I suspect if you do a Hansard search that you'll find that I have re-emphasized that on many occasions, because that is in fact the type of actions and the type of budgetary measures and legislative measures that we put into place to support Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. Not to mention the many other policies just to assist in uplifting other individuals, whether they're seniors or children, out of poverty. But a big part of that, Mr. Speaker, is to recognize that Canada is a trading nation. And when I say a trading nation, take a look in terms of the number of agreements that were actually signed off by this government. Never in the history has a government signed off on as many trade agreements as this Prime Minister has. That is a clear fact, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. My apologies. There is no doubt that there was some preparatory work that was under the previous administration, but the signing off and finalizing these agreements were done under this administration. And trade is so important to our communities in all regions of our country. You know, I at times make reference as an example, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the community of Nipawa in the province of Manitoba, with High Life, where under High Life, they actually process literally hundreds, if not thousands of pigs every month, but it's likely thousands of pigs every day being processed out of Nipawa. Think of all the jobs that are created as a direct result, whether it's in our farming community or on the factory floor. You'd be surprised to know, or maybe not, that I believe it's the last time I had a tour of the facility, it was like 98% of what was coming off the floor was actually being exported out to Asia. And I think what it does, because that particular firm is not alone, I think what it does is it amplifies just how important trade is and the opportunities that trade provides. So when you think of investments, having these trade agreements encourages more investment, foreign investment. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that people, if you look at those direct jobs that I just made reference to, think about the indirect jobs as a direct result. So you have farmers, and you have the factory floor workers, and everything in between. Those I would classify are direct jobs. The indirect jobs would be the person selling the cars, making the restaurants, houses and appliances, all those indirect jobs because of the economics of having that particular processing facility. All of which, I believe, demonstrates very clearly why trade is so important. In Canada, if you take a look at Canada and compare it to any other country in the world, including the USA, you'll find that we have trade agreements that expand the world. And as a result of that, part of having these special relationships with countries around the world, it sends another message that not only is Canada a good country to trade with, but it's also a good country to invest in. And I believe if you take a look at that perspective and you put it in with the advancements that we have seen in small businesses in every region of our country, whether it's small, medium, or big, you will find that we should all be concerned in regards to how money is flowing into the country and being invested in companies that are already up and running. And And as I indicated at the very beginning of my comments, Mr. Speaker, that when you think of that foreign investment back in 2010, 2009 type of thing, the world was very different in regards to technology, in regards to AI, and so many other factors that are at play. And that's why it was important that we bring forward Bill C-34. By doing that, we're ensuring that Canadian interests are in fact protected. An ideal example of that would be any foreign company that's out there coming and investing in a company in Canada for the purpose of taking it over and then potentially shutting it down, or taking the technological advances, or AI development within and taking it out of the country, thereby limiting potential growth in that area, especially areas of expertise. You know, my friend from the Bloc Party made reference to the province of Quebec in the industries. And the question I had posed to him was, at least in the preamble, I talked about, you know, there's a lot of similarities between Quebec and the province of Manitoba. Manitoba's aerospace industry is so very important. Just the other day, I met with Standard Aero, and we talked about how important the aerospace industry and engines, and that's a company that's been in Manitoba for over 100 years, Mr. Speaker. There's all sorts of things that take place in our specialized industries, whether it's aerospace, hydro, something, again, we have a lot in common with the province of Quebec. But there are certain sectors throughout the country where I would suggest to you we are on the leading edge. And we need to be very much cognizant of the fact that there are some outside characters that might not necessarily be acting in good faith when they say we want to acquire company X, Mr. Speaker. And that's why it's important that we see this legislation passed. That's why it's important that the minister, him or herself, has the ability to be able to make these decisions in working with the Minister of Public Safety, Mr. Speaker. And there is many other ways to ensure that there's a public awareness and a high sense of accountability that I made to earlier, Mr. Speaker. That is one of the reasons why I'm hoping that we'll see the Conservative, in particular opposition, recognize the value of the legislation. It's now at third reading. I believe it's in a great position to ultimately pass, and hopefully time allocation will not be required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I kind of chuckled when the honourable member talked about 8 years ago when he mentioned that those middle-class Canadians, or those aspiring to be, it's funny how after 8 years, middle-class Canadians now are just trying to stay in the middle class as a result of all of the policies of this government with the affordability and the inflation crisis caused by overspending and the debt that has been accumulated. But I want to speak specifically about Bill C-34 and the mandatory notice regime. There seems to be a lot of uncertainty within industry right now as it relates to those applications that are in the process, in some cases by minority investors. The definition of the mandatory notice regime and specifically what categories of investment will fall into that seems to be a little bit of uncertainty. So I'm wondering if the honourable member can tell us what that would be.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
You know, Mr. Speaker, there are some interim conditions that can be placed on investments. And many of the details that the member is looking for would probably be best asked of the minister, because not all of it would be covered in the framework of the legislation that's being put forward. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I did want to comment on the member's observation, which I would suggest to you is inaccurate. We have, from the very beginning, been there to support Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of the middle class. And if you compare Canada's record to any of the G20 countries, virtually any, you might find one or two, possibly, and I'm thinking in particular the U.S. Take a look at Canada's interest rate in comparison. Take a look at the inflation rate. And Canada has done reasonably well, and very well compared to them. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be taking actions to continue to support the middle class. That's one of the reasons why we came up with the grocery rebate. Unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to vote against supports to Canada's middle class.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot of conversations this morning around this bill, around that selling out of Canada by past governments, certainly not just by the Harper government, but of course by the Mulroney government before that, that disastrous signing of the Canada-China FIPA, where both Conservatives and Liberals, in an interesting coalition, I might add, voted together on that. Now, of course, I'll give credit to the Liberal government right now, who are trying to fix their mistakes with C-34, and I certainly appreciate that. I am confused, and I would love to hear the honourable member just comment on the fact that even though the Conservatives have now recognized some mistakes and are trying to fix it and do agree with C-34, why they're working so hard to delay the passage of that bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess what I would do is argue the principles of free trade is something in which we have been very supportive of. And that's one of the reasons why we have signed off on as many agreements that we have, Mr. Speaker. And just to put an interesting twist, the coalition today on the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement is the Bloc, the NDP, and the Liberals, and we're still waiting for confirmation on the Conservatives. So I'm hoping that we will get a unanimous coalition. I'm not too sure about the Greens, to be honest, but in terms of the recognized parties in the House, we're still waiting for the Conservative Party to stand up and say, we support the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, because to date there has been no the indication, and it was a member from Colchester that stood in his place and said that the trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine was woke, that Canada was taking advantage of Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, which is absolutely ridiculous. Remember, it was the president of Ukraine that came to Canada in September of this year, just like, a month and a half ago, where there was an agreement that was signed, and unbelievably, it is the Conservative Party that is preventing that legislation, free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. And yet they like to say that they support Ukraine. Questionable.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague to elucidate a bit more on the comments from the member for Cumberland Colchester, because we know he was part of that group that went over that we were getting the $1,800 bottles of champagne and that. But the Danube Institute, who partly supported that alongside with my cousin Dan McTigg, imagine that, supposedly paying for all this. The Danube Institute is promoting an attack on the work that's being done to defend Ukraine, claiming that it's woke, that we would have members of the Conservative Party over in Europe meeting with those who say there's a deep state over NATO. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he's had a chance to look into this mysterious trip with all these bottles of wine and expensive dinners that were given to 4 members of the Conservative Party, including the member for Cumberland Colchester, and whether or not this issue with the Danube Institute document which says that they are going after woke, so-called woke politics and NATO's support for Ukraine.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that there have been very serious allegations, and those allegations have been referenced both on the floor of the House of Commons and in committee, I also understand, Mr. Speaker. And I do believe that the Conservatives owe an explanation. When you get this far-right extremism that's coming out of the benches, and you get, like $1,000 bottles of wine, and not to mention the main courses, and who paid for all this stuff, Mr. Speaker? Was it the individual members of Parliament? Was it, I think there's a lot that needs to be looked into there, and hopefully the Ethics Commissioner will be looking into it. Hopefully the Ethics Standing Committee will be afforded the opportunity to study the matter, because there is some real concerns. Is there a connection between that and some of the positioning today that the Conservatives are taking in regards to Canada and Ukraine trade agreement? I think that there is some merit, because I've heard it on several occasions on the floor of the House, and I was told by one or two people, Mr. Speaker, that it is even starting to come up in the Ethics Committee. Now, I don't know the details, but I sure hope that that is not what the stumbling block is in terms of the Conservative Party's refusal to allow the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement go to committee.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the issue of sponsored travel is coming up frequently in this place. And I've brought this up before, and I'm just interested in the Honourable Member's take on this. The member from Timmins, James Bay, in 2022 took a sponsored travel trip to Berlin, Germany at an expense of $10,489. Now, the trip was paid for by the Friedrich Eberg Stiftung Foundation, and in 2007, NGO Monitor found that FES partnered with politicized NGOs to attack Israel. In fact, Masawa, which is one of the main Israel Arab NGOs involved in the political demonization of Israel, the Honourable Member actually from Timmins, James Bay, actually held a joint press conference in 2004 with Hezbollah. Hezbollah, Mr. Speaker. This is the Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay. My question to the member...
I think we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
The member, obviously, we struck a nerve about the $1,800 bottle of wine in the Danube Institute, but what he's saying is a falsehood. So if he has evidence, I would have him submit it if they will submit who actually paid for the $1,800 bottle of wine that the member for Cumberland Colchester drank. So if he wants to submit evidence, we would ask them to put the evidence of who paid for all those drinks.
We are descending into a debate, which is not necessarily on Bill C-34 that we're supposed to be discussing. I'll have to maybe get the question out from the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and talk about striking a nerve. My question to the Honourable Member who just gave a speech, would he agree that having a press conference with Hezbollah is ill-advised?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I would suggest is that there are some very serious allegations and concerns related to the far right within the Conservative caucus today, and in a trip that was made in which the issue of ethical behavior has also been raised. And I think that there, at the very least, let the Ethics Commission committee and possibly the Commissioner get engaged on it. I think that there are some things that need to be answered. I was talking a lot about the importance of trade. My point is I sure hope that the behavior of some of the Conservatives within the caucus is not what's preventing the trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine from being advanced to committee stage, because this is so important, not only for Canada, but also Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. and not only is it in both countries' best economical interest, but it's also the timing, given that there's a war taking place in Europe, and the powerful message that it could be sent. I still would like to think that that trade agreement will in fact be passed before Christmas, all stages, including royal assent.
And resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to stand in the House today and talk about C-34, which is the Liberals' attempt at increasing security on foreign investments in this country. And before I get underway, I'd like to announce, and I'm going to share my time here this afternoon with the honourable member from Yellowhead. Well, this is an important issue in the country, and it's an important bill that we're facing here today, C-34. We cannot simply allow authoritarian regimes whose values and goals are fundamentally opposed to ours here in Canada to control important infrastructure or resources in this country. We must protect Canada's natural, economic, and security interests. So finally, after 8 years in power and 2 years after the Industry Committee presented this report on the issue, the government is finally trying to take action on this file. And I want to acknowledge the work done in the committee by both their initial study and in improving this legislation at committee stage. I think further improvements definitely can be made, but I'll get into that a little bit later. So the world, as we know, is changing every day. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, we all know this is kind of a dangerous time right now. National security needs to be top priority, even though this government has decided to take $1 billion out of the National Defence Fund at this time. It's unreal that they would even think of doing such a thing. Internationally, we've seen conflicts almost sprouting up every month. You know, we have the Russian invasion, of course, of Ukraine as a perfect example of authoritarian dictator willing to do whatever he wants to get whatever he wants. And, you know, we look at the resources involved and ultimately how they will use violence to violate the sovereignty of their neighbors next door. And domestically, we are seeing what countries will do to increase their influence and control where they simply cannot invade. I talked about Russia and Beijing, for an example. These are actively interfering in our elections. We know that is a fact. Kenny Chu, who I sat with in the last parliament, isn't here because of the interference from Beijing. Foreign state-owned enterprises have acquired interest and control in many Canadian companies, intellectual property and other assets. They are gathering data daily on our citizens, and they are exploiting that data. Just today, Mr. Speaker, the front page of the national newspaper, the Globe and Mail, the headline, Huawei continues to file patents for research work done with Canadian universities after Ottawa's restrictions. It goes on to say the Chinese tech company Huawei is still seeking patents for research it conducted in partnership with publicly funded universities in Canada, almost 2 years after Ottawa began restricting funding for academics. In connection with foreign states considered national security risks, Huawei has filed patent applications for research on 5G wireless, artificial intelligence, which has been brought up in this House in the last hour, semiconductors, and the optical communications, done in collaboration with academics and investors at the University of Toronto. We've seen it at Queen's, University of BC, Western University, and also McMaster University. And all of those universities, they say, are fulfilling pre-existing contractual partnership agreements. But let's make no mistake, all the commercial rights to this property, which has been invented by Canadians and funded by Canadians, are now owned exclusively by Huawei. This is what we're talking about in C-34. And I have more to say on Huawei and their what they have done in my province of Saskatchewan. We'll come to that in a second. So the end goal, obviously, is to take over as much of Canada's economy as possible, to make us beholden to these foreign powers who have no interest at all in democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. We can see this happening all over this country, Mr. Speaker. We see Chinese state-owned enterprises buying up farms, they're buying up fisheries, mining, and elsewhere. Even in my province of Saskatchewan, when I drive around the province, you will see in the ditch, you want to sell land? Call 1-800. Well, you call that 1-800 number. It could be a third party. But indirectly, what's happening, somebody in Beijing or China wanting to buy Saskatchewan farmland. And Saskatchewan farmland, as we all know, has gone up considerably over the number of years because my province, we're proud of it, we want to feed the world. But this is what we're seeing in this country. Ditches everywhere. I mentioned Saskatchewan. I know I've been to Manitoba and Alberta and elsewhere. There are signs and ditches. You want to sell land, call 1-800. And when you do, you get a third party talking on behalf, probably of China or Beijing or other countries. We're in a situation where Canadians need to be able to trust that their parliament and their federal government are protecting them and their country. Unfortunately, I think this is another example of the Liberal government doing too late right now with the Bill C-34. This bill does not go far enough, Mr. Speaker, to address the risks faced by all Canadians, 40 billion of us, and given recent events, needs to be much stronger. I can recollect in 2021, the Industry Committee studied the Act, and they put out a report explaining how the Act could be improved. Clearly, the government mostly ignored that report because in C-34 only addressed 2 of the 9 recommendations that the committee put forward at that time. So let's fast forward to this year and the Industry Committee meeting once again. My Conservative colleagues were able to make some modification to the improvements of this bill and address some of the gaps, including important amendments that ensure a more rigorous review process of investments and acquisitions by foreign state-owned enterprises. Those amendments, Mr. Speaker, was to lower the threshold for national security reviews of foreign purchases by state-owned enterprises, make it mandatory for the minister to conduct a national security review when that threshold is met, and finally, create an automatic national security review whenever a company has been convicted of corruption charges. These were important and necessary improvements to this bill. I am very glad that the committee saw the common sense of these amendments and adopted them. However, the legislation still does not go far enough. The NDP Liberal government rejected amendments that would have further improved this legislation and properly and fully to protect Canadians. One of those rejected amendments, one I think is crucially important, would have modified the definition of a state-owned enterprise to cover companies or entities headquartered in an authoritarian state like China. I understand the potential concerns with such amendment. The nationality of the company should not usually be sufficient to label them a state-owned enterprise. And this is where I was going to get to Huawei and the reduction of the industry minister a couple of years ago not making a decision on Huawei. I think it's cost my province of Saskatchewan $200 million. They were invested into Huawei for G4 in the province of Saskatchewan. They were waiting for the Minister of Industry to make a decision on Huawei. It took him months and months. Finally, he makes the decision, but the province of Saskatchewan is into Huawei for over $200 million. So they had to put on the brakes and then reinvent themselves. So this has cost Saskatchewan and others, I think, in this country, millions of dollars. This is something I think that, you know, our allies and the Five Allies alerted Canada long before the minister made the change, and this has cost Canadians a lot of money. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make those points. I am concerned with Huawei as they are taking information from these 5 universities still today, when actually Huawei should be out of this country long ago. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. We'll go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'm listening to what the member is saying. And you can't help but think about the time in which Stephen Harper went to China and signs this secretive investment agreement. No one knows about it. And then you get the Conservatives coming here criticizing, saying that we need to have a more, why are we having this power go to the minister? This is good legislation. And when you take a look at the input coming from the public safety minister and so forth to the minister, and it gives strength in terms of protecting Canadian interests when it comes to foreign investments. I would have thought the member would be supporting the legislation. But maybe he could provide his thoughts in terms of what some might be perceiving as a little bit hypocritical given the attitude that Stephen Harper had in this secretive deal for investments for China only.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswoods.
Well, what's been done here, Mr. Speaker, they've taken the authority away from Cabinet. It relies on one minister. That minister could come from Quebec. That minister might come from who knows where in this country. So obviously that one person, that one minister might have a bias towards maybe their own riding. Do you think? Maybe their own province. So that is one reason we're a little upset with this, because I think it has to go through Cabinet. The more I see this, the better. When you only have 100%. One set of eyes looking at that, 100%. That is a major concern that I see in this bill, C-34.
Wonderful. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As your neighbour, I thought South Shore St. Margaret's would come out easier on your tongue. It was an excellent speech, particularly around the issues of the amendments that we managed to get passed into the bill. The bill was a bill that missed the opportunity to do anything other than administrative changes. So we managed to update it to the geopolitical issues that we have today. Those powers, I'm sure the minister will appreciate having. But I'd like to expand a little more, because the Liberals voted against our amendment that would have focused strictly on the issue of headquartered in hostile states. And this is a big national security issue. Now, it's not to reject it, it's just to make it an automatic review. So I'm not sure why the Liberals would be afraid to actually have the power to review it, as opposed to, and decide whether or not they want to reject it on that basis.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member. He's done a great job as Shadow Minister looking after this bill, C-34. Yes, I've got, we put through several amendments here. We, being the Conservatives, we have a page filled. We only had 3 or 4 that passed. A number of them failed because we had a Bloc and Liberal conspiracy against the Conservatives. And you know what's happened here recently, as we see with, the fuel pumps and everything that's happening in the Maritimes. Now we know why the Bloc has partnered with the Liberals on this bill, because 3% of Canadians are affected in the Maritimes with the energy. 97% are shut out, but now we see why the Bloc has joined the Liberals in this bill.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, les Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's odd to hear my colleague. It's great that he grants so much importance to the Bloc Québécois, saying that the Bloc Québécois is the one that led to withdrawing the tax for heating oil in the Maritimes. Mr. Speaker, I'd like my colleague to explain what motion, what piece of legislation that the Bloc Québécois voted for to lead to that decision, which falls uniquely under the control of the government in place. That's my question for my colleague. Also, I'd also like to come back to the bill that we're debating today, because it's easy to get lost in the weeds. When it comes to C-34, the Bloc Québécois wanted to change the thresholds for review. In 2022, it was several that were going to be evaluated, but the new thresholds include very few companies, so I'd like my colleague's opinion. Of course, it's important to secure investments, but we need a better mechanism to broaden security evaluations of foreign investments. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable member. This isn't about Quebec. This is about everybody in this country. And I know he represents Quebec being a bloc member, but I can tell you in my province of Saskatchewan, I'm going to give you one example here right now. $18 billion has been invested in the Jansen potash mine. $18 billion. It is the largest investment in the history of Saskatchewan. It's done by BHP Billiton out of Australia. They've had the first phase, which is $12 billion, and they just announced another $6 billion. That's the kind of investment that we need, that we can work with from this company from Australia, which is going to be headquartered eventually in Saskatoon.
Well, resuming debate, and I know I'll try to get to the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nickel. I know he's been trying to get his question in there a couple times. I'll try to get him first up on this next one. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-34, a bill that attempts to strengthen the Investment Canada Act with significant amendments. As we approach the discussion on Bill C-34, a critical examination is warranted. It comes after an extensive period where our national interests have been left vulnerable to foreign entities. After 8 long years under this Liberal government, the urgency to safeguard our economic and security interests seem to have taken a back seat, as it has taken us this long to look at protecting Canada's economy. The core concern here is the significant presence of state-owned enterprises, particularly from People's Republic of China, the PRC, within the Canadian economic landscape. This is not a matter of casting doubt on foreign investment as a whole, which has long been a source of innovation and growth within our economy. However, there is a distinction to be made when such investments are linked to foreign governments with agendas that do not align with Canadian values or interest. Bill C-34 proposes to strengthen the Investment Canada Act, yet one cannot help but ponder whether the measures are sufficiently robust. This bill does introduce mechanisms that might allow us to better scrutinize these investments. Indeed, the imposition of stringent penalties and the elevation of national security reviews are steps in the right direction. However, the specifics with which we address the challenge posed by the PRC is lacking. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative to understand that the issue at hand is not one of mere procedural delays or legislative enhancements. It is a matter of national sovereignty and the integrity of our economic and security infrastructure. The amendments within Bill C-34 do grant the minister enhanced powers to investigate and intervene, yet there remains an imperative to want to question the thoroughness of this approach. Have we provided a framework robust enough to contend with the sophisticated strategies employed by state-owned enterprises, particularly those backed by the government in Beijing? The PRC has demonstrated its capacity and inclination to wield economic leverage as a tool of broader geopolitical strategy. The foresight is to anticipate the sectors of our economy that may be targeted for acquisition, and control is crucial. The legislation mentions the creation of a list of sensitive sectors that would warrant automatic review, yet it does not preclude the possibility of loopholes being exploited. Let us turn our attention to the particulars of Bill C-34, where we must sift through the substance of proposed reforms. The bill as it stands attempts to preemptively secure investments that might pose a risk to national security by instituting a mandatory filing requirement. This is indeed a prudent move. but how we define specific investments and the criteria for such preemptive measures must be crystal clear to avoid any gray areas that could be exploited. In simplifying the process for the Minister to act on national security reviews, we are placing significant trust in the judgment and efficacy of a single point of failure. While streamlining may expedite action, it also bypasses layers of scrutiny that can be vital in making balanced decisions. In the hands of one, the decision may be swift, but the question remains, will it be thorough? Strengthening penalties for non-compliance sends a clear signal. It communicates the seriousness with which we take these matters. Yet, the deterrent effect of these penalties lies in their enforcement. Without a track record of rigorous enforcement, penalties on paper may not translate into a meaningful deterrent in practice. We must not just increase fines. We must demonstrate that we will impose them. Also, granting the Minister authority to impose conditions and accept undertakings opens the door to inconsistencies and influence that we must be wary of. And when we consider the removal of the Governor and Council's involvement in the initial stages of a national security review, we must ask, are we centralizing power to the point of vulnerability? Oversight, Mr. Speaker, is not an enemy of efficiency, but a bedrock of democracy. In continuing discussion, Mr. Speaker, we must bear in mind the history that brings us to this juncture. We are not operating in a vacuum, but against a backdrop of past decisions and actions that have left us questioning the robustness of our investment review process. As we proceed with this dialogue, it's crucial to reflect on past actions that serve as a backdrop to today's discussions on Bill C-34. We cannot ignore instances where our review mechanisms seem to falter, where foreign acquisitions proceeded with what some might argue as insufficient scrutiny. In the case of Norsat International and subsequent dealings involving sensitive technology raises an eyebrow to the effectiveness of our past reviews. This is not about pointing fingers, but about understanding the gravity of what's at stake. The acquisition of Neo-Lithium Corp by Jing Mining and the Canadian Border Service Agency's use of Hytera communications equipment, despite espionage charges against Hytera in another allied nation, illustrates a pattern we cannot afford to ignore. Our legislative framework should not only close the doors to such occurrences in the future, but also serve as a deterrent. Moreover, the pace of global change does not afford us the luxury of reactive policy. We need proactive measures that ensure the safety and security of our nation's interests. This includes comprehensive reviews of state-owned enterprises, acquisitions regardless of size, especially when countries with aggressive postures on the global stage are involved. As we bring these concerns into the present context, the urgency to address them becomes clear. We are at a crossroads where the discussions we made today may shape our economic and national security for years to come. Bill C-34 is a step, but there is concern that it doesn't go far enough. We must ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, is this legislation merely a reaction to the past oversights, or is it a visionary move to secure our future? While it makes strides in certain areas, it falls short in terms of automatic reviews and clarity in the defining strategic sectors. In the ideal world, every investment would bring mutual benefits without compromising our national interest. Yet we know the world is far from ideal, and the bill in its current form does not fully rise to the complex challenges we face. Mr. Speaker, part of our duty is to ensure the security of Canada's future. Our duty is to enact legislation that doesn't just respond to yesterday's challenges, but anticipates tomorrow's threats. While Bill C-34 moves to tighten the reins on foreign investment and strengthen our defenses, we must ensure it is not a case of too little too late. This is not just about adjusting the mechanisms of the Investment Canada Act. It's about safeguarding the heart of Canadian innovation and security. Our vigilance in reviewing and improving this bill will demonstrate our unyielding commitment to the prosperity and security of Canada. Let us ensure that this legislation is more than a response to past oversights. Let it be a steadfast guideline to our future economic sovereignty. This is our duty, and it is one we must undertake with the utmost seriousness and dedication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address these crucial issues. Let us proceed with a clear vision and a firm resolve to protect the interests of Canada. I look forward to taking questions.
Okay, questions and comments. And I would normally say the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, but I'll switch it this way. The Honourable Member Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the member for his insightful speech today. When I'm talking to industry, innovators, researchers here in Canada, even the clean technology sector, they expect the Act to be transparent. They expect our national security interests to be protected, while we continue to grow the economy and create good-paying jobs, I believe that this is important to take note of our national security interests, but of course to protect the interests of our innovators and researchers. And love to hear the member's thoughts on that aspect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the honourable member. I have to admit, this is something that is lacking quite a bit in Canada, is protecting the innovation and technology and the researchers that are in Canada. It seems to be they're working with such companies as Huawei, and there isn't the safeguards put in place. The minister promised us in February yet that these safeguards were coming. Have we heard from them yet? No. Unfortunately, that is lacking substantially, and we need to take action to protect our innovation and security here in Canada now.
I did promise that I would call on the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Alberta for his intervention today. By rejecting conservative amendments to create bright line rules, such as that if a investment comes from a company headquartered in a hostile state, that immediately it is referred to a review, and then not by exempting our Five Eyes partners, which all clearly show not just democratic values, Mr. Speaker, but market values. We are competing on taxes, we are competing on environmental processes, and we're competing on investment rules for timely decisions. Does the member believe that the government has really lost a major opportunity to stand up and welcome that investment quickly into our country from those countries aligned with us, and to immediately send the signal to foreign states that want to use our investment rules for their own strategic advantage?
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the honourable member from BC. I very much appreciate that question, because he brought a very specific thing forward with the Five Eyes and our stance within the world stage. We basically do not have the same type of security anymore where our Five Eyes are actually partners with us. They seem to be more like Four Eyes now, because the problem is they are actually leaving Canada out of a lot of security discussions because of the decisions we've made in the past and continue to make this day. This government is lacking a lot of oversight that needs to be done to protect a lot of security and innovation in Canada, which they are not upholding to. So definitely we are losing out in a lot of areas. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk about common sense, and I want to tell you a true story and ask him if it makes sense. We're talking about the Conservative Party that's worried about the impact of foreign investment on national security. But throughout all this, the Conservative Party almost had a leader who worked as a consultant for a business that's been banned in Canada, meaning Huawei. That company was banished by the Five Eyes, and as per its habit, the Canadian federal government was trailing behind when it came to banning Huawei. How can we trust the Conservative Party that admitted in its ranks in the race for leadership a person who worked closely with a company that's banned. And now they're worried about national security.
For Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through to you, to the honourable member. That's quite a story he's talking about. Just because someone runs for leadership does not mean that you're the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. We have an open process, and we allow anybody to run. That is one of the problems, though, that we have in Canada is with companies such as Huawei, that this Liberal government took years to finally go and say that they should not be allowed to operate in Canada. That is actually the real story here, Mr. Speaker, is the failure of this Liberal government not standing up for Canadians for security and making companies like Huawei available, even to this day, still working with universities to build technology, which they just filed patents here this last week with Canadian universities. It's shameful that this Liberal government is not standing up for safety and security in Canada.
We have a quick one between the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be quick. One of the provisions in this bill will be more security over issues like potash in McDonald Detweiler that have national security provisions. So just a quick comment about how important it is to include that element of national security related to actually goods and services and natural resources that Canada has.
Member for Yellowhead.
Well, I'll try and be brief as well, Mr. Speaker, through you to the honourable member. It is very imperative any time we're dealing with any of our energy sectors, these are opportunities for us to make sure that we're self-sufficient and we aren't going to have issues in the future with loss of production, loss of opportunities here. We need to make sure that these kind of companies are going to be safe because they are producing energy and our needs, or fertilizer in this case as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to advise that I will be splitting my time with the very honourable member for Brampton North.
Why, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's been established.
Now that that's been established, Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues, I'm pleased to rise today about the bold moves taken by this government to address economic and national security threats to Canada through Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. I would also like to highlight the great collaborative work during the committee study to make this bill even stronger. Bill C-34 sets out a series of amendments to improve the national security review process of foreign investments and modernize the Investment Canada Act. Collectively, these amendments are the most significant legislative update of the Act since 2009. These amendments also represent one of the multiple steps this government has taken to ensure that we can defend our economic interests, contribute to the global supply chain resiliency, and protect our national security. This in turn helps us to attract stronger partnerships with our allies, to foster economic growth. A stronger foreign investment regime attracts good, beneficial investments into Canada, ones that will create high-quality jobs and opportunities for Canada. Defending our economic interests and protecting our national security are issues of critical importance, especially since our current climate of rapidly shifting geopolitical threats. This issue is a nonpartisan one. During the 6 sitting days that Bill C-34 was debated, this House has repeatedly stressed the need to modernize the Investment Canada Act to achieve those objectives. This House ultimately decided in a unanimous vote to refer the bill to study because we all recognize how important it is to get these amendments right so that we can protect national security while ensuring we're not chilling useful and good investment. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Bill C-34 has undergone a rigorous, robust study spanning across 11 meetings. During those meetings, the committee heard from a variety of legal and subject matter experts testifying about the benefits of foreign direct investment on Canadian business and the importance of protecting Canada's hard-earned intellectual property, and the need to ensure our regime is capable of tackling the emerging national security challenges that Canada and our security partners are facing. We've engaged meaningfully with the opposition members and to discuss their perspectives and concerns and work collaboratively to bring new amendments that further strengthen the bill. We work together to ensure that Canada's foreign investment regime continues to be the gold standard. The bill not only provides us with better tools to protect our national security, it also helps bring Canada into greater alignment with our international partners and allies. The committee, the industry committee that is, heard from witnesses about how important it is for Canada to have a regime comparable to its allies. Having a comparable regime helps to address common threats and maximize our collective effectiveness. One example of how we've aligned our regime closely with our allies with Bill C-34 is the new requirement for prior notification of certain investments. The United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia all have introduced something similar within the past 3 years, either through recent amendments or through standalone regimes. The United States amended its foreign direct investment laws and added a new types of transactions to government review. For the first time ever, the United States mandated notifications in transactions involving critical technologies, certain critical infrastructure, or the sensitive personal data of American citizens. These regulations came into effect in February of 2020. Australia updated its law on foreign direct investment in January 2021. It introduced authorities to protect national security, including powers for the Australian government to require mandatory notification for transactions involving a national security business before transactions are implemented. The United States introduced a new regime for national security and investments in 2021. The UK legislation creates a mandatory obligation to secure clearance for transactions that acquire control of a business in 17 sensitive sectors before the transaction is completed. The new pre-implementation filing requirement for Bill C-34 allows Canada to have even better and earlier oversight over investments in certain sensitive sectors, especially when they give investors material access to asset and non-public technical information upon closing, like cutting-edge intellectual property and trade secrets. This amendment enables the government to prevent irreparable harm through the loss of these intangible assets. Investors will now be required to file notification in time periods set out by regulation. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize this amendment is a targeted approach, limited to only certain business sectors. An across-the-board pre-implementation filing requirement would have an unnecessarily burdensome impact on businesses and investors without improvements to national security protection. Our targeted approach will provide greater certainty and transparency to businesses and investors. Another example where Bill C-34 better aligns Canada's regime with its allies is by introducing the authority for the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, after consultation with the Minister of Public Safety, to impose interim conditions on an investment. This will reduce the risk of national security injury taking place during the course of the review itself, such as through the possible transfer of assets, intellectual property, or trade secrets before the review is complete. This amendment is similar to the UK's new power that allows their government to impose interim orders while the review is being conducted, preventing foreign investors from obtaining confidential information or accessing sensitive assets or sites until after the review is complete. Finally, Bill C-34 introduces the authority for more direct information sharing by the Minister with international counterparts for national security reviews to help common security interests. Previously, the Minister had limited capability to share case-specific information with their international allies. We know that Canada and our allies share similar national and economic security concerns. Our allies are concerned with threat actors operating in multiple jurisdictions to secure monopoly in critical assets and technology. It's becoming increasingly more important to share information with allies to support national security assessments to prevent these threats from happening. This new information sharing authority strengthens cooperation between Canada and other like-minded countries to defend against an investor that may be active in several jurisdictions seeking the same technology. That said, Canada would not be obligated to share such information where there are confidentiality or other concerns. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I want to thank you for your attention today. I can assure you that our approach is pragmatic, principled, and provides a solid framework. Thank you.
Questions and comments? No, you're not done. Oh. When the honourable member said, esteemed colleagues, thank you for, I thought the member was done. I apologize. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was really getting into it. It was an exciting moment. There was some enthusiasm on the other side, which I think led to further confusion, Mr. Speaker. And it's a fault across the board. We can all take a little bit of blame here, Mr. Speaker. It's all right. I am in the winding up phase of my speech, and I apologize for any confusion. The collaborative efforts during the Industry Committee ensures that we meet these goals, which is why I believe that this bill, as amended, should be adopted and referred to the other place. We're confident that with Bill C-34, Canada will continue to encourage positive investment without having to compromise our national security or getting the best of both worlds. I want to say thank you to the Indu Committee for all of their work, all of those members who did outstanding work on the committee to get us to a place where I think we'll have all-party support when we finally vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and always a pleasure to ask questions of this member who I know well and is a great human being. And you can put that on your campaign commercial there, Chris. Member from St. Catharines here. My question is, as I'm sure, at least I'm hopeful for him, that he'll be a member of cabinet. Doesn't he think that some of these national security decisions, as opposed to being just decided by the minister as per the bill, should go in front of cabinet so the people of St. Catharines can have a say?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member who we shared an office together for about a year as articling students almost 20 years ago, which is an awful thing. I'm sure as good cabinet ministers will always consult with their fellow cabinet members, but keeping this to a couple ministers allows us to be nimble, allows those ministers to conduct the review in a most expeditious way, ensuring that there's security, but also ensuring that business transactions and investments continue to happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fredericton.
I thank my honourable colleague for his enthusiastic speech today and the love that we're seeing in the House. I greatly appreciate it. In the opening of his speech, he characterized this bill as being bold. Although I've heard from our Conservative colleagues that it's not going far enough, that it's only a small step in the right direction. So could you comment again on that collaborative process during the committee as far as putting forward amendments and making this bill as strong as it can possibly be? Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the member for Fredericton for that. And I wasn't at the committee, but I do know that there were Conservative amendments brought into this bill, and it's the role of opposition parties to say, oh, the government's not going far enough or it's going too far, which is often where we find ourselves. But I think the committee has struck the right balance, Mr. Speaker, and this is a good step forward and a bold step forward to bring us in line with our allies to ensure that Canada continues the incredible track record of foreign direct investment. I know the Minister of Innovation was quite excited today about Canada being third in terms of foreign investment and the incredible work that I know he does on a daily basis, and this will help Canada continue to succeed into the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And being part of the committee was a collaborative approach. I do want to ask, though, a question with, New Democrats have been raising this issue since 2003 when Chinamin Metals was buying Canadian natural resources. And unfortunately, the Liberals have a track record of selling our natural resources out, whether it be Inco, Falconbridge, Stelco. A whole series of our natural resources and natural resource industries have been lost. I'd like to reflect and find out whether they regret at that time selling Petro-Canada for a significant loss in the market when it was okay for the Chinese state government to own Canadian natural resources, but it wasn't okay for Canadians to own their own natural resources. What do the Liberals think about that as we go forward in terms of their past record of missed opportunities to protect Canadian companies and natural resources?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a little worried that the member overestimates how old I actually am. The things he's talking about happened when I think I was in high school, I'm not sure how to respond to that. I do know that this government is committed to national security efforts. That's what this bill is about. The honourable member can talk about decades in the past. We're committed to the future. We're committed to ensuring that Canada's there, our security and investments are protected, and we're going to thrive into the future, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Great. Let's give a couple more minutes to the next honourable member. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton North, and that gives her about 6 minutes of speech where I have to cut her off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to speak to the Investment Canada Act, the modernization of this act. This act, as many that have been following this debate know, was last revised in 2008. So this piece of legislation represents the most significant update to this act since that time, and it ensures that we can address changing threats that can arise from foreign investment, and it does so while our government continues to welcome foreign direct investment. And as my colleague that went before me has stated, we are rising in the ranks of foreign direct investment. And however, at the same time, we are also facing global threats unlike ones we've never faced before. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a really appropriate time for us to be getting in line with other allies of ours as well and update our act to make sure that we are keeping Canadians safe as a whole. And speaking of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, I had actually just the other day a young adult in my riding write to me, to my office. He's a first-year poli-sci student, and he wrote to me on concerns of foreign interference, and some of what he wrote I think was quite interesting. He proposed 3 different areas in which the government of Canada can do better in order to make sure that we are safe from these foreign interference threats. He was writing to me regarding the recent statement that was made in this House about Hardeep Singh Nijjar's murder. However, he went a lot further than just that instance and talked about our democracy as a whole and what we should do to protect it now that we are seeing, and I quote, he said that we are seeing very bold covert operations that are taking place in our country, whether it's disinformation campaigns, hacking, political manipulation, espionage. All of these things are rising, and the concerns regarding the traditional boundaries of espionage and points to a shift. There's a shift towards more overt and covert interference in international affairs by state players. Interestingly, the person writes that countries like China, Russia, Iran, India are assembling economic blocs and seem to be more open to taking chances to further their geopolitical objectives. He further states that although covert operations on Canadian soil are not new, Canada is a desirable target due to its advanced economy, technology, and abundance of natural resources. It is concerning that these problems are converging. Foreign actors can profit from Canada's defining characteristics by taking advantage of our society's openness and variety. It is in our communal responsibility to confront these threats, and we must work together to stop foreign meddling from undermining the core values of our country. So he continues to talk about strengthening cybersecurity, strengthening safety measures in which actors would come and seek to take over our resources. We've seen it. There's been concern when it comes to agriculture, and there's been concern when it comes to our infrastructure as well, Mr. Speaker. So I thought it was very interesting that a lot of these things tie in, and it is a very important time for us to be taking these types of measures to make sure that we continue to protect Canadians, and we continue to protect Canadian interests, our economy at the same time. And we do it in a transparent way where, as we continue to have more and more free trade agreements with countries around the world, and we are one country that has more agreements, especially those signed under this government, than any other country in this world. We need to make sure that we also have the safety nets in place in order to make sure that through these agreements we don't increase our chance of risk. So I think this is an extremely good effort, and I'm really excited to see that through the committee process many amendments were made that further strengthen this piece of legislation. The Conservatives, the NDP have all had input, and from the speeches that I've heard in this House, Mr. Speaker, it looks like we may differ slightly, but there is a core support to making sure that this piece of legislation does pass and does keep Canadians safe in our future, and also continues to increase our economic prosperity in this country. Thank you.
There you go. I'm going to need that now. Well, that finishes that up. When the honourable member comes back, she'll have a whole 4 minutes and 37 seconds left to finish up her thoughts. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the current conflict in Gaza began, more than 10,000 innocent civilians have lost their lives. Over 4,000 of them are children. More children were killed in Gaza in 1 month than in any conflict annually since 2019. 89 UNRWA employees have been killed. This is the highest number of UN aid workers killed in a conflict ever. Nearly 40 journalists have died. They were not terrorists. They were mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, daughters and sons. How many more innocent lives will be lost? When our grandchildren ask us what we did during this crisis, what do we want to tell them? The Prime Minister said the price of justice cannot be the continued suffering of Palestinian civilians. I agree. At every opportunity, I have called for a return of all hostages and a ceasefire to save innocent civilian lives. It is the only answer, and I will continue to make this plea: ceasefire now.
L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government treats people who live in the regions like second-class citizens by leaving them with inadequate cell service. Since day one of my term of office in 2019, I've been urging the government to make this issue a priority. Whether it's Mr. Morin from Sainte-Aurélie, who wrote and said help in the case of an accident or fire is not accessible by cell phone, repairmen and merchants can't get calls without leaving the area. And I'm thinking of Mr. Plante, who almost died in Saint-Victor in 2021 for lack of coverage, or Mr. Paradis of Saint-Isidore in 2022, who had a heart attack and ambulance crews were unable to reach the hospital. The government has to force the CRTC to require telcos to develop reliable cellular throughout the region. It's a question of public safety. One call can save lives. Will the government finally pick up the phone and answer this urgent call from the people in the regions?
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the vibrant festival Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas, festivals that illuminate our hearts and homes with joy and light. Diwali, also known as the Festival of Lights, holds profound significance in our cultural tapestry and is one of the largest festivals celebrated in Brampton. Diwali signifies the victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. During this time, we celebrate by gathering with our loved ones, lighting diyas, and exchanging sweets. Diwali is a significant festival uniting us all in the spirit of hope and positivity. As we gather to celebrate Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas with our loved ones, let us reflect on the importance of family, friendship, and the bonds that tie us together as humanity. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members in this House to join me in wishing all Canadians a very happy Diwali and Bandishar Divas. Thank you.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Saturday, November 11th, is Remembrance Day. Together, let's honour the memory of all those who fought for our freedom by wearing the poppy in our lapel. One of the rare rituals that brings together members of all parties. Chosen because it grew in abundance on the battlefields and in military cemeteries after the war, this red poppy, which recalls the bloodshed, is worn on the side of the heart, and it must be treated with all the respect it is due because of what it represents. By wearing this symbol, we express our solidarity with our veterans and their loved ones for their dedication. But at a time when current events are a cruel reminder of the extent to which all our never-agains have unfortunately been empty words, the poppy also serves to repeat our desire for peace by reminding us of the price we all too often have to pay to restore it when we fail to maintain it. Respect to all our veterans.
The honourable member from Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a retired police officer, I stand up for our veterans. On this solemn occasion of Remembrance Day, we gather as a nation to pay tribute to the brave women and men who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our great country. Today, we remember the heroes who stood valiantly in the face of adversity, defending the values and freedom that defines Canada. As a member of Parliament, I'm deeply moved by the sacrifices made by our veterans. We honor their memories by upholding the principle they fought for: peace, democracy, and justice. Remembrance Day is not only a day of reflection, but also a call to action. Let us strive for a more peaceful world where conflicts are resolved through dialogue and understanding. Let us support our veterans, ensuring they receive the care and respect they deserve, lest we forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, as we head toward Remembrance Day, I rise to pay tribute to a great Canadian. Russell William Woods died during the pandemic on December 18, 2020, at the age of 96. Russell served in Bomber Command in the Second World War in the Royal Canadian Air Force as a Lancaster tail gunner. Of the 20,000 Canadian airmen in Bomber Command, half were killed in action. After the war, Russell returned home to Bellwood and to farming. He was a founding member of Chicken Farmers of Ontario. He was a devoted member of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 275 in Fergus. He was a loving husband, brother, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. And for all of us, he was a great friend and devoted community member, always with a smile and always with a sense of humor. Russell William Woods was truly a great member of the greatest generation. We will remember him.
The honourable member from Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, November is Diabetes Awareness Month in Canada. Earlier this week, I attended the Canadian screening of The Human Trial, a Hollywood documentary by a Canadian filmmaker, Lisa Hefner, on the incredible work of researchers to find the cure for diabetes. Canada is not only the birthplace of insulin. Canada is also there's a researchers who discovered stem cells, islet cells, and developed the Adjournment Protocol. Canadians living with diabetes know that we are united in our support for them as we supported Bill C-237, establish the National Framework for Diabetes. Next week, I'm proud to host the 3rd annual World Diabetes Day flag-raising ceremony in my city of Brampton. On November 14th, I invite all residents to join me. Let's continue to combat diabetes together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to take the opportunity to remind all members to please not use members of Parliament's current names. You have to refer to them by their riding names. The honourable member from Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November the 12th,
in my riding of Surrey Newton and in communities throughout Canada, both Bandi Chhod Divas and Diwali will be celebrated. On Bandi Chhod Divas, Sikhs commemorate the story of Shri Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji as we reflect on the importance of serving those in need and standing in solidarity with those facing injustices. Diwali brings people together to reflect on the victory of good over evil and the power of knowledge and hope over ignorance and despair. Please join me in wishing Sikhs, Hindus, Jains, Buddhists, and those who are celebrating across our country a very happy Bandi Chhod Divas and a very happy Diwali.
The honourable member from Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, we know this NDP Liberal government and this Prime Minister are just not worth the cost. They want Canadians to believe that they are the saviors of the environment, but their record says otherwise. In fact, we are the only G7 nation that has failed to reduce its emissions. This NDP Liberal government have an environmental plan. They don't have an environmental plan. They have a tax plan, and it's failing miserably. Instead of protecting our environment, they have bankrupted our country, our industries, and our citizens. Mr. Speaker, we brought forward a common sense motion to remove the carbon tax on all home heating to help Canadians get through the winter, because we live in a winter country, Mr. Speaker, and it definitely gets cold in Edmonton. Yet, the member for Edmonton Centre voted against that motion and is punishing the hard-working people from Edmonton for just simply heating their homes. Mr. Speaker, our conservative common sense government will completely axe the tax.
The honourable member from Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 18 years, Blanket BC Society has distributed close to 700,000 blankets to those in need across British Columbia. Blanket BC is a non-profit society that aims to raise awareness of homelessness and promote inclusive community service to deliver warmth from the heart to those in distress. On November 17 and 18th, Blanket BC will host its 13th annual Drive on the Line Blanket Drive campaign along the Canada Line stations from Richmond Centre to downtown Vancouver. I encourage everyone to join me in supporting Blanket BC on this impactful cause by dropping off socks, scarf, mittens, toques, and of course blankets to those in need to fight against the unforgiving cold. Mr. Speaker, we all have a shared responsibility to our community, and let us continue to spread love and warmth to our communities in Richmond Centre and communities across Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member from Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. Winter has arrived, and this NDP Liberal government has left Canadians out in the cold. The Prime Minister's carbon tax carve-out of home heating oil leaves 97% of Canadians without relief, including 90% of Saskatchewan homes heated with natural gas. After 8 long years, he is once again pitting region against region, Canadian against Canadian. Common Sense Conservative Bill 234 offers a solution to this divisiveness through long overdue carbon tax relief for farmers. By axing the tax from the on-farm use of natural gas and propane, farmers would save almost $1 billion between now and 2030. The alternative is unacceptable. The Coalition's plan to quadruple the carbon tax on those who grow the food will make everyone pay more. Farmers will fail, and a great number of Canadians will be forced to make the choice between eating and heating. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
The honourable member from Regina, Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal NDP government is just not worth the cost. After 8 years of pushing his carbon tax on Canadians, the Prime Minister announced that he was pausing the carbon tax on home heating oil, but not natural gas. This flip-flop will benefit one region of the country while leaving other regions out in the cold. When asked why they were picking winners and losers, a Liberal cabinet minister said, perhaps they need to elect more Liberals in the prairies. I wonder what other policies the Liberals have that are based on the way a region votes. They don't support carbon capture and storage, despite its success in my province of Saskatchewan. They don't support liquefied natural gas projects, and new mining projects have to spend millions of dollars and wait for years just to get through the permitting process. Fortunately, Canada's common sense Conservatives are here for all Canadians from all regions of the country.
Just going to ask the honourable member from Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to acknowledge two incredible and brave World War II and World War II veterans, Major Nab Singh Gurwal and Subedar Kanwaljit Singh. There were over 365,000 Sikh soldiers who fought with us and our allies during World War I and World War II, and Major Nab Singh Gurwal and Subedar Kanwaljit Singh were two of them. Major Nab Singh Gurwal served from 1939 to 1945, and Subedar Kanwaljit Singh served from 1939 to 1947. Both Major Nab Singh Gurwal and Subedar Kanwaljit Singh were part of some of the most decisive battles of the Burmese front at Impal and Kohima. Major Nab Singh Gurwal is set to celebrate his 101st birthday in just a few days, and Subedar Kanwaljit Singh just celebrated his 100th birthday in September. The Indian Ex-Servicemen Society in my home city of Surrey has been essential in reconnecting Indian veterans and ensuring their well-being through events that are put on throughout the year. As Veterans Week wraps up, let us all remember the sacrifices they took to ensure our freedom, safety, and well-being. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the living wage reflects what people need to earn to afford the basic necessities of life. In the village of Dodgingeeds on Haida Gwaii, working parents have to each earn $26.25 per hour to afford those necessities. That's the second highest of any BC community. And we know that many families are struggling to make ends meet. Why is life so expensive on Haida Gwaii? Because it's so remote. Because the main access is a 7-hour ferry ride to the mainland, and that's 7 hours in good weather, Mr. Speaker. The Northern Residents Tax Deduction was designed to help residents of remote communities with affordability. For over a decade, Haida Gwaii residents have been asking this federal government to provide them with the full deduction. It's a simple change to the Income Tax Act, Mr. Speaker, yet it's one that would make such a big difference for families on Haida Gwaii. And I urge the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance to make this change at the soonest opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, I'm going to ask all colleagues, please, to try to keep the conversations down so that your speaker can hear the interventions of all members.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, what a season Kevin Lambert has had. Shortlisted for the Goncourt, awarded the Prix Décembre, and now, like Marie-Claire Blais, who inspired his latest novel, young writer Kevin Lambert has won the prestigious Medici 57 years after his muse. This is the third time a Quebecer has won the Medici, after Marie-Claire Blais in 1966 and Dany Laferrière in 2009, and it's a good sign for our literature. I invite everyone to go to our bookstores and pick up Que Notre Joie Demeure, and if it's not there, buy Querelle de Roberval, or You Will Love What You Have Killed. And if they're not there either, buy a Quebec book. Our literature is amazing, crazy, and creative, taking us to places we've never dreamed of. Bravo, Kevin Lambert. Thank you for making Quebec culture shine, and for being a unique voice, and for the hours of joy, admiration, and surprise your pages provide. What a year in the life of Kevin Lambert.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, it has never been more clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. The Prime Minister told Canadians that if he just paid their costly carbon tax, the NDP Liberal government would meet their environmental targets. But in a bombshell report, Canada's Environment Commissioner revealed that despite a punishing carbon tax, the Liberals will fail to achieve their own emission targets. In fact, the only time emissions went down under this government was when the entire economy was shut down. It's all pain and no gain under this NDP Liberal government. The truth is finally exposed.
The carbon tax was never an environmental plan. It was always just a tax plan. After 8 years of environmental failure, this Prime Minister is definitely not worth the cost.
The honourable member from Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For all Canadians, Remembrance Day is a day to pause and reflect. And as the Member of Parliament for Whitby, I want to take this opportunity to pay my respects to the veterans of Whitby. This Saturday, my wife and I look forward to attending the ceremonies hosted by the Royal Canadian Legion's Branch 112 and Branch 152 and the Court at Brooklyn Retirement Home. From Vimy Ridge to Juno Beach to various UN peacekeeping missions all over this country, we remember the courage and sacrifice of the many men and women who fought to preserve what we too often take for granted: our values, our institutions, our freedom, and our democracy. We wear this poppy as a small way to say thank you to the members of our armed forces, past and present. We will forever be indebted to you for your courage, your duty, your honor, and your selflessness. Lest we forget.
Hear, hear. Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
La communauté juive est si...
The Jewish community is being targeted in Montreal.
Alone. This is what's happened. A Montreal synagogue has been firebombed. A hate preacher has called for the extermination of Jews. Jewish students have been called the K word. Terrorists fired bullets at 2 different schools. And the UK Foreign Office has warned of likely terrorist attacks in Canada. We've all seen the Prime Minister's theatrical words, but what concrete steps has he taken this week to protect Jews and all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for that really important question. We condemn unequivocally the attempted firebombing, the shooting at 2 Jewish schools overnight last night in Montreal. There is no room and there is no place for anti-Semitism in Canada. There is no room, there is no place for hate. There is no room and there is no place for violence. Mr. Speaker, we condemn this unequivocally. We stand with Jewish Canadians across the country. The SPVM in Montreal is investigating, and we will continue to monitor this situation, call for calm, and ensure that Canadians are safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Les belles paroles ne vont pas protéger.
Fine words don't protect people. Real action is needed. Now, the scandal surrounding the Prime Minister's office continues to grow. We now know that this is similar in scope to the sponsorship scandal, but the president of the fund spent $200,000 of taxpayer money on their own business. Why did the Prime Minister not fire this person?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question, but Mr. Speaker, let me bring a bit of facts into the fairy tale of the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, from the moment that I learned that there was any allegations of wrongdoing, I demanded that there was a third-party investigation, Mr. Speaker. Upon receiving the report, Mr. Speaker, we demanded that there be corrective action at the management level and at the board level. Mr. Speaker, we expect the highest level of governance from any entity that receive money from the Government of Canada.
L'Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And the Prime Minister have known for 6 months of the scandal brewing at their Green Slush Fund, $1 billion fund that one of its own public servants compared to the sponsorship scandal and said there was money for nothing. Yesterday, Canadians learned that the chair of this fund directed $200,000 tax dollars to her own company.
What?
That minister has known that for 6 months. Why has this Liberal chair not been fired from this job?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie le chef de l'opposition pour...
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Let me bring some facts forward to the Leader of the Opposition story. The second we heard that there were allegations about managing that fund, I asked for an external investigation in order to shed light on the situation. On the basis of the results we obtained, I asked for corrective measures to be made. We expect the highest level of governance for agencies that manage taxpayer money, and we will continue to investigate.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 8 years, not only is the Prime Minister not worth the cost, he still does not have a climate plan. He said that if Canadians paid his carbon tax, it would save the world, but here are the facts. Canada now ranks 58th out of 63 in climate action. Canada is the only G7 country not to have reduced its emissions below 1990 levels. The Prime Minister has missed 7 of 8 of his targets over the last decade. And finally, according to a bombshell report by his own Environment Commissioner this week, he will not hit his 2030 Paris Accord targets. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister just admit he doesn't have a climate plan, he has a tax plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what the Leader of the Opposition is saying in this House is factually incorrect. Facts. We have the best performance in terms of greenhouse gas reduction since 2019, Mr. Speaker. Fact. We have a plan that has been applauded by environmental organization, research organization, municipalities, even oil companies have applauded our climate plan, Mr. Speaker. And this morning in the Environmental Committee, the Commissioner to the Environment and Sustainable Development said that not only pollution pricing is working, but it is responsible for 30% of emission reduced in Canada since 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's funny that he keeps focusing on 2019 and the year that followed, because that year was the only year in which emissions went down because the economy was locked down, Mr. Speaker. In every other of the 8 years this Prime Minister has been in power, he has missed his emissions targets. He now ranks 58th out of 63 nations. He leads the only country in the G7 that has not reduced its emissions below 1990 levels. And his own Environment Commissioner says he will not hit his Paris targets. So, will they finally admit that after 8 years, this carbon tax is all pain and no gain?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, what the Leader of the Opposition is saying is still factually incorrect because we haven't missed any of our targets. The only target we have is for 2030. Canada has missed many targets because for 10 years, the Conservative Party did nothing to fight climate change. They did nothing to support clean energy. They did nothing to support electrification of transportation. They did nothing on adaptation, Mr. Speaker. That's why Canada's been missing our targets. This government, this Prime Minister, we will meet our targets. We're 85% to our 20 targets already, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
Monsieur le Président, les premiers ministres.
Mr. Speaker, Premier François Legault and Premier Doug Ford publicly requested a call for tenders to replace the Aurora aircraft. That's all they're asking for, a call for tenders. The Liberals have to stop hurting Quebec's economy and our aerospace industry. They have no business offering a $9 billion untendered contract to Boeing at the expense of Bombardier. They have no business giving Quebecers taxpayer money to Americans without even letting our own workers compete. That's what Liberal policies against Quebec are all about. When will they issue a call for tender?
L'honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci à mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for asking this important question. It allows me to say just how important the aerospace industry is in Quebec and the country. $25 million in contribution to the GDP. Many jobs in the aerospace industry are made available through this industry. We will continue to support this industry over the next several years.
Honorable député de La Prairie.
Président, Bombardier.
Mr. Speaker, Bombardier doesn't want charity. They just want to be able to compete, and yet that's too much for the Liberals. They're always there for oil companies in the West. They're always there for the auto industry in Ontario. When it's time to be there for aerospace in Quebec, they're there all right, but only to do harm. They graciously give taxpayers' money to the Americans to give jobs to Americans instead of Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry is a Quebecer. When's he going to stand up and defend Quebec, put the offer on the table, and announce a call for tender?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for pointing out the extraordinary work that the Ministry of Industry and other ministers are doing for Quebecers every single day. An example that I'm sure he's aware of is the Davie Shipyard. Since March 2023, the Davie Shipyard is part of the new naval building strategy in Canada, thanks to the leadership of the Liberal MPs in Quebec.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Monsieur le Président, c'est une bonne journée.
Mr. Speaker, it's a good day for workers in our country. The NDP got a historic result. Anti-scab legislation that will give workers more power to demand fairer wages and better working conditions. We used the balance of power in this Parliament to get legislation the Liberals had always refused. From now on, there will be a real balance at the bargaining table to avoid protracted disputes like those at the Port of Quebec. Will the Minister commit to working with us to make this legislation a reality as soon as possible?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today is indeed a historic day for workers right across this country. Workers in this country have been looking for replacement worker ban legislation for generations. And today we delivered, we tabled this legislation. It was done properly. It was done in great spirit and with a great deal of work and cooperation with the honourable member and many members of his team. I think we have come forward and I present to this House a simple but historic and meaningful piece of legislation for workers right across this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Anti-scab legislation thanks to the NDP, Mr. Speaker. Now, Loblaws and Walmart have rejected the government's voluntary code of conduct on grocery pricing. That's 40% of the Canadian market. That means that the government's voluntary plan has failed. Now, Conservatives have never raised the issue of food price gouging, but Liberals have a choice thanks to the NDP. Will they stand up against food price gouging that hurts so many Canadian families? Will they adopt the NDP bill to lower food prices now?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we did even more than that, Mr. Speaker. For the first time in Canada's history, we called all the CEOs to come to Ottawa to tell them one thing, Mr. Speaker. We express the frustration of 40 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We expect everyone to do their part, including signing the Grocery Code of Conduct, Mr. Speaker, to help stabilize prices in Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, there's one thing that the member on the other side can do to help Canadians is to vote for C-56 so that we can reform competition and ensure that we have more competition in this country. Why won't they act?
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Monsieur le Président, en matière d'environnement.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the environment, the costly Liberal Bloc coalition has a tax plan, not an environmental plan. And what's the result? Is that this association with the Bloc is bad news because the Bloc Québécois wants to significantly increase taxes and the Liberals are on board. The Commissioner of the Environment concluded that Canada is not going to meet its 2030 target. They have been focusing on this for 8 years, but is someone in this government going to say that the reality is that they actually have a tax plan, not an environmental plan? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour and dignity to keep the promises that we made to Canadians during the last election. We agreed to putting a price on pollution. The Conservatives promised the same, but then they're backing down. We have clean fuel standards, and the Conservatives offered the same thing, but then they've backed down. I don't understand why Canadians would believe anything the Conservative Party has to say. We can't trust them, not on the environment, not on the economy, and not on affordability. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Nothing personal, but I'm going to address the Minister of the Environment directly. He has defended the environment throughout his entire career, and yet, just a few days ago, he accepted a carve-out from the carbon tax. This minister, full of honour and dignity, can he rise and say that he's pleased to see that we have a carve-out in the carbon tax? Clearly, they have a tax plan, not an environmental plan. All members know that all questions and answers need to be directed through the chair. The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to respond to my honourable colleague that I am proud to be part of a government that not only believes that climate change is happening, but is fighting to set up measures which are working. We went from 12% an increase of greenhouse gas emissions to 8% above the 2005 levels. Certainly not thanks to the Conservative Party, because they did nothing for 10 years. The plan is working. We're within 85% of our 2030 objective. I agree with the Commissioner that there's work to be done. That's why Canadians have to continue to support us so that we can continue to move forward on the fight against climate change and not move back into the Stone Age like the Conservative Party.
From Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this government's record on climate change is in. The opening sentence of the Environment Commissioner's report says it all. The federal government is not on track to meet the 2030 target. Wow. It's now clear the government's environmental plan is a mishmash of regulations and taxes that aren't working. And it's not just clear to the Commissioner, it was also clear to COP27, where Canada was ranked 58 out of 63 countries for climate change performance. Change starts with acknowledging failure. Will the government?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it quite ironic that this member campaigned for the leadership of his party on a carbon taxing platform, Mr. Speaker. And now all of a sudden it doesn't work. He doesn't believe in it. Well, this morning, the Commissioner to the Environment and Sustainable Development was at the Environment Committee, and this is what he said. He said that not only our pollution pricing is working, but it is responsible for up to 30% of emission reduced in Canada since 2019, Mr. Speaker. They don't want to talk about climate change because they don't want to talk about the fact that they're buddying up with their friends in the big oil companies, and God forbid that we would do anything to affect their profits. We want to fight climate change, and we want to help Canadians in the process, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Speaker, I campaign on a revenue-negative carbon tax. This government's environmental plan is revenue positive and a mishmash of taxes and regulations which is dragging the Canadian economy down. Emissions still haven't risen to pre-pandemic highs, and that's because the economy still hasn't recovered. Per capita GDP and productivity are lower this year than in 2017. After 8 years, will the government admit that its environmental plan isn't working, its economic plan isn't working, with productivity and per capita GDP lower today than 6 years ago?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from these conservatives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm surprised about, not only do they not have a climate plan, they don't even have an economic plan, Mr. Speaker. Their only plan is to cut services, cut investment, cut programs in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I have some piece of good news for you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the OECD ranked Canada third in the world for foreign investment attraction, Mr. Speaker. Our plan is working. We're creating prosperity. We're creating jobs. We're building Canada of the 21st century.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
They can huff and they can puff, but their carbon tax house is falling down because it was built on two pillars which have completely collapsed. The first, that it is revenue neutral. Well, the Prime Minister's own budget watchdog has said that Canadians pay far more in the tax than anything they hope to receive. The second is that it would allow the government to hit their own emissions targets. Well, the Liberal-appointed Environment Commissioner confirmed this week that they have no hope of hitting their targets even with the carbon tax. So after 8 years of failure, will the Prime Minister put his ego aside, admit he has a tax plan, not an environmental plan?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, we're getting there. We're 85% of the way to meeting our 2030 targets.
Minister from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are getting there. We're 85% of meeting our 2030 targets. But do you know what's worse than not even trying? Is not even being willing to admit that climate change exists. Last week, the Leader of the Opposition was asked in a scrum right over there if he would meet the Paris target. And it was like a deer in front of headlights, Mr. Speaker. He couldn't even answer the question as to whether or not Canada would meet our Paris target. He wouldn't even answer the question. On this side of the House, we are doing everything we can to achieve our 2030 targets, as opposed to the Conservative Party, who want to bring us back to the Stone Age, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
His own government has admitted that they're not going to hit those targets, Mr. Speaker. And they're getting there? Does somebody have a participation trophy we could send across the way? Maybe they would get there faster if they stopped saying no to clean energy projects, like when they killed a tidal electricity project in Atlantic Canada that would have created zero emissions power for Canadians, or when they say no to nuclear, when they say no to carbon capture. There were 18 LNG terminals on the books when this Prime Minister took office. 0 have been completed. Right. So instead of cancelling clean energy projects, why don't they cancel their carbon tax?
The honourable member for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As is too frequently the case in this House, the member is just factually wrong. At the end of the day, the previous Conservative government got almost nothing built, including 0 LNG facilities, because it actually gutted the environmental assessment process. It paid no heed to environmental impacts. It did not have a climate plan. At the end of the day, we have put in place measures to ensure that we are going to see good projects go ahead going forward, including offshore wind in Atlantic Canada, battery manufacturing plants in Bécancour, the Volkswagen electric vehicle plant, Air Products hydrogen plant, and a whole range of other things. You have to have a climate plan if you want to have an economic plan. You have neither.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui...
Mr. Speaker, today, the Bloc Québécois unveiled its expectations for the November 21 economic update. 7 responsible, but above all, urgent demands were put forward: an emergency fund for homelessness, with winter just around the corner, a $50 million emergency fund for the media, and a 1-year postponement of the repayment of the emergency account with no loss of subsidy. The minister will understand that the key word is emergency. Will she include these urgent measures in the economic update?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague has a great deal of enthusiasm for the fall economic update. Canada's economic bases are solid. we're getting results for Canadians. 1 million Quebecers and Canadians more are working compared to before the pandemic. We have the greatest G7 economy going into 2024. We will continue building an economy that works for everyone, and we're going to unveil our plan on November 21 when the Minister of Finance will reveal the fall economic update. Before I proceed, I just want to encourage members to stay in their seats until I recognize you. I know that members want to be ready to ask a question or answer one. As you know, I will give you a 10-second signal, which is a good time to get up because I don't want to be confused about who's going to take the floor. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll remind you that being responsible in the current economic climate isn't austerity. It's about investing intelligently. To counter the housing crisis, the Bloc is proposing funding for more than 100,000 housing units that could be ready as early as next July. To support seniors during inflation, we're calling for an increase in old age pensions to support everyone 65 and older. To fight climate change, we're calling for an end to fossil fuel subsidies. That's what being responsible is about. Will the government include our responsible proposals in its economic update? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to hear that my dear colleague is very aware of the fact that we're having a fall economic update on November 21 and we're making responsible investments for the future. We're investing in Bécancour, in Air Products in Edmonton. We're investing all over the country to build a green economy for the future, which will put people to work from coast to coast to coast. We're going to work on our fall economic update and the investments included in it.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne.
Être responsable dans la mise à jour économique.
Being responsible with the fall economic update means avoiding 220,000 bankruptcies among small and medium businesses. We need to defer repayment of the emergency account loans for 1 year with no loss of subsidy. They're just asking for a little flexibility. I hope the Minister of Finance, because in her own riding, 40 small and medium businesses informed the Federation of Independent Businesses that they're facing bankruptcy. In the fall economic update, what is she going to say to the 40 businesses in her own riding? Is she going to help them or let them be abandoned?
L'honorable ministre des Petites Entreprises.
The Honourable Minister of Small Business. Mr. Speaker, we are there for small and medium businesses. We've already granted small and medium businesses an additional year to access the loan repayment. We're offering more flexibility, more time to access benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
After 8 years of this Liberal government, the Prime Minister's own Environment Commissioner confirmed that he will not meet his targets. He missed 88% of it. Worse, they missed targets in 7 out of the 8 years they have been in power, and the only year they hit the targets is when the economy was shut down for COVID. Still, they insist on punishing Canadians with their carbon tax chaos. So why are these Liberals burying their head in the sand and pretending like the carbon tax is working when Canadians know it isn't?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would invite my colleague to actually watch the proceedings from the Environment Committee this morning, where the Commissioner to the Environment and Climate Change said that not only carbon pricing is working, but it's responsible for 30% of the emissions we've seen in Canada since we've took office, Mr. Speaker. Nothing that would have happened under the Conservative Party. They had no plan to fight climate change. They had no plan to develop the economy. They had no plan for renewable energy, for clean electricity, for electrification of transportation. That's why Canada is so far lagging behind other countries. We're playing catch-up, Mr. Speaker, but thanks to all of our efforts, we're getting there. No thanks to the Conservative Party.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Thornhill.
Speaker, nobody believes them anymore. They lean on a tax that punishes Canadians that won't meet their own targets. They say no to carbon capture and storage. The Environment Minister himself opposes nuclear. They've delayed approvals to 25 years to mine the minerals we need to get cleaner power. They are tax collectors in 58th place out of 63 countries on climate change. Will they save us the sanctimony, stop killing clean energy projects, and cancel their failed and now selectively applied carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
As I've said before in this House, people may be entitled to their opinions, but they are not entitled to their own facts. The Commissioner this morning actually said that it is effective and it is working, and so do all of the academic. I don't know where you get your this person gets her facts, but at the end of the day, the facts are the facts are the facts. The fact is these folks don't have a plan for climate change, but they also don't have a plan for the economy. In fact, right now in committee, in Natural Resources Committee, they are blocking moving forward with Bill C-49, which is about enabling the development of an offshore wind and a hydrogen program in Atlantic Canada, something supported by the Conservative Premier of Nova Scotia and the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. It is bizarre, Mr. Speaker.
It's happened on a couple of occasions today, and I'd like to remind all members that to make sure that they direct their comments through the chair and not directly to other members. The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
8 years times 0 targets met is still 0. Yeah. And after 8 years of that 0 government, Canadians know that their environmental record is nothing but hot air and hypocrisy. The Bay of Fundy can supply green tidal energy to all of Nova Scotia and make us a net exporter of green energy. Yeah. The only successful project to harness the power of the Bay of Fundy, delivering endless green energy, was killed by these Liberals when they refused to renew the permit. They killed capital investment in tidal power. Why does this Prime Minister claim to support green energy but veto green tidal projects?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
You know what is the height of hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker? It's a member of Parliament who was elected on a campaign platform that included a price on pollution who now disavows that every day in this House. It's an Atlantic Canadian member of Parliament who is actively opposing the development of a major offshore wind and hydrogen project in Nova Scotia in direct opposition to the Conservative Premier of his province. That, Mr. Speaker, is the height of hypocrisy. Hear, hear.
The honourable member from North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, when women were invited into all military operations in 1989 and submarine services in 2001, they entered an environment not made for them. Trailblazers these women endured through discrimination and lack of support, and the physical and mental outcomes they dealt with were not documented. Now, as veterans, they are often underserved because of a lack of documentation. When will this government honor servicewomen and make it right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to listen to the stories of women, veterans, and for our government to ensure that we are addressing their needs. While the work of the Parliamentary Committee is independent, and they're doing a study on this very task, for undertaking this important study on women veterans, we commit to acting on those. We urge all parliamentarians to put aside any partisan politics in order to take time and listen to those women and hear what they have to say so we can make their lives a lot much better in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
UN agencies report over 10,000 Palestinian civilians have been killed and 1.5 million have been displaced by the Israeli siege and bombardment on Gaza since October 7th. UN experts say that these attacks constitute war crimes of collective punishment and ethnic cleansing. Shamefully, the Prime Minister directed his ambassador to abstain from a vote on an immediate ceasefire in Gaza on the UN General Assembly, and yesterday Liberals and Conservatives voted against our motion calling for the same. So my question is, how many Palestinian deaths will be enough for the Prime Minister to find the moral courage to call for a ceasefire?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The price of justice cannot be the continued suffering of all Palestinian civilians. What is unfolding in Gaza is a human tragedy. We must be guided by human dignity. All civilians, Israeli and Palestinian, are equal and must be protected, and international law must be respected. Canada stands firmly with Israeli and Palestinian peoples in their right to live in peace, security, with dignity, and without fear. We will continue to support diplomatic discussions on humanitarian pauses. We need Canadians to leave, hostages to be released, and humanitarian aid to get in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, last June, the Conservative member from New Brunswick Southwest attended a meeting in England held by the International Democracy Union and paid for by the Danube Institute, a right-wing Hungarian think tank.
I'm going to ask the member to try to get to the point as if this relates to government business or to committee chair business.
Hungarian think tank that just last month published a paper quoting the stakes of the Russia-Ukraine war are not Ukraine's sovereignty, but the victory of NATO, the expansion of the U.S. deep state, and wokeism. Coincidentally, for weeks, Conservative MPs have been blocking the modernized trade agreement with Ukraine. Can the minister explain why this agreement is so important for Ukraine?
Members know that I've made it clear on a couple of occasions over the last few days and this week that we will be looking at the issue which was raised by all House leaders, with the exception of one, has raised the issue of the importance of having questions which deal with the administration of government or questions which have to deal to committee chairs. So I have not ruled on this yet, and for this week I've been letting these questions go. If there is a minister that is going to respond, I will allow it this week to be consistent. But I would like to ask all members, please, to try to refrain from this until the Speaker has made his ruling. The honourable member, the honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Kingston and the Islands for that question. This is a high standard trade agreement that's good for Canadian and Ukrainian businesses. It's also a strong endorsement of Ukraine's territorial and economic sovereignty as they fight for democracy. We're going to continue to stand with our businesses, including our SMEs and exporters who want to be a part of rebuilding Ukraine, even as the Conservatives try and stall this legislation and dismiss it as woke. Conservatives are standing in the very way of progress for Ukraine, and frankly, they should be ashamed.
The honourable member from Foothills.
After 7 years of this NDP Liberal government, this Prime Minister has not hit a single emissions target. In fact, Canada is ranked 58 out of 63 countries when it comes to climate action performance. It's clear this Prime Minister doesn't have, the only green plan this Prime Minister has is diverting greenbacks from his carbon tax to his Liberal friends.
That's right.
But when our most important allies, Germany and Japan, come to Canada for help, for clean Canadian LNG, he turns his back.
Exactly.
Why does this Prime Minister support diverting Canadian tax dollars to a $1 billion green slush fund instead of unleashing clean Canadian energy the world desperately needs?
The honourable minister.
Well, the Conservatives' reckless and risky inaction on climate change has indeed gone global. They don't have a plan for Canada. They won't commit to the Paris targets. And now they're blocking a trade deal with Ukraine that has the most comprehensive and ambitious environment chapter in a free trade agreement by Canada. If Ukraine can fight Russia and prioritize fighting climate change at the same time, so can we, and we are.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Foothills.
Well, the minister is clearly misleading Canadians. So the Liberals don't have an environment plan. What they have is a political agenda. The Prime Minister has 2 carbon tax punishing Canadian families, which we know now does not reduce emissions. But when his polls plummet in Atlantic Canada, he can remove the carbon tax from home heating oil, the energy source with the highest emissions. Well, at the same time, the Liberal Environment Minister, under a wave of red tape, kills a tidal energy project which would have provided clean electricity for the East Coast. Yeah. So why is the Prime Minister killing clean Canadian energy while his carbon taxes force Canadians to freeze in the dark?
Exactly. Great question. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
It is incredibly ironical to hear a Conservative member of Parliament talk about the lack of an environmental plan. I mean, we went through 10 years under Prime Minister Harper where there was no regard for the environment, there was no climate plan. We were seen as the dinosaur in the international community because of the lack of any action. This government has put in place a comprehensive climate plan, a robust environmental plan to protect biodiversity in this country, and an economic plan that acknowledges the reality of climate change, is creating good jobs and economic opportunity in every province and territory in this country. Really? My goodness.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 8 years of environmental failure, the costly Bloc Liberal coalition is not worth the cost to the environment. The carbon tax, which the Bloc wants to increase, is not an environmental plan, but a tax plan, tax Canadians, which has failed to meet Canada's environmental goals in 7 of the 8 years of this Liberal government. In fact, Canada is at the bottom of the pack out of 63. After these successive failures, will the PM finally admit that he doesn't have an environmental plan, but a tax one? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to correct my colleague. What he said is inaccurate. Not only is the carbon tax working, but the Commissioner confirmed this morning at the Environment Committee, and I would invite my colleague to listen to the minutes from this meeting. But not only is the carbon tax working, but it's the equivalent of removing 11,000 vehicles from the road. Our plan is working. We're on track to attaining our objectives, but it's certainly not thanks to the Conservative Party that we're going to get there. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, 1/4 of Canadians have to turn to assistance to meet their housing and food needs. After 8 years of his tax plan, this Prime Minister is not worth the environmental cost. The Liberals have killed all clean energy projects in Canada. There was a national gas project in Saguenay, and an environment minister is opposed to the nuclear power. And they're against innovative carbon capture and storage projects. He has to admit, the minister, that the environmental plan isn't working. When will the government stop killing clean energy products and admit their plan isn't working? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. My colleague has also said something inaccurate. When we took power, online production went up by 60%. GM, Stellantis, Northvolt. These are all projects that the Conservatives opposed. We've invested in Quebec and Ontario in batteries, and we are here to create a sustainable environment and economy for future Canadians. And the Conservatives have no plan for the economy or the fight against climate change, and no plan for affordability. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, in the next few weeks, the government will be releasing its fall economic update. I think it's a great opportunity to show that this government is concerned about the future of information. Our media are strutting, our local media, our electronic media, our print media, they're struggling and they need a break. C-18 won't apply in the short term, but in the meantime, newspapers are at risk of closing. Will the Minister of Finance announce an emergency fund for media until C-18 comes into effect? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we're extremely concerned by what's happening in this sector, and that's why for several years we've established programs to better support both written media and all media. We've also worked hard to modernize our legislation, to make things fairer, between the cultural industry and for our creators. But the Conservatives have opposed everything we've done. I don't know why they have web giants in their pockets rather than being concerned about Canadian creators and Canadians. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, I think media and culture are tired of seeing this blame being spread around. We need the minister to accept their responsibilities. And in the media and culture industry, they said that the Liberals have nothing to brag about right now. They need concrete and urgent action. Our TV and newspapers need help now. And we saw it with TVA. We know what's happening with other media as well. Either we do nothing or let our media die a slow death, or we can act now and look for long-term solutions. Can the government set up an emergency fund, or will it stand around and do nothing against the backdrop of this media crisis? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, our government has never sat around and done nothing. We've established programs, and we were open to all proposals and solutions to help this sector. I think the Conservatives have done nothing. They've never stood up for cultural workers, and every time they've been opposed to our legislation, and it costs jobs when we don't get things adopted. And also, we'll see what the real face of the Conservatives are in terms of replacement workers. And once again, they're going to be on the side of rich and big corporations.
The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Liberal insiders, officials and members behave like the law doesn't apply to them. They mislead committee, they threaten co-workers and funnel taxpayer money through ghost contractors and even through their own companies. $54 million on the Arrive scam app is only the tip of the iceberg. Now the RCMP are investigating corruption with this NDP Liberal government. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Canadians have had enough of this blatant misuse of taxpayer monies. Is it finally enough for this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said time and time again, we expect all contracts to be issued following the law as well as procurement regulations. Mr. Speaker, any actions of misconduct will come with consequences. We look forward to the report and the investigations that are ongoing. But, Mr. Speaker, once again, our expectations are that contracts are fulfilled and issued following the law.
The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this government has been in power for 8 years, and there is a profound dissonance between those alleged expectations and what they have been delivering and doing these 8 long years. Arrive scam hearings have been explosive. This week, senior government officials accused each other of lying because a Liberal minister wanted someone else's head on a plate. This government is destroying trust in our public service, and this Prime Minister is clearly not worth the cost. Instead of trying to blame others, why won't this Prime Minister take responsibility for his Arrive scam disaster and commit to cooperating with the RCMP investigation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives trying to create a tax instead of focusing on the facts. And the facts are that any allegations of misconduct will come with consequences. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the investigations that are ongoing. CBSA has put in place measures addressing these procurement issues. And, Mr. Speaker, we expect all contracts to be fulfilled following the law.
Here.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg au Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, as if it weren't enough to have lost $173 million with Medicago, which left the country quickly without warning, now we've learned that PHAC has lost another $150 million with them, for a total of $323 million. Money up in smoke, gone as if nothing happened. And those who are responsible are in the members' meetings. I would invite the former Minister of Health and now Minister of PSPC. I'll ask him, where's the money and what are they going to do to get it back? The The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, well, those were really tough times. Then it was impossible to imagine that one day there would be a vaccine that would be available for all Canadians. And the government at that time made sure that we could make a choice with every legitimate option. And fortunately, thanks to that, we've had one of the best responses to the pandemic worldwide. We were there for all Canadians, and we're very proud of that, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all sympathize with the additional challenges faced by people with disabilities when traveling, especially by air. We have seen several cases in the media recently of unacceptable treatment of people with disabilities traveling by air, particularly with Air Canada. The Minister of Transport has called Air Canada to find out about their detailed accessibility action plan. Can he share the main points with us? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent work. I did have a meeting today, which was very productive with my colleague, the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities, and representatives of Air Canada, including CEO Michael Rousseau, to find out, well, I told them it was unacceptable, and I wanted to find out what concrete action they intend to do to redress the unacceptable treatment. They need perhaps specialized equipment, training, boarding and deplaning processes. And we've agreed to follow up with them in 2 months' time. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The Prime Minister's hand-picked chair of his billion-dollar green slush fund says that she followed all conflict of interest rules. But we learned at committee yesterday that she was the one that moved a motion that funneled hundreds of thousands of dollars to her company that she then took a $120,000 payday from. Right. After 8 years, it sure pays to be an insider with this NDP Liberal government. And it's clear to see that this Prime Minister just isn't worth the cost. Canadians want to know if the NDP are going to support Conservatives in their calls for more hearings on this scandal, and they want to know who else got rich.
I see the minister rising on this question, which was directed to which was directed to another party in this House. But I see the minister rising on the House. The minister. I don't see the minister rising to answer this question, which is directed to the fourth party in this House. The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Not surprising that they won't get up to tell us who got rich. The question is obviously for the minister, and if he's too afraid to tell Canadians which of their insiders are getting paid, we learned yesterday from the hand-picked chair that she got $120,000 after moving a motion to get $200,000 paid directly to her company. Millions of taxpayer dollars are being funneled to ineligible companies through corruption and conflicts of interest at this very minute. This minister's officials said that heads would roll, people would be fired, they lost confidence in the board. They found out it was a political problem, decided they wouldn't fire anyone. The Auditor General is investigating, so should Parliament. We want to know who got rich.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer any and all questions that this member would have, Mr. Speaker. But let me bring the facts to the story, Mr. Speaker. By the way, this organization existed 10 years during the Harper government, Mr. Speaker. Let's bring some facts to the table. And one thing that Canadians should know at home, Mr. Speaker, the moment that allegations were brought to my attention, we launched a third-party investigation, Mr. Speaker. And on the basis of that report, Mr. Speaker, we took immediate action to restore governance at the organization. Mr. Speaker, we will not shy away to take any and all actions needed to make sure that they have proper governance at the institution.
Colleagues, When the Speaker recognizes a person to ask a question or for a person to answer the question, there is an expectation, as a matter of fact, it's in the regulations, that all members are not to speak until that person is finished speaking. And so I'd ask the member from South Shore St. Margaret's, please, to try to, who had a question today, to please be respectful so that all members can listen to the members who are asking or who are answering questions.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, conflicts of interest are piling up at breakneck speed. A federal green fund paid $217,000 to the chair of the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Mr. Speaker, being able to approve public funds from a federal foundation to one's own company is an obvious conflict of interest. Does the government still have confidence in the chair of the Board of Directions? This is yet another Liberal scandal. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable colleague for his question. I don't think he'd be able to use this clip because this company survived for 10 years under the Harper government. But on this side of the House, what did we do? When we heard of these allegations, we asked a third party to investigate allegations. We received the report and we asked for concrete measures. We have higher standards for all funds that are given by the Government of Canada. And we're going to get to the bottom of things.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener South Hespeler.
Speaker, replacement workers distract from the bargaining table, prolong disputes, and can poison workplaces for years after. The best deals are made at the bargaining table, and our economy depends on employers and unions staying at the table to reach the best, most resilient deals. That's why in 2021, our Liberal team committed to the banning of the use of replacement workers. Today marks a historic milestone. Could the Minister advise this House how we're delivering on this commitment?
The Honourable Minister.
And I thank the Honourable Member for her question. We were glad to work with the NDP on this piece of legislation. It fulfills a promise that we made on page 22 of our platform in 2021. And it also is very much in keeping with the spirit of tripartitism which this country is built on, where business, unions and government work together on major issues that affect this country. May I say it is richer and better for having worked with the NDP on this legislation, and I look forward to continued debate by members in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are abandoning caregivers again. They promised to make the Canada Caregiver Credit refundable, yet people are still waiting. We are in an affordability crisis. Unpaid carers are struggling to keep up with the cost of living. Meanwhile, the Liberals are missing in action. Caregivers deserve better. Will the Liberals finally live up to their promise and immediately deliver the refundable tax credit?
Bravo. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ensure you that in terms of the CRA, there is a tax credit for caregivers, and we would like to promote this credit to make sure people are well aware of it. And yesterday, we used tax clinics with volunteers to promote these programs for those who need it most.
And if I may, it's good to see the Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands in the House and recognize her for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I met
mentioned when I got a chance to speak to the House on another occasion that I wanted to run around and hug everyone. I haven't reached you all yet, but I am very happy to be back. My question to the Honourable Minister of Environment, he may not be so happy to see me back, but it's based on the report from the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development, whose report says this clearly, quote, the 2030 emissions reduction plan is insufficient to meet the 2030 emissions reduction target. To which I add, the 2030 emissions reduction target is too weak to meet our global share of responsibility for the Paris Agreement goals of holding to 1.5 and as far below 2 degrees as possible. But the Commissioner did say there's barely enough time to do more to meet the weak target. Will this government cancel the TMX pipeline, ban fracking, and put in place an excess profits tax on the oil and gas?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. It is good to see her in this House, and I agree with the findings of the Commissioner. We need to do more. Our plan shows that we're at 34% towards a 40% emission reduction target. Since he has done his study, we have put out a number of new measures to help fight climate change and accelerate the reduction of climate pollution, Mr. Speaker, including zero-emission vehicle mandate, new methane regulations, and by the end of the year, as the Prime Minister announced in New York, we will have a framework to cap the emissions of the oil and gas sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And so brings us to the end of question period. I see rising on an appel au règlement.
On a point of order, the member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I think you'll find that there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House salutes Bernard Lemaire's immense contribution to the development of the Quebec business community and the green economy in Quebec, Canada, and around the world, and offers its condolences to his family and loved ones. All those who oppose the honourable member's motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
And before all members leave, during question period, I would like to rise in this place to make a correction. I mistakenly said that it was a standing order in the House that members had to sit in their place and be quiet while others are speaking. It is not a standing order of the House. It is actually just a long-time tradition of this House, and one which you authorize the Speaker, of course, to maintain order and decorum in this House. So I'd like to apologize to all members for making that error. The honourable member for... No. Alors ça c'est la partie...
So this is my favorite part of the week, the Thursday question. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you can see, I prepared for the Thursday question. It'll be quite a long one. No, I'm just joking. Mr. Speaker, as we all head back to our ridings to mark Remembrance Day, to pay tribute to the men and women who bravely fought and died to defend our country, I have a few questions, all the same, for the government House Leader about the work that awaits us, and I hope there'll be an answer for the member for Champlain, who today in question period asked very forcefully when Bill C-56 would finally be passed. And I'd like to ask the question again of the government House Leader, because since October 5th, this bill has not been brought before the House. So can the government House Leader let us know when he anticipates C-56 coming back before us? Surely it won't be tomorrow nor next week because the House won't be sitting. But hopefully when we come back from our constituency week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give the floor now to the government House Leader.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I hope that his interest for the bill means that the Conservatives change their position and will support this bill. However, We have not yet received that confirmation, but we want to help Canadians with housing and competition, so we hope to hear about that change of position from the Conservatives.
Week when MPs will be able to connect with their constituents, as well as have a chance to join them at Remembrance Day ceremonies over the coming weekend. Our priorities when we come back will be Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, Bill S-9, the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act, and Bill C-52, the Air Transportation Accountability Act. I would hope that instead of playing dilatory parliamentary games, that the Conservatives would allow for debate to happen on those bills, but I guess we'll see when we come back. Lastly, on Tuesday, November 21st at 4 p.m., the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance will deliver the fall economic statement. There have been discussions amongst the parties, Mr. Speaker, and I believe if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, November 21st, 2023, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for questions and comments. After the statement, a member from each recognized opposition party and a member of the Green Party may reply for a period approximately equivalent to the time taken by the Minister's statement, and each statement shall be followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. After each member has replied, or when no member rises to speak, whichever comes first, the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Government House Leader. All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Adopted. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Ordre du gouvernement. Projet de loi du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills. Resume debate at third reading of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Député de Brampton.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North, who has 4 minutes remaining.
The Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot. I hope I did get it right. Battle River Crowfoot for 10 minutes, and followed by 5 minutes questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it's an honor to be able to stand in this place and debate the important issues facing Canadians, and specifically those good people that send me here from the beautiful constituency of Battle River Crowfoot in East Central Alberta. Mr. Speaker, if I could, being that this is the last sitting day prior to Remembrance Day, there's a couple of quick things that I would like to reference, and Mr. Speaker, I hope you will give me the latitude to do so. Mr. Speaker, today I met with Harold and Mike, members of the Persian Gulf Veterans Association of Canada. And Mr. Speaker, it was an interesting meeting where I had the opportunity to hear from these two distinguished retired service men about how their time in service to our country is not considered having been one that was fought in a war. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to acknowledge that specifically here today as an appropriate commemoration, truly, I believe, would be to ensure that those who have served in our country's armed forces, especially during times of conflict, are acknowledged accordingly. So, Mr. Speaker, just wanted to, as I get into the substance here on Bill C-34, acknowledge that, because I don't think I'll have a chance to do so otherwise before Remembrance Day, and of course, all of us in this place honoring the sacrifice made by so many. Mr. Speaker, we join into debate here on Bill C-34, a bill where there are 7 parts that address a host of issues in relation to the amendments to the Investment Canada Act. And in particular, there's a few things that I would like to highlight over the time that I have here today, and I listened with great interest this morning and previous debates, and having had participated in previous discussions related to this bill, wanted to ensure that aspects of this are...
I'll make it easy. Is the Honourable Member going to be sharing his time? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much. I was going to get there, so I appreciate that, but I will take this opportunity to let the table know that I will be splitting my time with my colleague, the new and very, very capable member from Manitoba, Portage Lisgar, that came in big shoes to fill, not maybe big size, but big shoes to fill in terms of his predecessor, the Honourable Candice Bergen, but I look forward to splitting my time with that. Now back, of course, Mr. Speaker, to the substance of C-34, where we have before us a bill that addresses aspects of what has become an increasingly problematic circumstance globally, where we have at a time when there is specific demands associated with the global investment climate that has put at risk many of our supply chains. Now, Mr. Speaker, of course, we saw the practical outworkings of this when it came to during COVID, where supply chains saw things that many Canadians took for granted. That were you always expected to be able to see things like toilet paper on the shelf of our grocery stores. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we saw during COVID that the supply chain system was, and the numerous aspects of that, Mr. Speaker, were challenged. There were pressures that resulted in things like grocery store shelves being empty. We saw things like microchips that there was a shortage, which meant that there was a shortage of a whole host of things, Mr. Speaker, that many people would have not associated would be the case with a microchip shortage, from vehicle manufacturing to other things. And Mr. Speaker, as the specific relevance that has to do with C-34 is because when it comes to foreign investment, we have to ensure that as a nation, as a G7 country, we get it right when it comes to all aspects of how we permit specifically state-owned enterprises, but the larger context of foreign investment happening in our country. Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody in this House would argue that there certainly is investment needed, and that Canada should be a destination to invest, a destination for capital. And we have seen that over the course of our history. And certainly I look back to the time when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister. The predictable business environment that existed within this country was one that was envied around the world. And we saw in the midst of incredibly challenging global economic circumstances, Canada was a beacon of hope and predictability where people could invest and see some certainty. And over the course of the challenges that we've seen over the last number of years, whether that be with relation to the COVID pandemic, whether that be in relation to the host of concerns surrounding supply chains, or just the fact that over the last decade or so, there has been a radical shift in the geopolitical objectives of certain state players around the world. And I would notably say that the People's Republic of China would be at the top of that list, although not limited to them. But certainly their objectives have changed the global investment climate dramatically. And even, I've heard a lot of members from the opposite party criticize the past record. In fact, I believe it was the parliamentary secretary from Winnipeg had referenced that the Harper government had done some preliminary work on CETA. Well, I'm proud that it was Conservatives that negotiated the deal, and the Liberals almost screwed it up. But we're able to, with support from Conservatives, be able to actually get that across the finish line. But, Mr. Speaker, over the last decade, there's been radical shifts that have taken place. And, of course, that has to be addressed, in our legislative frameworks governing some of these things need to ensure that they are responsive to that. And we have seen over the last number of years, specifically the last 8 years that this Prime Minister has been in power, that there has been an erosion of trust, as I've talked about often, but this includes into the investment climate in our country as we are dealing with significant advancements in things like technology. We're seeing a demand for things like critical minerals. We're seeing food supply chains being put at risk. We are seeing the need to ensure that we have tight parameters and an understanding so that not only does this protect Canadians first and foremost, but it also ensures that there is that investment certainty in our country, whether that's folks here at home investing. And, Mr. Speaker, I would say simply, quite often when we talk about things like investment, it gets lost by many folks that are maybe not trading stocks on a regular basis, or not staying in tune with the financial markets. They may see that as a headline, the TSX up or down or something like that. But Mr. Speaker, the reason why this has such a particular relevance is that every single Canadian is in fact an investor. If you've ever paid into a pension fund, whether that be the CPP or otherwise, you are an investor, and to ensure that we have that predictable investment climate. And specifically, we were disappointed at committee that the Liberals were not more responsive to some of the very practical amendments that Conservatives have brought forward on this bill that would have ensured that a threshold, for example, to trigger a national security review was reduced, so that Canadian resources, including intellectual property, that there was a safer and more secure environment to ensure that that those things couldn't fall into the wrong hands, as we've seen, unfortunately, having been the case over the last number of years. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you can believe it, there were 10 amendments that Conservatives had brought forward that, practical things that we heard from testimony at committee that would have helped address some of what we believe ways that the bill could have been improved. So, Mr. Speaker, as I come down to the last minute or so of my speech, we have a need in this country to ensure that our investment climate responds to the demands of a modern supply chain, that we have everything that is required, whether that be the critical minerals that are so essential for the manufacturing of things like our cell phones, whether it's a host of other things that go into the economy of today and that economy that is being built for tomorrow. And it is absolutely essential that we do, in fact, get this right. But what is very, very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, and I would make this point in terms of the larger conversation, not just related to Bill C-34, but that we have to take seriously that transactions, when it comes to foreign investment in Canada, we have to take seriously the national security implications. And this is not only when it comes to big multinational mergers and whatnot that may make headlines, but we heard at committee and we've heard throughout the course of debate that there's a host of periphery discussions that are required when it comes to strategic investments that may serve the geopolitical interests of foreign states, some of which are hostile to our national interest. And if we don't take these things seriously, we can see a diminishment of Canada being able to not only have a secure economy for our people, but to be that secure investment environment for capital that is so very essential. So, Mr. Speaker, as we continue the debate on C-34, I hope that we can take seriously how important not only this bill is in terms of the issues that it is purported to address, but, Mr. Speaker, the host of concerns surrounding foreign investment and how we can ensure that we get it right so that Canadians can depend on a predictable environment for their capital and be that place that is where Canadians can benefit on the home front, most importantly of all. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. At the Bloc Québécois, we think that C-34 doesn't go far enough when it comes to protecting our best companies, including innovations and small and medium businesses who get bought up by foreign interests. Often, an important innovation becomes profitable abroad. There's not enough transactions that come under review. I'd like to hear my colleague about that. Does he think we should be doing more to protect our innovative small businesses and company headquarters?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from the Bloc is right. There are many examples where there's innovations that are, and we have an incredibly innovative culture here in this country. And take my home region of rural Alberta, whether it comes to the oil and gas sector and the incredible innovations that make our energy sector the cleanest and greenest on the planet that we can depend on and be proud of, or whether that's in agriculture where we see incredible innovations. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that there is that security so that when somebody innovates in Canada, it doesn't end up getting stolen from them when it comes to strategic, even if it's small investments. Sometimes it's not the billion-dollar acquisitions and mergers that will make headlines on BNN or BNN Bloomberg as it's called now, but also those we heard stories of fishing ports Mr. Speaker, on the Atlantic coast, where there was strategic investments meant to control and take away opportunities from Canadians. We have to ensure that we get it right, and that member is right. This bill doesn't address all those concerns. It takes some steps, but certainly more needs to be done, and it's too bad the Liberals didn't take our advice seriously and pass the common sense amendments that we brought forward during the committee discussion.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague on the issue of critical minerals representing Timmins James Bay, which has some of the greatest base metal and critical mineral deposits anywhere. There's a number of issues that we need to face in Canada in terms of being able to compete in this fast-moving energy transformation. Number one is making sure that that supply chain is able to benefit our economy. We know that other international economies are desperate to get metals, but the other issue is strategic. And that is about whether or not we put a lens of sustainability. For example, metals like cobalt, lithium that are controlled by China that are being exploited in really brutal conditions, for example, in Democratic Republic of Congo, that we need to actually have a supply chain that says we can do it sustainably, we can do it with good jobs, we can do it with investment, and we can do it to build up a Canadian North American economy as opposed to simply going to the bottom line of what's happening in Democratic Republic of Congo and Chinese control and horrific human rights abuses. I'd like to hear what my honourable colleague has to say on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know what's tragic about the comments that member just made? Because I agree with them. We do need to ensure that we protect the critical minerals that are essential to our economy. We need to ensure that Canada is the place where we have an abundance of those things, whether it's lithium from my home province that is in what's known as produced water, a byproduct of oil. But, Mr. Speaker, here's the tragedy. That member is talking about cobalt, a very important part of the modern economy. But it's also that member that stands against Canadian oil and gas development. So, Mr. Speaker, he's concerned about human rights abuses when it comes to critical minerals being and the abuses associated with that production abroad, yet he wants him and his coalition partners in the NDP want to see energy production outsourced from Canada to jurisdictions where they do not care about human rights, where they do not care about LGBT rights, where they do not care about the dignity of humanity, and they would even go as far, Mr. Speaker, as to fund the war machines that would kill citizens in countries like Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, it is tragic that they either are ignorant to that reality or they simply are intentionally conflating the fact that we could be a leader when it comes to all critical minerals, all energy, yet it's because of individuals like that and the ideology of that coalition that's holding Canada back.
Well, just always a reminder to keep our questions and answers as short as possible so everyone can participate in debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise today to speak to Bill C-34, otherwise known as the National Security Review and Investments Modernization Act. But being so close to Remembrance Day, I too would like to offer my appreciation for all those that have served, that continue to serve, and all the families that support them, and encourage everybody this Saturday to make sure you go and attend a ceremony and honor and respect the veterans for all of the work that they have done. Speaking of our security, this Liberal NDP coalition has for far too long not taken our national security seriously. So it is good to see some efforts being made through this legislation. Unfortunately, our reputation on the world stage has taken a beating over the past 8 years. We've seen numerous diplomatic debacles over those years, and a Prime Minister that's regularly embarrassing Canada on the world stage. It seems every time you go on social media, there's a new country's news broadcast, mocking our Prime Minister. And it's one thing to embarrass yourself by bringing a tickle trunk of outfits to wear to another country or wearing blackface more times than you can remember. But the Prime Minister has forced other nations, our allied nations, to lose confidence in us as a partner. Just this past July, Dan Sullivan, a United States Senator from Alaska, called out this Liberal government for consistently failing to meet are NATO's 2% target of GDP for defense spending. Worse, the Liberals are actually cutting $1 billion from our defense budget this year. And while the American ambassador played it nice a few weeks ago and said he's not yet worried about our failure to meet our NATO targets, we all know and can recognize how our allies are feeling about Canada these days. And if we had been taking our national security seriously, perhaps Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States wouldn't have severed off from the Five Eyes alliance, creating their own strategic defense partnership without Canada. With regular disruptions to our ports, to our railways, we're losing that perception as a reliable trading partner that can deliver the goods that we produce here in Canada to market. With a changing climate, our adversaries see the North as an opportunity. They see a wealth of resources, future transportation routes, and we are increasingly unable to protect our own sovereignty in the North. And the sad reality is, under this Liberal government, we've become a bit of a laughingstock on the world stage, and it's disappointing to admit that. But I can't think of a single nation around the world in which our relationship has improved with over the past 8 years. Now, given all of these failures internationally, you would assume that perhaps we wanted to take care of our domestic economic needs here at home, but we have not done that. And although this is a good step today with this piece of legislation, after 8 years, foreign state-owned enterprises have heightened their influence in Canada, and particularly those connected with the communist regime in China. And I'll give you a few examples. In 2017, this government allowed Hytera Communications, a firm with ties to China, to acquire a BC-based satellite communications company, Norsat International. Now in 2020, NewTek, a company owned by the Chinese government and founded by the son of a former Chinese Communist Party Secretary General, won a bid to, get this, provide security equipment to over 170 Canadian embassies around the world. Now imagine that, Mr. Speaker. This government was going to entrust the security of Canadians stationed abroad with Chinese Communist Party-linked technologies. I know there's a lot of examples like this, and I'll end with one more. Just last year, CBC revealed that in 2017, the CBSA began using radio equipment and technology from Hytera, the company I just referenced. They were quite literally using the technology at our borders while our main ally, the United States, was indicting this company for espionage charges. 21 espionage charges in the United States. And they banned the company from operating and doing business because they pose an unnecessary risk to national security. So at the same time as our border guards are using the equipment, our American counterparts and friends are kicking this company out of their country. It seems as though often the current government is focused on political interests and not our national interests. Although we shouldn't be surprised, we all remember when the Prime Minister alluded to his level of admiration for China's basic dictatorship, and perhaps why they've given China so many passes and why they've allowed Chinese-linked companies and agencies to infiltrate our university campuses and co-opt our research, take our technologies that innovative Canadians, innovative students, and innovative companies here in Canada are on the spearhead of. Now, we could talk about all of these failures all day, but I do want to address specifically some pieces of Bill C-234. And I was pleasantly surprised that the Liberals had brought this legislation forward, because it is an important idea to try to always enhance our national security, particularly as things evolve and our competitors become our allies become our enemies in this global world. Now, the goal of this legislation of amending the Investment Canada Act to protect our national security is not a bad one at all. But I really thought for once the Liberals had come up with their own idea. But looking back to our 2021 platform, I noticed that we had pledged to do the same thing. That Canada's Conservatives will protect Canadian intellectual property with a strengthened Investment Act. Now, as the old proverb goes, imitation is the highest form of flattery. And there has been a lot of mimicking going on lately. My first speech in this House was just last month on the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act, which was plagiarization, effectively, of Conservative Bill C-356 and 339. And of course, we saw a climb down on the carbon tax just last week for home heating for some Canadians in some parts of the country. So not all mimicking is bad, but at the end of the day, as my fellow Manitoban colleague for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman said, the Liberals are tired, they are weary, and they do not have anything else to bring forward. And that seems to be the case. And while I would prefer an election so that we can go back, put forward a strong platform that will include enhancements to the Investment Canada Act amongst many other things, I do hope that the current Liberal NDP coalition does keep copying a few of our ideas, and they can start with axing the carbon tax in its entirety. But I'm not going to hold out a lot of hope. But overall, this bill needs to go further and does not go far enough to address the risks faced by Canadians. Now, by and large, the largest threat we have to investment here in critical services is by those state-owned or state-connected enterprises from authoritarian regimes like China and Russia. And Canadians are rightly concerned about this problem. Foreign direct investment is a good thing. We should want to draw investment dollars into our communities. However, we should also want to maintain our sovereignty and our national interests. Now, the reality is we have become a place in which people don't want to do business. Investment in our natural resource sectors, amongst many others, is flooding out. Our counterpart to the United States, who doesn't have a carbon tax, is more appealing to do business with. They would rather go just south of the border, south of my riding, and set up business there. This bill doesn't include the ability for the government to create a list of authoritarian countries that are prohibited from owning Canadian companies or assets, which I think it should do. Now, our Conservative team at the committee stage did a great job of bringing forward common sense recommendations for changes to this legislation. However, not as many as should have been were adopted. But Conservatives did work hard to fix some of the flaws. And one last issue that I think is becoming increasingly important and visible, particularly in my area and in the prairies, is the increased buying of farmland by Chinese-linked companies and organizations. Not only does this threaten our long-term food security, but it also significantly increases prices for young farmers who are trying to enter an already very difficult industry to get into. And I think it's important that we enable the Investment Canada Act to be broad enough and flexible enough to have Cabinet be able to make important decisions to decide whether or not a takeover or change in ownership is in the best interest of Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, this seems like common sense to me. We know that that's something only Conservatives can provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. Just a quick reminder on behalf of our interpreters to be careful with the microphones that are sitting in front of our podiums. So each time we sort of give it a rub, it's sort of really hard on the headphones when the interpreters are trying to do their work. Questions and comments? Kishio Kamal-Tara, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Ontario Conservatives, or Ontarians, are very familiar with the Conservative slogan, common sense, because the former Premier Mike Harris, when he brought along common sense, ended up in unsafe drinking water, ended up in a countless number of problems based on his common sense revolution. So I think it's pretty clear where the common sense from Conservatives is. But, you know, I want to go back to his comment specifically when he said that $1 billion was being cut from the defense budget, and his implication that this was going to affect the CAF. No member of the Canadian Armed Forces is going to be affected by this. As a matter of fact, what is going to be affected by what's being talked about by the minister is reducing the number of outside contracts, the number of third-party agreements that the government has, which ironically enough, he then went on to criticize later on in his speech. So would he agree with me that at least as it relates to government business, where we can find savings in terms of less contracting out, which is what that $1 billion is about, that it's a good thing?
Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, I thank my honourable member, honourable colleague, for the question. What a weird time to cut $1 billion. I am all for finding efficiencies in government, and I think after the last 8 years of absurd inflationary spending, we absolutely can find billions of dollars in which to cut. And I find it interesting that we're finding cost savings by going to a third-party consultant company, paying them $660 million to give us advice of how we can best stop spending money on consultants. I think it's important at the end of the day that when my colleague criticizes common sense and links it to the Mike Harris days in Ontario, my constituents, the people, my friends and neighbours, they have common sense. They know it when they see it, and they know they don't see it under this current Liberal government.
In comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. It's late in the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and congratulations on taking a seat within this House. One of the things that he spoke about today was the idea that over the last 8 years, Canada has become diminished on the world stage. And I would say that while it is true Canada is diminished on the world stage, it is not something that happened just in the last 8 years. In fact, the cuts that we saw to official development assistance under the Harper government were directly responsible, in fact, for Canada not being able to get a security seat when we tried for that security seat. The cuts by the Harper government and the failure of the Liberal government to reverse those cuts was a huge part of that as the continent of Africa saw that we had stepped back from participating in a meaningful way with them. He also spoke about the need to not invest in China because of the human rights abuses that we're seeing in China, China being a belligerent on the world stage. But I'd wonder if he has any comments to make about the fact that we have a new Indo-Pacific strategy, and India, under the Modi government, has shown itself to be belligerent and not to be following human rights as well. So are we not taking our eggs from one basket, which is not adhering to our beliefs as Canadians for human rights, and putting them into another basket where human rights are also not being protected?
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the well wishes from my colleague across the way there. And I will start by saying I think there has been a shift over the past 8 years. We had a previous Prime Minister that was strong and principled on the world stage. And I think back to the moment when he told Putin to get out of Ukraine the first time that he invaded. I think that's the Canada that I want to be a part of, that I want to have a strong foreign policy vision for our nation. Now, in terms of India and China, you're right. Our best strategy is diversification. We are an export nation. We are a natural resource-based nation. We are a trading nation, and it's something we should be proud of. A Pan-American agreement is a good approach. At the end of the day, we need to make sure we are doing things in the best interest of Canadian companies and Canadians themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, and I know the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands tried a few times, so Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's the first chance I've had to address the honourable member for Portage Lisgar since his win in the by-election. I'd like to congratulate him and look forward to working with him in this place as I did with his predecessor. In terms of this piece of legislation, I'm very concerned that we apply a new lens to foreign investment in Canada from a national security point of view and from a national sovereignty point of view. We have had the recent experience, which I've mentioned in this place, that something that didn't ring any bells or raise any flags as it began, which is a company called Paper Excellence, which is owned by one billionaire from Indonesia that has now bought up virtually, well, the majority of a pulp and paper sector of our economy. Resolute Paper, Catalyst Paper, Domtar. Wondering, how do we track that? What triggers an investigation when we start seeing Canadian economy bought up and held in countries where we don't at this point have a relationship with Indonesia that would let us track that? Thank you.
To give a quick answer on that one, but we do need a quick answer. The honourable member of Portage Lisgar.
Thank you for the very kind words from my colleague across the way. And it's a very good question. I think that's why the legislation, the fact it took 8 years is too long. And we do need to act to make sure that we have the flexibility to look at evolving national interest issues and track that better so we can be more flexible and responsive in identifying problematic investors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member for Chatham, Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I get the required reminder, I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from North Okanagan, Shuswap. It's always an honor to bring the voices of Chatham, Kent-Leamington to this chamber, and today I look forward to speaking and addressing third reading of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Act, Canada Act, with the aim of protecting Canada's national security. And that's the important part, Mr. Speaker. For 8 years of this Prime Minister, numerous foreign state-owned enterprises have acquired interest and control in many Canadian companies, intellectual property, intangible assets, and the data of our citizens. And as usual, this government has done too little, too late to fully protect our national economic and security interests. Now, Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives are pleased that 4 of our amendments were passed at committee, we are a bit bewildered as to why this Liberal NDP government would want to water this legislation down and defeated 10 amendments, which would have made a more fully protected Canadian interest by having better legislation. Mr. Speaker, why? One of the amendments that was defeated at committee would have modified the definition of a state-owned enterprise to include any company or entity headquartered in an authoritarian state, and of course, one of the main ones there is China. The House of Commons' own Special Committee on the Canada-People's Republic of China relationship presented an interim report to this House last May, and it was entitled, "A Threat to Canadian Sovereignty, National Security Dimensions of the Canada-People's Republic of China relationship." This report offered an in-depth review of the national security implications related to the PRC's actions. It addressed key national security topics, including the safeguarding of Canadians from foreign interference, preventing threats to Canada's democratic institutions and elections, defending intellectual property and research, enhancing cybersecurity, combating organized crime and money laundering, a whole list of things here, Mr. Speaker, addressing global health governance threats, and scrutinizing the PRC's interests in the Arctic. This report, Mr. Speaker, should serve as a warning. We need to align ourselves with our allies. The U.S. has created the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, or CFIUS, which is an interagency committee authorized to review certain transactions involving foreign investment in the U.S. and certain real estate transactions by foreign persons to determine the effect of such transactions on the national security of the U.S. Have we not learned our lessons through COVID by allowing critical elements of our economy to be put under foreign control? In a recent CNBC article, CSIS officials quoted Casey Babb, an international fellow with the Glazer Center for Israel-China Policy, and he's also an instructor here at Carleton University, here in Ottawa. And he said, China uses, obviously we know this, foreign investment as a strategic tool. I'm going to quote him. They use foreign investment as a door, as an entry point to gain access to markets, to gain access to government and to investors as well. He goes on to say, it's a great way to sort of use illicit means to carry out illicit or even legal but injurious activities, end quote. Babb also said China is looking to tap into our natural resources, including oil, critical minerals, and fish. Mr. Speaker, this government's soft on China policy must end. One of the amendments that they refused to pass sought to list specific sectors necessary to preserve Canada's national security rather than using a systemic approach. And let me provide a personal example of a sector-specific area. On our own farm in Leamington, in the years prior to the Ukraine-Russian war, we've actually used more Belarusian potash, Meredith potash on the farm, than our own Canadian Saskatchewan potash. Why? Well, sea freight is relatively cheaper than rail freight. Why is our rail freight so expensive? Because it's being tied up hauling crude oil to eastern refineries rather than having that oil flow through an Energy East pipeline. And that's lowering our rail capacity for moving potash and other goods that cannot move by pipeline. Market supply and demand, Mr. Speaker, that drives up the cost of freight. In addition, 660,000 to 680,000 tons of nitrogen fertilizer, mainly urea, were imported pre-war into eastern and central Canada. Why is not Western natural gas flowing through a pipeline to fertilizer manufacturing plants here in eastern Canada? So again, Russia's invasion of Ukraine should teach us a lesson. Where we have critical inputs in Canada, we should ensure that we have the infrastructure that we can have those to be used domestically and competitively priced vis-a-vis foreign options. Another Conservative amendment that failed to pass would have exempted non-Canadian Five Eyes intelligent state-owned enterprises from this national security review process to prevent an overly broad review process. And this, unfortunately, sends all the wrong signals to our Five Eyes partners with whom this government's policies have been at odds. Canada needs to be seen as a reliable player in this partnership, and under the current government, this has not been the case. Canada needs to restore its trustworthy reputation with the UK, with the US, Australia, and New Zealand, so that critical intelligence information gathered by one member can be confidently shared with other members. And again, the failure of this amendment to pass sends all the wrong signals to our allies. Amendment 25.4, 1.1 would have allowed the Government of Canada to maintain ownership of intangible assets that have been developed in whole or in part by taxpayer funding. I'm going to give you an example. An intangible asset such as, and I learned this in the preparation for this speech, radio frequency filtering systems for our Mounties. So what is that? That's a filter circuit that is made up of capacitors, inductors, and resistors that is used to filter signal frequency in communication channels. Well, what's behind this? Back to China, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, the China-based Hytera company acquired a telecom company from BC called Norsat. This company has significant Chinese government ownership, but guess what? It doesn't make any money. Doesn't that send a signal that this should be looked at? This company significantly lost money for 6 years. We rightfully called for a full national security review, but the industry minister refused and approved the Chinese acquisition that provided the RCMP with telecom equipment. Incredibly, the Federal Procurement Department awarded a $550,000 contract to Ontario-based Sinclair Technologies to build and maintain this radio frequency filtering system for the Mounties. And by the way, Sinclair Technologies is the parent company of Norsat International. In 2022, Norsat was charged with 21 counts of espionage in the U.S., and President Biden banned it from the U.S., but just 8 months later, the RCMP awarded China's Hytera subsidiary, Norsat, the contract to install telecom hardware in our RCMP comm systems. When questioned at committee, the RCMP was asked whether they knew whether Hytera was charged and banned from the U.S., and their answer was no. How can this government continue to let such enormous security breaches happen? Lithium. We all know how important that is for our economy. And as we know, EV is needed to make the batteries in our EV vehicles. 2019, the Liberals approved the sale of Canada's only lithium-producing mine to the China state-controlled Sinomine Resources. Every ounce of lithium mined in Canada right now goes to China, while Canadians are unable to supply lithium to our own growing EV auto industry, putting our nation in a potentially vulnerable situation. Again, in 2019, Conservatives demanded a full national security review. The soft on China, Liberals ignored it. I guess this would explain why the NDP Liberal coalition voted down Amendment 25.3, which would have allowed the minister to go back and review past state acquisitions through the national security review process. That would have allowed a more fulsome review. However, last week, the Prime Minister did show us that this government can go back as they adjusted the carbon tax on home heating fuel in Atlantic Canada and rural Canada. This government demonstrated they can reverse course after identifying a mistake. Now that, of course, was in response to polling, not in the interest of national security. So, Mr. Speaker, it's time for a common sense government. A government that will allow our nation to prosper while at the same time protecting its citizens. Conservatives will continue to use our voice to ensure that both the prosperity and the protection of our citizens is defended. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Christian Kamal Tyre, and I know the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook's been trying really hard, but I'm going to go around first before I get there. Je pense qu'il y a un problème. Okay. Okay, je continue. Both. Pursuant to Order Standing Order 38, to inform the House the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands and Emergency Preparedness, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville on carbon pricing, and the Honourable Member for BTB Timiskaming on sport. And we're still having issues with translation.